facing Raphael. "Of course," she said. "My leader told you all about it, didn't he?" "Lily, that is stupidity and treason." Raphael's voice was chill as the sea breeze. "If I was ordered to execute you for it, make no mistake, I would do so. I would not hesitate." Lily bit her lip and tried to pass off how hurt she clearly was. "Oh, but I have a good feeling about Brother Zachariah. He won't tell." "Is there a place here for a vampire to be stowed away safely from the sunrise?" Raphael asked. Brother Zachariah had not considered that the protracted fight with the werewolves meant the sun was close to rising. Raphael glanced at him sharply when he did not answer. "Is there only room for one? Lily needs to be secured. I am responsible for her." Lily turned her face away so Raphael did not see her expression, but Zachariah saw it. He recognized her expression from a time when he had been able to feel that way himself. She looked sick with love. There was room for both vampires in the cargo hold. On their way to examine the hold, Lily almost tripped over the dead Shadowhunter woman. "Ooh, Raphael!" she exclaimed brightly. "It's Catherine Ashdown!" It was like the faint, cold spray of seawater to see how utterly indifferent she was to human life. Brother Zachariah saw her belatedly recall his presence. "Oh no," she added in not terribly convincing tones. "What a senseless tragedy!" "Go to the hold, Lily," Raphael commanded. "Will you not both go?" asked Brother Zachariah. "I prefer to wait as long as I can before dawn to test myself," said Raphael. Lily sighed. "He's Catholic, so very, very Catholic." Her hand moved restlessly by her side, as if she wanted to reach out and pull Raphael along with her. Instead, she used it to give Zachariah another little wave, the same one she had given when they first met. "Brother Zachariah," she said, "it's been a pleasure." "And for me," said Brother Zachariah, and listened to her skip lightly down the stairs. She had, at least, given him the woman's name. Brother Zachariah could take her back to her family and the City of Bones, where she could rest and he could not. He knelt down by the dead woman's side and closed her staring eyes. "Ave atque vale, Catherine Ashdown," he murmured. He rose to find Raphael still by his side, though not looking at him or the dead woman. Raphael's eyes rested on the black sea, touched with moonlight, the black sky edged with the faintest line of silver. "I am glad to have met you both," Zachariah added. "I can't imagine why," said Raphael. "Those names Lily came up with were very bad. People do not joke with the Silent Brothers often." The prospect of not being joked around with made Raphael look wistful. It must be nice to be a Silent Brother, aside from the fact that Shadowhunters are annoying and pathetic. "And I don't know that she was joking. I'd watch yourself next time you're in New York." "Of course she was joking," said Brother Zachariah. "She is in love with you." Raphael's face twisted. Why do Shadowhunters always want to talk about feelings? Why can nobody ever be a professional? For your information, I do not have any interest in romance of any kind, and never will. Now, can you drop this revolting subject? "I can," said Brother Zachariah. "Perhaps you would like to talk about the gang of boys you claim to have killed?" "I've killed many people," said Raphael distantly. "A group of children," said Zachariah, "in your city? Did this happen in the 1950s? Maurice Lightwood might have been fooled. Brother Zachariah was familiar with what it looked like when someone blamed and hated themselves for what had happened to those they loved. "There was a vampire hunting children on the streets where my brothers played," Raphael said, his voice still distant. "I led my gang to his lair to stop him. None of us survived." Brother Zachariah tried to be gentle. When a vampire is newborn, they cannot control themselves. "I was the leader," said Raphael, his steely voice brooking no argument. "I was responsible. Well, we did stop the vampire, and my family lived to grow up. All but one," Brother Zachariah thought. "I generally do accomplish what I set my mind on," said Raphael. "That is extremely clear," said Brother Zachariah. He listened to the sound of the waves hitting the side of the boat, carrying them to the city. On the night of the market, he had been detached from the city and everyone in it, and certainly he had felt nothing for a vampire determined to feel nothing himself. But then had come a laugh, and the sound had wakened things inside him that he had feared dead. Once woken to the world, Zachariah did not want to be blind to any of it. "You saved people today. The Shadowhunters saved people, even though they did not save you when you were a child trying to fight monsters." Raphael twitched, as if this implication of why he disliked Shadowhunters was a fly landing on him. "Few are saved," said Raphael. "Nobody is spared. Somebody tried to save me once, and I will pay him back one day. I don't choose to owe another debt, or for anyone to owe me. We all got what we wanted. The Shadowhunters and I are done." "There might always be another time for help or cooperation," said Brother Zachariah. "The Lightwoods are trying. Consider letting the other downworlders know you survived dealing with them." Raphael made a non-committal sound. "There are more kinds of love than stars," said Brother Zachariah. "If you do not feel one, there are many others. You know what it is to care for family and friends. What we keep sacred keeps us safe. Consider that by trying to cut yourself off from the possibility of being hurt, you shut the door on love and live in darkness." Raphael staggered over to the rail and pretended to vomit. Then he straightened up. "Oh, wait, I'm a vampire and we don't get seasick," he said. "I got nauseous for a second. Can't think why. I heard Silent Brothers were withdrawn. I was looking forward to withdrawn." "I am not a typical Silent Brother," observed Brother Zachariah. "Just my luck I got the touchy-feely Silent Brother. Can I request a different one in the future?" "So you think there might be a time when your path crosses with Shadowhunters again?" Raphael made a disgusted noise and turned away from the sea. His face was pallid as moonlight, ice white as the cheek of a child long dead. "I am going below decks, unless, of course, you have any other brilliant suggestions?" Brother Zachariah nodded. The shadow of his hood fell across the scar of a cross on the vampire's throat. "Have faith, Raphael. I know you remember how." Smooth, authoritative, and stable, with the vampires safely hidden below, and Robert Lightwood steering the ship toward Manhattan, Brother Zachariah took on the task of cleaning up the deck, moving the bodies out of sight. He'd call on his brothers to help him attend to them, and to the survivors who were currently secured in one of the cabins. Enoch and the others might not approve of his decision to help Raphael, but they would still fulfill their mandate to keep the shadow world hidden and safe. Once Brother Zachariah had finished, all there was to do was wait for the ship to carry them to the city. Then he would have to return to his own city. He took a seat and waited, enjoying the sensation of the light of a new day on his face. It had been a long time since he felt the light, and longer since he could truly enjoy the simple pleasure of it. He sat near the bridge, where he could see Robert and young Jonathan Wayland in the morning light. "You're sure you're all right?" Robert said. "Yes," said Jonathan. "You don't look much like Michael," Robert added awkwardly. "No," said Jonathan. "I always wished I did." Zachariah could see the boy's thin back. He seemed braced to be a disappointment. Robert said, "I am sure you're a good boy." Jonathan did not look sure. Robert saved himself from awkwardness by conspicuously examining the controls. The boy left the bridge, graceful despite the lurch of the boat and how weary he must be. Zachariah was startled when young Jonathan advanced across the deck to where Zachariah himself sat. Brother Zachariah pulled his hood close around his face. Some Shadowhunters were disquieted by a Silent Brother who did not appear exactly as the rest did, though the Silent Brothers looked fearsome enough. He did not want to distress the boy, either way. Jonathan carried Brother Zachariah's staff back to him, balanced flat as a tightrope along his palms, and laid the staff with a respectful bow on Zachariah's knees. The boy moved with military discipline, unusual in one so young, even among Shadowhunters. Brother Zachariah had not known Michael Wayland, but he guessed he must have been a harsh man. "Brother Enoch?" the boy guessed. "No," said Brother Zachariah. He knew Enoch's memories as his own. Enoch had given the boy his first mark, though his memories were gray with lack of interest. Brother Zachariah briefly wished he could have been the silent brother who oversaw the rite of passage for this child. "No," the boy repeated slowly. "I should have known. You moved differently. I just thought it might be, since you rolled your staff to me." He bowed his head. It struck Zachariah as a sorry thing that the child would not have expected even the smallest mercy from a stranger. "Thank you for letting me use it," Jonathan added. "I am glad it was useful," returned Brother Zachariah. The boy's glance up at his face was shocking, the flare of twin suns in what was still almost night. They were not the eyes of a soldier, but a warrior. Brother Zachariah had known both, and he knew the difference. The boy took a step back, nervous and agile, but stopped with his chin high. Apparently he had a question. Zachariah was not expecting the one he asked. "What do the initials mean on your staff? Do all silent brothers have them?" They looked together at the staff. The letters were worn by time and Zachariah's own flesh, but they had been struck deep into the wood in the precise places where Zachariah would put his hands on them when he fought. So, in a way, they would always be fighting together. The letters were W and H. "No," said Brother Zachariah, "I am the only one. I carved them into the staff on my first night in the City of Bones." "Were they your initials?" the boy asked, his voice low and a little timid. "Back when you were a shadow hunter, like me?" Brother Zachariah still considered himself a shadow hunter, but Jonathan clearly did not mean any offense. "No," said Jem, because he was always James Carstairs when he spoke of what was dearest to him. "Not mine. My parabatai. W and H. William Herondale. Will." The boy looked struck, yet wary at the same time. There was a certain guardedness about him, as if he was suspicious of whatever Jem might say before he even had the chance to say it. "My father said a parabatai can be a great weakness." Jonathan said the word weakness with horror. Jem wondered what a man who had drilled a boy to fight like that might have considered weakness. Jem did not choose to insult an orphan boy's dead father, so he arranged his thoughts carefully. This boy was so alone. He remembered how precious that new link could be, especially when you had no other. It could be the last bridge that connected you to a lost life. He remembered traveling across the sea, having lost his family, not knowing that he was going to his best friend. "I suppose they can be a weakness," he answered. "It depends on who your parabatai is. I carved his initials here because I always fought best with him." Jonathan Wayland, the child who fought like a warrior angel, looked intrigued. "I think my father was sorry he had a parabatai," he said. "Now I have to go and live with the man my father was sorry about. I don't want to be weak, and I don't want to be sorry. I want to be the best." "If you pretend to feel nothing, the pretense may become true," said Jem. "That would be a pity." His parabatai had tried to feel nothing for a time, except what he felt for Jem. It had almost destroyed Will. And every day Jem pretended to feel something, to be kind, to fix what was broken, to remember names and voices almost forgotten, and hoped that would be truth. The boy frowned. Why would it be a pity? "We battle hardest when that which is dearer to us than our own lives is at stake," said Jem. "A parabatai is both blade and shield. You belong together and to each other, not because you are the same, but because your different shapes fit together to be a greater whole, a greater warrior for a higher purpose. I always believed we were not merely at our best together, but beyond the best either of us could be apart. A slow smile broke across the boy's face, like sunrise bursting as a bright surprise upon the water. "I'd like that," said Jonathan Wayland, adding quickly, "to be a great warrior." He flung his head back in a sudden, hasty assumption of arrogance, as if he and Jem might both have imagined he meant that he would like to belong to someone. This boy, hell-bent on fighting rather than finding a family. The Lightwoods guarding against a vampire when they could have extended some trust. The vampire holding every friend at bay. All of them had their wounds, but Jem could not help resenting them for even the privilege of feeling hurt. All these people were struggling not to feel, trying to freeze their hearts inside their chests until the cold fractured and broke them. While Jem would have given every cold tomorrow he had for one more day with a warm heart, to love them as he once had. Except Jonathan was a child, still trying to make a distant father proud, even when death had made the distance between them impossible. Jem should be kind. He thought of the boy's speed, his fearless strike with an unfamiliar weapon on a strange and bloody night. "I'm sure you will be a great warrior," said Jem. Jonathan Wayland ducked his shaggy golden head to hide the faint color in his cheeks. The boy's forlornness made Jem recall too vividly the night he had carved those initials into his staff, a long, cold night, with all the icy strangeness of the Silent Brothers new in his head. He had not wanted to die, but he would have chosen death rather than the awful severing from love and warmth. If only he could have had a death in Tessa's arms, holding Will's hand. He had been robbed of his death. It seemed impossible to stay anything like human in among the bones and endless dark. When the alien cacophony of the Silent Brothers threatened to engulf all that he had been, Jem held fast to his lifelines. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. There had been none stronger than that one, and only one other so strong. His Parabatai's name had been a shout into the abyss, a cry that always received an answer. Even in the silent city, even with the silent howl insisting that Jem's life was no longer his own, but a shared life. No longer my thoughts, but our thoughts. No longer my will, but our will. He would not accept that parting. My will. Those words meant something different to Jem than to anyone else. Meant my defiance against encroaching dark. My rebellion. Mine. Forever. Jonathan scuffed his shoe against the deck and peered up at Jem. And Jem realized he was trying to see his face beneath the hood. Jem drew the hood and the shadows close. Even though he had been rebuffed, Jonathan Wayland offered him a small smile. Jem had not looked for any kindness from this hurt child. It made Jem think that Jonathan Wayland might grow up to be more than a great warrior. Maybe Jonathan would have a Parabatai one day to teach him the kind of man he wanted to be. This is the link stronger than any magic, Jem had told himself that night, knife in hand, cutting deep. This is the bond I chose. He had made his mark. He had taken the name Zachariah, which meant remember. Remember him, Jem had willed himself. Remember them. Remember why. Remember the only answer to the only question. Do not forget. When he looked again, Jonathan Wayland was gone. He wished he could thank the child for helping him remember. Isabel had never been to the New York passenger ship terminal before. She was not very impressed. The terminal was like a glass and metal snake, and they had to sit in its belly and wait. The ships were like warehouses on the water, when Isabel had been picturing a boat from Idris as like a pirate ship. It had been dark when they woke, and it was barely dawn now, and freezing. Alec was huddled in his hoodie against the wind blowing off the blue water, and Max was fussing at their mother, cranky about being up so early. Basically, both her brothers were cranky, and Isabel did not know what to expect. She saw her father walk down the gangway with a boy beside him. The dawn drew a line of thin gold over the water. The wind made little white capelets for every wave in the river, and played with the gold locks of the boy's hair. The boy's back was straight and slim as a rapier. He was wearing dark, close clothes that looked almost like gear. And there was blood on them. He had actually been part of the fighting. Dad and Mom had not let her or Alec fight even one tiny demon yet. Isabel turned to Alec, confident he would share her sense of deep betrayal at this unfairness, and found him staring at the new arrival with wide eyes, as though beholding a revelation with the morning. "Wow!" Alec breathed. "What about that vampire?" Isabel demanded, outraged. Alec said, "What vampire?" Mom hushed them. Jonathan Wayland had gold hair and gold eyes, and those eyes had no depths but only shiny reflective surface, showing as little as if they were metal doors slammed down on a temple. He did not even smile as he came to a stop in front of them. Bring back that silent brother, was Isabel's feeling. She looked to her mother, but Mom was staring at this new boy with an odd expression on her face. The boy was looking back at her. "I'm Jonathan," he told her intently. "Hello, Jonathan," said Isabel's mother. "I am Mary's. It's nice to meet you." She reached out and touched the boy's hair. Jonathan flinched but held himself still, and Maurice smoothed back the shining gold waves the wind had ruffled. "I think we need to get you a haircut," Mom said. It was such a Mom thing to say, it made Isabel smile at the same time as she rolled her eyes. Actually, the boy Jonathan did need a haircut. The ends of his hair were spilling over his collar, untidy, as if whoever had cut it last, too long ago, had not cared enough to do a good job. He had the faint air of a stray animal, fur rough and one breath away from a snarl, though that did not make sense for a kid. Mom winked. "Then you will be even more handsome." "Is that even possible?" Jonathan asked dryly. Alec laughed. Jonathan looked surprised, as if he had not noticed Alec before then. Isabel did not think he had paid attention to any of them except her mother. "Say hello to Jonathan, kids," said Isabel's dad. Max stared up at Jonathan in awe. He dropped his stuffed rabbit on the cement floor, shuffled forward, and hugged Jonathan's leg. Jonathan flinched again, though this time it was more of an instinctive rear back, until the genius figured out he was not being attacked by a 2-year-old. "Hello, Jonathan," said Max, muffled in the material of Jonathan's trousers. Jonathan patted Max on the back, very tentatively. Isabel's brothers were so not showing sibling solidarity on the issue of Jonathan Wayland. It was worse when they got home and made awkward small talk, even though everybody really wanted to go back to bed. "Jonathan can sleep in my room because we love each other," Max proposed. "Jonathan has his own room." "Say, sleep well, Jonathan," said Maurice. "You can see Jonathan after we've all had a little more rest." Isabel went to her own room, but she was still buzzing with excitement and could not sleep. She was painting her toenails when she heard the tiny creak of a door down the hall. Isabel leaped up, the toenails of one foot painted sparkly black and the other foot still encased in a fuzzy pink sock, and ran to the door. She edged it open a fraction and poked her head out, and caught Alec doing the same thing from his own room. They both watched the silhouette of Jonathan Wayland creeping down the corridor. Isabel made a complicated series of gestures to determine whether Alec wanted to follow him. Alec stared at her in total bafflement. Isabel loved her big brother, but sometimes she despaired about their future demon-hunting endeavors. He was so bad at remembering her cool military-style signals. She gave up, and they both hurried after Jonathan, who did not know the layout of the institute and could only retrace his steps to the kitchen, which was where they found him. Jonathan had his shirt pulled up, and he was dabbing a wet dish towel along the red cut running up his side. "By the angel," said Alec, "you're hurt. Why didn't you say?" Isabel hit Alec in the arm for not being stealthy. Jonathan stared at them, guilt written across his face, as if he had been stealing from the cookie jar rather than injured. "Don't tell your parents," he said. Alec left Isabel's side and ran to Jonathan. He examined the cut, then shepherded Jonathan toward a stool, making him sit down. Isabel was unsurprised. Alec always fussed when she or Max fell down. "It's shallow," Alec said after a moment, "but our parents really would want to know. Mom could put an iratse on or something." "No, it's better for your parents not to know it happened at all. It was just bad luck, one of them got me." "I'm a good fighter," Jonathan protested sharply. He was so vehement it was almost alarming. If he hadn't been 10 years old, Isabel would have thought he was worried they might send him away for being an inadequate soldier. "You're obviously great," said Alec. "You just need someone to have your back." He put his hand lightly on Jonathan's shoulder as he spoke. It was a small gesture Isabel would not even have noted, except for the fact that she had never seen Alec reach out like that to anyone who was not family, and that Jonathan Wayland went perfectly still at his touch, as if he was afraid the tiniest movement would scare Alec away. "Does it hurt a lot?" Alec added sympathetically. "No," Jonathan Wayland whispered. Isabel thought it was perfectly clear Jonathan Wayland would claim having his leg cut off did not hurt, but Alec was an honest soul. "Okay," said her brother, "let me grab a few things from the infirmary. Let's deal with this together." Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Alec nodded in an encouraging fashion and went to fetch supplies from the infirmary, leaving Isabel and this weird bleeding boy alone together. "So you and your brother seem really close," Jonathan said. Isabel blinked. "Sure, what a concept, being close to your family?" Isabel refrained from being sarcastic, as Jonathan was both unwell and a guest. "So, I guess you're going to be parabatai?" Jonathan ventured. "Oh no, I don't think so," said Isabel. "Being parabatai is a little old-fashioned, isn't it? Besides, I don't like the idea of giving up my independence. Before I am my parents' daughter or my brother's sister, I am my own. I'm already a lot of people's something. I don't need anyone else's anything, not for a long time, you know?" Jonathan smiled. He had a chipped tooth. Isabel wondered how that had happened and hoped it had been chipped in an awesome fight. "I don't know. I'm not really anyone's anything." Isabel bit her lip. She had never realized before that she took feeling secure for granted. Jonathan had glanced at Isabel as he spoke, but immediately after he returned to watching the door through which Alec had disappeared. Isabel could not help observing that Jonathan Wayland had lived in their home for less than 3 hours, and he was already trying to lock down a parabatai. Then he slouched further into his chair, resuming his too-cool-for-the-institute attitude, and she forgot the thought in annoyance that Jonathan was such a show-off. She, Isabel, was the only show-off this institute needed. She and Jonathan stared each other down until Alec returned. "Oh, would you rather I put on the bandages, or do you want to do it yourself?" Jonathan's face was opaque. "I can do it myself. I don't need anything." "Oh," Alec said unhappily. Isabel could not tell if Jonathan's expressionless face was to ward them off or protect himself, but he was hurt. Alec was still shy with strangers, and Jonathan was a closed-off human being, so they were going to be awkward, even though Isabel could tell they both really liked each other. Isabel sighed. Boys were hopeless, and she had to take charge of this situation. "Hold still, idiot," she ordered Jonathan, seized ointment from Alec's hands, and began to smear it over Jonathan's cut. "I am going to be a ministering angel." Said Alec, "that's a lot of ointment." It did look a little like when you squeezed the center of the tube of toothpaste too hard, but Isabel felt you did not get results without being willing to make a mess. "It's fine," said Jonathan quickly. "It's great. Thank you, Isabel." Isabel glanced up and grinned at him. Alec efficiently unwound a bandage. Having gotten them started, Isabel stepped back. Her parents would object if she accidentally turned their guest into a mummy. "What's going on?" said Robert Lightwood's voice from the door. "Jonathan, you said you were not hurt." When Isabel looked, she saw both her mom and dad standing at the threshold of the kitchen, arms folded and eyes narrowed. She imagined they would have objections to her and Alec playing doctor with the new kid. Strong objections. "We were just patching Jonathan up," Alec announced anxiously, ranging himself in front of Jonathan's stool. "No big deal." "It was my fault I got hurt," said Jonathan. "I know excuses are for incompetence. It won't happen again." "It won't?" asked her mother. "All warriors get wounded sometimes. Planning to run away and become a silent brother?" Jonathan Wayland shrugged. "I applied to the Iron Sisters, but they sent me a hurtful and sexist refusal." Everyone laughed. Jonathan looked briefly startled again, then pleased, before he shut away his expressions, as if slamming a lid down on a treasure chest. Isabel's mother was the one who went and gave Jonathan an iratze, while her father stayed by the door. "Jonathan," Maurice remarked, "does anyone ever call you anything else?" "No," said Jonathan. "My father used to tell a joke about having another Jonathan if I wasn't good enough." Isabel did not think that was much of a joke. "I always think that naming one of our kids Jonathan is like mundanes calling kids Jebediah," said Isabel's mother. "John," said her father. "Mundanes often call their kids John." "Do they?" asked Maurice, and shrugged. "I could have sworn it was Jebediah." "My middle name is Christopher," said Jonathan. You can call me Christopher, if you like." Maurice and Isabel exchanged a speaking look. She and her mother had always been able to communicate like this. Isabel thought it was because they were the only girls, and special to each other. She could not imagine her mother telling her anything she would not want to hear. "We're not going to rename you," said Maurice sadly. Isabel was not sure if her mother was sad that Jonathan thought they would do that, give him a different name as if you were a pet, or sad that he would have let them. What Isabel was sure about was that her mother was watching Jonathan in the same way she had watched Max when he was still learning to walk, and there would be no more discussion of a trial period. Jonathan was obviously here to stay. "Maybe a nickname," Maurice proposed. "What would you think of Jace?" He was silent for a moment, observing Isabel's mother carefully from the corner of his eye. At last he offered her a smile, faint and cool as the light in early morning, but growing warm with hope. Jonathan Wayland said, "I think Jace will work." As a boy was introduced to a family, and vampires slept cold, but curled together in the hold of a ship, Brother Zachariah walked through a city not his own. The people hurrying by could not see him, but he saw the light in their eyes, as if it had been made new. The blare of car horns and scream of tires from yellow cabs, and the chatter of many voices in many tongues formed a long living song. Brother Zachariah could not sing the song, but he could listen. This was not the first time this had happened to him, seeing a trace of what had been in what was. The coloring was entirely different. The boy did not really have anything to do with Will. Jem knew that. Jem, for in the moments he remembered Will, he was always Jem, was used to seeing his lost and dearest Shadowhunter in 1,000 Shadowhunter faces and gestures, the turn of a head or the note of a voice. Never the beloved head, never the long silent voice, but sometimes, more and more rarely, something close. Jem's hand was firmly clasped around his staff. He had not paid attention to the carving beneath his palm like this for many a long, cold day. "This is a reminder of my faith. If there is any part of him that can be with me, and I believe there is, then he is at hand. Nothing can part us." He allowed himself a smile. His mouth could not open, but he could still smile. He could still speak to Will, though he could no longer hear any answer. Life is not a boat, bearing us far away on a cruel, relentless tide from all we love. You are not lost to me on some forever distant shore. Life is a wheel. From the river he could hear mermaids. All the sparks of the city by morning were kindling a new fire. A new day was born. If life is a wheel, it will bring you back to me. All I must do is keep faith. Even when having a heart seemed hard past bearing, that was better than the alternative. Even when Brother Zachariah felt he was losing the struggle, losing everything he had been, there was hope. Sometimes you seem very far away from me, my Parabatai. Light on water had not rivaled the boy's blazing contradiction of a smile, somehow both indomitable and too easily hurt. He was a child going to a new home, as Will and the boy Zachariah had once traveled in lonely sorrow to the place where they would find each other. Jem hoped Jonathan would find happiness. Jem smiled back at a boy long gone. Sometimes, Will, he said, you seem very close. New York, 2012. The sky was soft gray with evening, stars not yet out. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Alec Lightwood was napping because he and his Parabatai had been out fighting croucher demons all last night, and Jace Herondale, famed among the Nephilim as a master strategist, apparently thought about a dozen demons was a fair estimate for, definitely, 37 demons. Alec had gone around counting them out of spite. "Give yourself a break, should-be sleeping beauty," Magnus had told him. "I need to make a potion, and Max is scheduled for his evening temptation." Alec woke in a nest of lavender and green silk sheets. Under the door of the bedroom, eerie silver lights played. There was a smell of sulfur, and the hiss of a demon, and the sound of beloved voices. Alec smiled against his pillow. Just as he was about to roll out of bed, letters of fire appeared on the wall. "Alec, we need your help. For years we have searched for a family in peril and the truth behind why they are in danger. We believe we have found a lead in the shadow market of Buenos Aires, but there is unrest between the Shadowhunters and downworlders of this city. This shadow market is guarded like a throne room, run by a werewolf known as the Queen of the Market. She says her doors are closed to every soul associated with the Nephilim. Every soul except for Alexander Lightwood, who she says she has need of. We need to enter the shadow market. Lives are at stake. Will you open the doors for us? Will you come? Jem and Tessa." Alex stared at the letter for a long moment. Then he sighed, fished a sweater up from the floor, and weaved his way out of their bedroom, still half asleep. In their main room, Magnus stood with one elbow casually propped against their mantel, decanting a vial of turquoise liquid into a jar of black powder. His green-gold eyes were narrowed with focus. The dark worn floorboards and the woven silk rug alike were littered with their son Max's toys. Max himself was sitting on the rug, wearing a sailor suit with elaborate navy ribbons to match his hair, tightly embracing Chairman Mao. "You are my Mao friend," he told the chairman solemnly, squeezing him. "Meow," Chairman Mao protested. He'd lived a life of torment since Max learned to walk. The pentagram had been drawn a safe distance away from the rug. Silvery light and mist rose from within the pentagram, shrouding its inhabitant in shimmering fog. The demon's long, writhing shadow fell dark against their green wallpaper and family pictures. Magnus raised an eyebrow. "Ease up," he suggested to the pentagram. "It's like someone loaned overly enthusiastic kids a dry ice machine for their high school production of Demon Oklahoma in here." Alec grinned. The silvery mist dissipated enough to see the demon. Ilias, in the pentagram, his tentacles drooping in a sulky fashion. "Child," he hissed to Max, "you know not of what dark lineage you come. You are naturally inclined to evil. Join me, infernal foundling." My Bappa is Ultra Magnus, Max announced proudly, and Daddy is a Shadowhunter. Alec thought Max had gotten the name Ultra Magnus from one of his toys. Magnus seemed to like it. Don't interrupt me when I'm promising you dark demonic delights, the demon Ilias said fussily. Why are you always interrupting me? Max brightened at the word demonic. Uncle Jace says we will kill all the demons, he reported with joy. All the demons! Well, have you considered that your Uncle Jace is a hurtful person, said the demon, always rudely stabbing everyone and sarcastic. Max scowled. Love Uncle Jace, hate demons. With his free hand, Magnus picked up a marker and drew another blueberry on the whiteboard, to show Max had successfully resisted today's demonic wiles. 10 blueberries, and Max got a reward of his choosing. Alec crossed the floor to where Magnus stood considering the whiteboard. Carefully, since Magnus was still holding a bubbling jar, he slid his arms around Magnus' waist, linking his hands together over the embossed buckle of Magnus' belt. The t-shirt Magnus was wearing had a dramatic scoop neckline, so Alec put his face down in the smooth, bare expanse of skin and breathed in the smell of sandalwood and spell ingredients. "Hi," he mumbled. Magnus reached back with his free hand, and Alec felt the slight, sweet pull of rings in his hair. "Hi yourself. Couldn't sleep." "I slept," Alec protested. "Listen, I have some news." He filled Magnus in on the message Jem Carstairs and Tessa Gray had sent, the family they were searching for, the shadow market they could not enter without his help. As Alec spoke, Magnus gave a little sigh and leaned against him, one of the small unconscious gestures that meant the most to Alec. It reminded him of the first day he'd ever touched Magnus, drawn close to and kissed another man. Someone even taller than he was, his body lean and lithe and right against Alec's. At the time, he'd thought he felt dizzy with relief and joy because he was finally touching someone he wanted to be touched by, when he'd thought he might never have that. Now he thought he'd felt that way because it was Magnus, that even then he'd known. Now the gesture spoke of all the days since. When he felt Magnus relax against him, he felt like he could relax too. Whatever this strange task Jem and Tessa needed him for, he could do it. Then he would come home. As Alec fell silent, Chairman Mao made a break for freedom from Max's loving stranglehold, streaking across the floor, through the door Alec had left open, and into Alec and Magnus's bedroom, where Alec suspected he would be hiding under the bed for the rest of the night. Max stared sadly after the cat, then looked up and grinned, his teeth tiny pearls. He launched himself at Alec as if he had not seen him for several weeks. Alec always got the same enthusiastic greeting, whether he was back from a trip, back from patrolling, or had simply been in the other room for 5 minutes. "Hey, Daddy!" Alec took a knee and opened his arms to scoop Max up. "Hey, my baby." He stood with Max curled against his chest, a warm, soft bundle of ribbons and round limbs, Max's gurgling laughter in his ears. When Max was tiny, Alec used to marvel at how neatly his little body fit into the crook of Alec's arm. He'd scarcely been able to imagine Max getting bigger. He needn't have worried. Whatever size his kid was, he was always a perfect fit for Alec to hold. Alec tugged at the front of Max's sailor suit. "That's a lot of ribbons there, buddy." Max nodded sadly. "Too much ribbons." "What happened to your sweater?" "That's a fine question, Alexander. Allow me to unfold to you the tale." "Max rolled his sweater in the cat litter," Magnus related, "so he could look like Daddy. Thus he must wear the sailor suit of shame. I don't make the rules. Oh, wait, yes I do." He waved a reproving finger at Max, who laughed again and tried to grab for the glitter of rings. "It's really inspiring to see you crazy kids making it work," chipped in Ilias the tentacle demon. "I don't have much luck with romance. Everyone I meet is treacherous and heartless." "Well, we are demons. Comes with the territory." Magnus had insisted warlocks needed to know what summoning demons entailed. He said that the more comfortable Max was with them, the less likely he was to be tricked or terrified when he summoned his first. Hence the temptation lessons. Ilias was not so bad, as demons went, which meant he was still terrible. As Max had passed the pentagram, Alec had seen the wicked silver curve of one tentacle moving hungrily close to the edge, lest Max make a false move. Alec looked at Ilias with narrowed eyes. "Don't imagine I ever forget what you are," Alec said grimly. "I'm watching you." Ilias held up all his tentacles in surrender, scooting to the other side of the pentagram. "It was a reflex. I didn't mean anything by it." "Demons," said Max darkly. Magnus banished Ilias with a snap of his fingers and a murmur, then turned back to Alec. "So, they're asking for you in Buenos Aires," said Magnus. "Yeah," said Alec.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I don't know why anyone at the market wants me specifically, as opposed to any other shadow hunter. I can see why someone might. Okay, other than that. Alec grinned. I don't speak Spanish. Magnus could speak Spanish. Alec wished that Magnus could go with him, but one of them always tried to stay home with Max. Once, when Max was still a baby, there had been a terrible time when they were both forced to leave him. Neither of them wanted to repeat it. Alec was trying to learn Spanish, as well as several other languages. The Speak in Tongues rune didn't last, and seemed like cheating. Downworlders from all over the world came to New York to consult with them these days, and Alec wanted to be able to talk with them properly. First on the list of languages he was trying to learn was Indonesian, for Magnus. Unfortunately, Alec wasn't great at languages. He was able to read them, but when he was talking, he found words difficult, no matter the tongue. Max had picked up more words in various languages than Alec. "It's fine," Magnus had commented once. "I never knew any Lightwood but one who was good at languages." "Which one?" Alec had asked. "His name was Thomas," Magnus said. "Tall as a tree, very shy. Not a green-eyed monster like the other Lightwoods you've mentioned?" "Oh," said Magnus. "There was a bit of the monster in him." Magnus had elbowed him and laughed. Alec remembered a time when Magnus never talked about the past, when Alec thought it meant he was doing something wrong, or Magnus didn't care. Now he understood it was only that Magnus had been hurt before, and was afraid Alec would hurt him too. "I thought I might bring Lily," he told Magnus. "She can speak Spanish. And I thought it might cheer her up. She likes Jem." Nobody at any market would question Lily's presence. Everybody had heard of the Downworlder Shadowhunter Alliance by now, and it was well known that members of the alliance helped each other out. Magnus raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I know Lily likes Jem. I've heard the nicknames." Max looked back and forth at their expressions, his face bright. Bring back brother or sister? Max hoped. They had talked with Max about the idea of another kid, as they had talked to each other. Neither of them had expected Max would take to the idea so much. Max asked about the brother or the sister every time one of them left the house. Last Tuesday, Magnus had forestalled the question by yelling, "Not getting a baby, going to Sephora. There are no babies at Sephora," and bolting. One day at the park, Max had seized a pram with a mundane baby in it. Luckily, he'd been glamored at the time, and the mundane mother thought it was a rogue gust of wind rather than Alec's little rogue. It would be nice for Max to have someone to grow up with. It would be nice to have another baby, with Magnus. Still, Alec remembered when he'd first held Max, how the world and Alec's heart had gone quiet and certain. Alec was waiting to be sure again. Alec's pause left Max obviously thinking there was room for negotiation here. "Bring back brother and a sister and a dinosaur?" asked Max. Alec blamed Max's attitude on his Aunt Isabel, who kept telling him his bedtime was never. They were saved by Jace's signal, a fairy leaf folded plane striking the glass of the window. Alec gave Max a little kiss, in the midst of his curls, but avoiding his horns. "No, I'm going on a mission." "I come with you," Max proposed. "I be a shadow hunter."
Max said that a lot too, for which Alec blamed Max's Uncle Jace. Alec looked appealingly at Magnus over Max's head. "Come to Papa, Blue Bottle," said Magnus, and Max went unsuspectingly to his open arms. "Go get Lily," said Magnus. "I'll have a portal set up for you." Max shrieked his outrage. "Down!" Magnus put him down gently. Alec paused at the door to catch one last glimpse of them. Magnus glanced up at him, touched his own heart with his ringed hand, and made a little flicking gesture. Alec grinned and opened his own hand to see the tiny blue spark of magic burning briefly there. "Hate you, Daddy," Max said, and sulked. "That's a shame," said Alec. "I love you both," he added quickly, and closed the door on his own embarrassment. The words were seldom easy for him to say, but he tried to say them whenever he was going on a mission. Just in case, they were the last words. Jace was waiting for him on the sidewalk, leaning against a sad-looking city tree, flipping a knife from palm to palm. As Alec reached the sidewalk, there was a sound from above. Alec looked up to see Magnus, but instead he saw Max's round face. Alec assumed Max wanted to get a glimpse of his magnificent Uncle Jace. Then he saw Max was looking at him, big blue eyes mournful. He put his hand on the front of his sailor suit, then gestured to Alec the same way Magnus had, as if Max could do magic already. Alec pretended to see a magic spark in his hand and put the magic kiss in his pocket. Then he gave Max a last wave as he and Jace headed down the street. "What was that about?" Jace asked. "He wanted to come patrolling." Jace's face softened. "My good boy." "He should know," said Alec. "And nobody will let you have your own kid until you stop putting other people's kids in bags meant for axes and trying to smuggle them out on patrol. I almost got away with it due to my supernatural speed and unmatched cunning," Jace claimed. "No, you didn't," said Alec. "That bag was wriggling." Jace shrugged philosophically. "Ready for another round of heroically defending the world from evil? Or, if it's a slow night, pranking Simon?" "Actually, I can't," said Alec, and explained the message from Jem and Tessa. "I'll come with you," Jace offered instantly. "And leave Clary to run the Institute alone?" asked Alec. "A week before her exhibition?" Jace looked shaken by the force of this argument. "You're not letting Clary down. Lily and I can deal with whatever's going on," said Alec. "Besides, it's not like Jem and Tessa can't handle themselves. We'll be a team." "Fine," said Jace reluctantly. "I guess 3 other fighters are an acceptable substitute for me." Alec thumped him swiftly on the shoulder with a fist, and Jace smiled. "Well," he said, "to the Hotel du Mort." From the outside, the hotel's facade was grimy, the graffitied sign the dark brown of old blood. Since Lily Chen had become the leader of the Vampires of New York, she'd redecorated on the inside. Alec and Jace opened splintered double doors on a shining hall. The flight of stairs and the balcony above them had a glittering rail, gilt-painted iron fretwork depicting snakes and roses. Lily liked things to look like the 1920s, which she said was the best decade. The decor wasn't the only thing that had changed. Now there were hipsters in the know, and though Alec didn't understand the allure himself, there was a waiting list to be a party victim. A pair of legs was sticking out from under the curving flight of stairs. Alec strode over and peered into the shadowy alcove, seeing a man wearing suspenders, a blood-smudged shirt, and a grin. "Hi," said, "just checking. Is this a voluntary situation?" The man blinked. "Oh yes, I signed the consent form." "There's a consent form now," Jace murmured. "I told them they didn't have to do that," Alec murmured back. "My fabulous fanged lady friend said I should sign it, otherwise the clave would get stern with her. Are you the clave?" "No," said Alec, "but Hetty said that if I didn't sign the consent form, the clave would look at her with those disappointed blue eyes." "Your eyes are very blue, and very disappointed," said Alec sternly. "Are you bothering Alec?" demanded a vampire girl, running out of the double doors that led to the parlor. "Don't bother Alec." "Oh dear," said the man in delighted tones. "Is my mortal soul doomed? Are you about to visit your undead wrath upon me?" Hetty snarled and dove under the stairs with a giggle. Alec averted his eyes and headed for the parlor, Jace following in behind him. Jace let Alec take point when it came to the vampires.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. As head of the New York Institute, Jace reprimanding a vampire might sound like a threat. Jace and Alec had talked over how to make the city welcoming to all downworlders, now that New York was a refuge in the times of the Cold Peace. Through the parlor doors came the sound of music. Not Lily's usual jazz, but a pounding mix that sounded like rap and jazz combined. Inside the parlor were tufted chairs, a gleaming piano, and an elaborate set of turntables and wires. Bat Velasquez, the werewolf DJ, was sitting cross-legged on a plush velvet sofa, fiddling with dials. In other cities, vampires and werewolves didn't get along. Things were different in New York. Elliot, second in command of the vampire clan, was dancing around in a happy circle by himself. His arms and dreadlocks waved to the beat like plants underwater. "Is Lily up?" asked Alec. Elliot suddenly looked hunted. "Not yet. We had a bit of a late morning yesterday. There was an incident. Well, more a disaster." "What caused this disaster?" "Well," Elliot said, "me, like usual. But this time it really wasn't my fault. It was a total and complete accident that could have happened to anyone. You see, I have this regular Selkie Thursday night rendezvous. Selkies were water fairies who shed their sealskins to assume human form. They were fairly rare." Alec subjected him to a judgmental stare. "So this disaster could have happened to anyone with a regular Selkie rendezvous?" "Yeah, exactly," said Elliot. "Or like regular rendezvous with two different Selkies. One of them found the other's sealskin in my wardrobe. There was a scene. You know how it is with Selkies." Alec, Jace, and Bat shook their heads. Only one tiny wall fell down, but now Lily's all mad. Lily had made Elliot her second in command because they were friends, not because Elliot had any aptitude for leadership. Sometimes Alec worried about the New York vampire clan. Bat said, "This guy, why do you have to suggest group encounters to everybody? Why are vampires like this?" Elliot shrugged. "Vampires love group encounters. Live long, get decadent. We aren't all the same, of course." His face brightened with a pleasant memory. The boss used to get very cross about decadence. "But really, I'm ready to settle down. I think you and I and—" "Maya wouldn't like you," Bat said firmly. "Maya loves Maya. Maya's learning Spanish for her." Bat's slightly raspy voice went low and warm whenever he talked about Maya, the leader of the werewolves, and his girlfriend. Alec couldn't blame him. Alec never worried about the werewolves. Maya always had everything under control. "Speaking of Spanish," Alec said, "I'm going to Buenos Aires, and I'm asking Lily to come with me, since she's fluent. By the time Lily gets back, she'll have cooled off." Elliot nodded. "A trip would be good for her," he said, his voice unusually serious. "She hasn't been doing well lately. She misses the boss." "Well, we all do, but it's different for Lily. It takes us like this sometimes." He glanced at Alec and clarified, "Immortals. We're used to seeing each other on and on through the centuries. Years go by, then someone's back, and it's just the way it was before. Because we stay the same, though the world doesn't. When someone dies, it takes us a while to process. You think to yourself, 'I wonder when I'll see him again.' Then you remember, and it's a shock every time. You have to keep reminding yourself until you believe it. 'I'll never see him again.'" There was an achingly sad note in Elliot's voice. Alec nodded. He knew how it would be, one day, when Magnus had to think never again about him. He knew how strong someone had to be to withstand the loneliness of immortality. Also, honestly, Lily could use some help with the clan. "You could help her," said Alec, "if you were just a bit more responsible." Elliot shook his head. "Not gonna happen. Hey, Mr. Head of the Institute, you're a leader. How about it?
I make you a vampire, you help lead the clan, you stay gorgeous forever. That would be a gift to future generations, Jace remarked thoughtfully. But no, Elliot snapped. Stop offering to make people immortal. We have spoken about this. Elliot nodded, looking abashed but smiling a tiny smile. From outside and above, a voice drifted down. I hear someone bossing people around. Alec? One of the most worrying things about the vampire clan was that speaking to them reasonably didn't work at all, but they were delighted to be told off. Raphael Santiago had really left a mark on these people. Alec walked over and peered out the open doors. Lily was standing on the balcony, wearing rumpled pink pajamas with drawings of snakes and the words "Rise and Strike" on them. She looked tired. Yeah, he said. Hey, Jem asked me to come to Buenos Aires and help him out. Do you want to come with? Lily lit up. Do I want to come on a bro road trip with you, rushing to the aid of gorgeous damsel in distress, Jem? I'd love to meet him, Carstairs. So, yes. Lily's smile was wide enough to show fangs. Absolutely. She darted away from the balcony. Alec noted the door she went through and climbed the stairs. Come in. He didn't come in, but he opened the door. The room inside was narrow as a cell, with stripped floorboards and walls bare, except for a cross on a hook. This was the only room in the Hotel de Mort Lily hadn't redecorated. She was sleeping in Raphael's room again. Lily was wearing a leather jacket that had been Raphael's too. Alec watched as she fluffed her hot pink-streaked hair, then kissed the cross for luck and headed out. Christian vampires were burned by a cross, but Lily was a Buddhist. The cross meant nothing to her, except that it had been Raphael's. Do you... Alec coughed. Do you want to talk? Lily tipped her head back to stare all the way up at him. About feelings? Do we do that? Preferably not, said Alec, which made her smile. But we could. Nah, Lily answered. Let's go on a road trip and see hotties instead. Where's that idiot Elliot? She ran lightly down the stairs to the parlor, and Alec followed her. Elliot, I'm leaving you in charge of the clan, said Lily. Bat, I'm stealing your girl. Bat shook his head. Why are vampires like this? He murmured again. Lily grinned. For administrative purposes. Maya's running the Downworlder Shadowhunter Alliance until we get back. I don't want to be in charge of the clan, Elliot wailed. Please be a vampire and lead us, Jace, please. I used to walk in here and have to fight for my life as the place fell down around me, Jace mused. Now it's all velvet cushions and insistent offers of immortal beauty. It's just one tiny bite, Elliot coaxed him. You'll like it. Nobody likes getting all their blood sucked out, Elliot, Alec said severely. Both the vampires in the room smiled because he was telling them off, then looked upset because of what he was saying. You only think that because Simon did it wrong, Lily argued. I've pointed out to him many times that he messed up everything for all of us. Simon did fine, Jace muttered. I didn't like it, said Alec. I won't talk about this again. Let's get going. Ah, yes, Lily brightened. I'm very curious to see how the hottest Shadowhunter in the world is doing. I'm great, said Jace. Lily tapped her foot. Nobody's talking about you, Jason. Have you heard the phrase, tall, dark, and handsome? Sounds like an old-fashioned saying, said Jace. Sounds like something people used to say before I was born. He grinned at Lily, who grinned back at him. Jace didn't just pull the pigtails of people he had crushes on, he pulled the pigtails of everyone in the world he liked. This was something Simon still had not figured out over the years. There are a lot of hot Shadowhunters, said Alec. That's the point of them, isn't it? No, said Alec. We fight demons. Oh, said Elliot. Right. I don't mean to brag. I'm just saying that if they made a book of hot Shadowhunters, my illustration would be on every page, Jace said serenely.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Nope, said Lily. It would be filled with pictures of the Carstairs family. Alec said, Are you talking about Emma? Lily frowned. Who's Emma? Emma Carstairs, said Jace helpfully. She's Clary's pen pal who lives in L.A. Sometimes I write postscripts to Clary's letters and tell Emma handy knife tricks.
Emma's very good." Emma was a single-minded force of destruction, which, of course, Jace liked. Jace fished out his phone and showed Lily a recent picture of Emma that Emma had sent Clary. Emma was holding her sword on a beach and laughing. Lily breathed, "Cortana." Alec glanced at her sharply. "I don't know Emma," Lily said, "but I'd like to. I don't normally go for blondes, but she's hot. Bless the Come and Stare family, they never fail me. On that note, I'm off to admire the views in Buenos Aires." "Jem is married, you know," said Alec. "Don't leave me in charge," Elliot begged. "You can't trust me. It's a terrible mistake." Lily ignored them both, but she caught Alec studying her as they left the hotel. "Don't look so worried," she said. "Elliot probably won't burn the city down. When I get back, everybody will be so grateful that they'll do everything I say. Leaving that fool in charge is part of my leadership strategy." Alec nodded and didn't say that he was worried about her. There had been a time when Alec was unsettled by vampires, but Lily had always so clearly needed someone, and Alec had wanted to be there for her. They'd been teammates, running the alliance with Maya for long enough now that Lily felt like Aileen Penhallow, a friend close enough to be family. The thought of Aileen sent a familiar pang through Alec. Aileen had gone into exile on Wrangel Island to be with her wife, Helen. They had lived in that stony wasteland for years, just because Helen had fairy blood. Whenever Alec thought of Helen and Aileen, he wanted to change everything about the way the clave worked and bring them home. It wasn't only Aileen and Helen. He felt that way about all the warlocks and vampires and werewolves and faeries who streamed to New York to talk to the Alliance because they couldn't go to their institutes. Every day he felt the same urge he'd felt on his first mission when he saw Jace and Isabel charge into a fight. Protect them, had thought desperately, and lunged for his bow. Alec squared his shoulders. Worrying wouldn't help anyone. He couldn't save everybody, but he could help people, and now he intended to help Jem and Tessa. Brother Zachariah walked through the silent city, down corridors lined with bones. The ground was marked with the relentless passage of the silent brother's feet, of his own feet, moving in their accustomed path day after silent day, year after dark, endless year. He could not get out. Soon he would forget how it had ever been to live and love in the light. Every skull grinning at him from the wall was a thing more human than he. Until the darkness had thought inescapable was obliterated by consuming fire. The silver fire of Yin Fen had burned in him once, the worst burning the world had to offer. But this golden fire was remorseless as heaven. He felt as if he were being torn apart. Every burning atom of him weighed in the balance by a cruel god, and every piece found wanting. Even in the midst of agony, there was some small measure of relief. This was the end, he told himself desperately, and was desperately thankful. At last this was the end, after all that misery and darkness. He would die before his humanity was entirely crushed out. Finally, there might be rest. He might see his Parabatai again. Except with the thought of Will came the thought of another. He thought of soft, cool air drifting from the river, and her sweet, serious face, unchanging as his own heart. With the thought of Will, he knew what Will would say. He could hear him, as if even the veil of death were burning between them, and Will was shouting in his ear, "Jem, Jem, James Carstairs! You can't leave Tessa on her own. I know you better than you know yourself. I always did. I know you would never give up. Jem, hold on." He would not dishonor love by letting go. In the end, he chose to endure any pain rather than do that. Through the fire, as through the darkness, he held on. And impossibly, through fire and darkness and time, he survived. Jem woke gasping. He was in a warm bed, with his wife in his arms. Tessa was still sleeping, on white sheets in the small whitewashed room they were renting in the small lodging house. She murmured as Jem watched her, a soft string of incomprehensible words. She talked in her sleep, and every sound was a comfort. More than a century ago, had wondered how it would be to wake up with Tessa. He'd dreamed of it. Now he knew. Jem listened to her sweet, sleepy murmurs, and watched the rise and fall of the white sheet with her breathing, and his body eased. Tessa's curling lashes stirred on her cheeks. "Jem?" she asked, and her hand found his arm, palm sliding down his skin. "I'm sorry," Jem said. "I didn't mean to disturb you." "Don't be sorry." Tessa smiled sleepily. Jem leaned over to the pillow beside his and kissed his wife's eyes closed, then watched them open again, clear and cool as river water. He kissed her cheek, the eloquent curve of her mouth, her chin, and trailed his open mouth hungrily down the line of her throat. "Tessa, Tessa," he murmured, "wo yao ni. I want you." Tessa said, "Yes." They came together in passion, connecting deeply. All horror and pain was washed away. Jem and Tessa lay facing one another on the bed, their hands entwined, their voices hushed. They could whisper and laugh all night together, and often had. It was one of Jem's great joys, just to lie with Tessa and talk for hours. But that required quiet and peace, which was not to be had tonight. Light exploded through their dim room, and Jem bolted upright, shielding Tessa from any possible threat. Words of shimmering blue and silver had appeared on the wall. Tessa sat up, tucking the sheet around her. "Message from Magnus," she said, twisting her hair up into a knot at the back of her head. The message said that Alec and Lily Chen were on their way to help. Once they had stowed their belongings at the Buenos Aires Institute, they would meet Tessa and Jem outside the walls of the Shadow Market. Jem met Tessa's gaze and read his own alarm in her eyes. "Oh no," said Tessa. Jem was already scrambling off the bed, searching for their clothes. "We have to find them. We have to stop them. They can't go to the Institute." The Buenos Aires Institute was located in the town of San Andrés de Giles. To mundane eyes, the Institute looked like a large crypt standing in an abandoned cemetery, in a profusion of ghost-pale wildflowers. To Alec's eyes, it looked worse. It was a tall edifice, painted a dull rust color, but one wing of the building was a charred ruin. Alec had known the Institute was damaged during the Dark War, but he'd thought it would have been repaired long before. Lily sniffed the air. They mixed blood in the paint. The Institute looked abandoned, except for the fact there was a guard at the door. Even that made Alec's eyes narrow. Shadowhunters didn't typically keep watch on their own institutes, unless it was a time of war. He nodded to Lily, and they moved forward to meet the Shadowhunters of Buenos Aires. The guard at the door looked a few years younger than Alec. His face was hard, his black eyebrows drawn sharply together, and he was squinting at them suspiciously. Said Alec. "Bonjour? Wait, that's French." Lily smiled a sunny, fanged smile at the guard. "Let me handle this." "I can speak English," the guard told Alec hastily. "Great," said Alec. "I'm from the New York Institute. My name is—" The guard's dark eyes went wide. "You're Alexander Lightwood?" Alec blinked. "That's me." "I was in the Inquisitor's office once," the guard confided shyly. "He has a tapestry of you hanging up in there." "Yeah," said Alec. "I know. That's how I know what you look like. I'm so thrilled to meet you. I mean, it's such an honor."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Oh no, what am I doing? "Im Joaquin Acosta Romero. It's a pleasure." Joaquin held out his hand for Alec to shake. When Alec shook it, he felt the younger man vibrating slightly with excitement. He cast a panicked glance toward Lily, who grinned and mouthed cute at him. "This is Lily, who is no help," said Alec. "Oh yes, oh, pleased to meet you too," said Joaquin. "Wow, come in." Lily smiled sweetly, showing her fangs. "I can't." "Oh, right, I'm sorry. I'll show you around to the back entrance. There's a door to the sanctuary there."
Magnus had enchanted the New York Institute so downworlders could walk in certain places there, but most institutes still kept them out of all but the sanctuary rooms. Alec was pleased to see Joaquin flash a smile at Lily that seemed genuine and welcoming. "Thanks," said Alec. "We're meeting friends on a mission, but I hoped we could stow our bags now so we can come back to sleep later. We can set up cots in the sanctuary." Joaquin led them down a dark, cobwebbed alley. Alec thought of the wing that was rubble. Possibly this institute wouldn't have cots. Will she need a coffin?" asked Joaquin. "I don't think we have coffins. I mean, I'm sure I could find one somewhere. The head of our institute is, very careful about visitors, but I'm certain he can't object to a guest who is coming with Alec Lightwood." "I don't need a coffin," said Lily. "Just a windowless room. It's no problem." "You can address her when you're talking about her," said Alec mildly. Joaquin cast an anxious look at Alec, then an even more anxious look at Lily. "Of course, I'm sorry. I don't have much experience talking to vampires?" asked Lily sweetly. "Women," said Joaquin. "It's true I'm 5 fabulous feet of pure woman," Lily mused. Joaquin coughed. "Well, I don't know any vampires either. My mother died in the Dark War. A lot of us did. And afterward, most of the women left. Mr. Breakspear says that women aren't suited to the rigor of a tightly run institute." He peered anxiously at Alec as if checking in on Alec's opinion on this. "Clary Fairchild is one of the heads of my institute," said Alec curtly. "Gia Penhallow is the leader of all Shadowhunters. Anyone who says women are weak is afraid they're too strong." Joaquin nodded several times in rapid succession, though Alec wasn't sure if it was agreement or pure nerves. "I haven't been to any other institutes. I was born in the institute when it was located in the city of Buenos Aires, near the Casa Rosada. I was wondering why the Buenos Aires Institute was here and not in the city," said Alec. "Our old institute was leveled in the Dark War," Joaquin explained. "Not many of us got out, and we took refuge in the nearest remaining institute. Together we were able to defend this place, though you can see the building was damaged by the Endarkened. I still remember the old institute and its red arched roof against the blue sky. How beautiful it was when my parents were alive and the world was different. Now this is the only institute Buenos Aires has. We used to talk about going back, but we don't anymore. The head of our institute says we're not ready, and corruption is everywhere, but I still want to try. When I turned 18, I was hoping I could go to another institute on my travel year and see how other institutes worked, maybe even meet a girl. But the head of our institute said I couldn't be spared, not when the downworlders in our shadow market are so dangerous." Joaquin hung his head. Alec was trying to phrase a question that wouldn't shock the boy further, about why this was such a harsh posting, about what exactly was going on with the Buenos Aires Institute. But before he could, they reached the end of the alley and passed through the battered door to the sanctuary of the institute. Inside, it looked like a church that had suffered a blast, the long windows boarded up, the floor blackened. There was a man in the center of the charred floor, holding forth to a group of silent Shadowhunter men. He looked about 40, his fair hair already turning silver, and he was the only one in the room wearing gear that was not patched or worn. "That's Clive Breakspear, the head of our institute," said Joaquin. "Sir, we have a visitor. It's Alexander Lightwood." He said something in Spanish, which, judging by the repetition of Alec's name, Alec thought was the same thing, then glanced around as if expecting an enthusiastic response. He didn't receive one. Several of the men in the circle seemed immediately wary. Clive Breakspear did not look wary at all. "So, you're Alec Lightwood," said the head of the Buenos Aires Institute slowly. "Then this must be your downworlder." There was a terrible silence. It was broken by Lily, who blinked and said, "Excuse me? Have you been living in a hole? Are you not aware Alec is dating famous warlock Magnus Bane and is not interested in ladies of any persuasion?" There was a rush of whispers. Alec didn't think everyone was stunned by this information. They were stunned that Lily would say it, as if they expected him to be ashamed. Let's be clear on this matter. This is my friend Lily, the head of the New York vampire clan. Alec put his hand on his seraph blade, and the whispers hushed. "Think very carefully," said Alec, "about how you wish to speak of her. Or of Magnus Bane. He almost said my fiancé, but it was an awkward word. Once he'd said my betrothed and felt like a total idiot. He longed sometimes, with an almost physical ache, just to say my husband and have it be true. I'm here on a mission," Alec continued. "I thought I could rely on the hospitality of the Institute and my fellow Shadowhunters. I see I was wrong." He cast a look around the room. Several of the men could not meet his eyes. "What mission?" demanded Clive Breakspear. "One that requires discretion." Alec regarded him steadily until Clive Breakspear flushed and looked away. "You can stay here," he agreed grudgingly. "The Downworlder cannot." "Like I want to," Lily sneered. "I don't stay in places where the decor isn't 10 out of 10, and this place is a minus 14,000. Okay, Alec, let's make a plan for where we will meet up after I find a nice windowless hotel room. Do you want to—" "What are you talking about?" Alec demanded. "If they won't have you, I won't stay here. Forget this place. I'm going with you." Lily's face went soft for the space of time it took to blink. Then she patted his arm and said, "Of course you are." She sniffed disdainfully and spun on her heel. Clive Breakspear barreled toward her. "I have some questions for you, Downworlder." Alec caught his arm and stepped in front of Lily. "Are you sure about that?" They were outnumbered, but Alec was the Inquisitor's son, Jace Herondale's parabatai. He was protected in a way many others were not. That meant he had to use whatever he had for those who had no protection. After a long moment, Breakspear stepped back. Alec wished he could have thought of a really scathing exit line, but those weren't his specialty. He and Lily just left, Joaquin chasing after them. "By the angel," Joaquin said, "I didn't expect that. I didn't think. I'm so sorry." "It's not the first institute I haven't been welcome in," said Alec, "especially if he was with Magnus. It didn't happen often, but a couple of institutes before now had tried to separate them, or suggested that they shouldn't have come together. Alec always made clear what he thought of that." "I'm so sorry," Joaquin repeated helplessly. Alec nodded to him. Then Alec and Lily went out into the night. Alec stood with the blasted building at their backs and breathed in one long, deep breath. "Shadowhunters are trash," Lily announced. Alec gave her a look. "Present company accepted." "And, Jem," said Lily, "I'm having a terrible time in Buenos Aires, and I don't eat, but I'm in the mood for a delicious bowl of jambalaya." "He's married," Alec pointed out once again. "Please stop reminding me. She smells like books. I may be immortal, but life is too short to reading."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Lily paused for an instant, then added quietly, Raphael liked her. She and Ragnar fell, and Raphael used to have little meetings and tell each other secrets. Alec understood the tension in her voice now. Lily was slightly wary of Magnus, too, of anyone not in her clan whom she thought Raphael Santiago might have loved. "I told Jem we'd meet him outside the Shadow Market," said Alec, effectively distracting Lily. "We can just carry our bags until we find a place to stay. For now, let's see about this place that has the Buenos Aires Institute running scared, where only I can go." Alec went to the New York Shadow Market on Canal Street with Magnus and Max often, but the first time at a new Shadow Market as a shadow hunter could be tricky. The Buenos Aires Shadow Market looked more than tricky. Barbed wire was hung on every plank.
The smooth, sun-bleached wood and snarled loops of barbed wire were an impenetrable stretch of silver. There was a large metal door in front of them, more suited to a prison than a market, and a werewolf's eyes shone behind a metal grill. He snapped something at them. He said, "No Shadowhunters," Lily interpreted cheerfully. There was a line of downworlders behind them, staring and murmuring. Alec felt a shadow of the old discomfort at being the focus of attention, and a sudden doubt about the information Jem had provided. "I'm Alec Lightwood," he said. "I hear that I'm allowed in." There was a stir behind his back, a brief silence, and then a rush of different-sounding whispers, like listening to a tide turn. "You could just be another lying Nephilim," the werewolf snarled, switching to English. "Can you prove you're Alec Lightwood?" Alec said, "I can." He took his hands out of his pockets and held up the right one to the grill so the werewolf could see it plainly. Scarred skin, calluses from his bow, the dark lines of his voyance rune, and moonlight striking and holding on the bright band of his family ring with its etched pattern of flames. Another set of eyes appeared at the grill, this pair of faeries, pupilless and green as woodland lakes fathoms deep. She said something soft in Spanish. "She says the magic in your ring is very strong," Lily reported at his shoulder. "Too strong. She says that kind of power comes from the very heart of hell." Alec knew that was true. There was not only one charm in this ring, but spell after spell. Magic for protection and deflection, magic to guide his arrows and blades, all the power at Magnus's command poured into the metal. There was everything Magnus had been able to think of, to act as Alec's armor and ensure Alec would return home safe to him. Most important, there was the look on Magnus's face when he returned the ring, now symbolizing Alec's family in two ways to Alec. That was when Magnus had assured him that he believed they would be married one day. "I know where this kind of power comes from." Alec raised his voice so that the whole murmuring crowd could hear. "I'm Alec Lightwood. Magnus Bane wove this enchantment for me." The werewolf guard held open the door to the shadow market. Alec and Lily walked into a barbed wire tunnel. Alec could hear the sounds and glimpse the lights of a market, but the tunnel split off in two directions. The guard took them to the left, away from light and sound, into a shed lined with wards and metal. The room was lit by a single lantern that hung from the ceiling. Broken weapons were fixed on the walls, and there was a roughly hewn circular platform in the center of the room, and on that platform a huge chair. There were crossed axes on the back of that chair, and a row of glittering spikes ran along the top. A slender fairy girl with a crown of thorns and a wistful face was sitting cross-legged at the foot of the throne. Upon the throne was a young woman who looked about Alec's age. She was wearing jeans and a flannel shirt. Her legs swung carelessly over the throne's arm, the row of spikes glinting above her light hair. This must be the woman Jem had written about, the werewolf queen of the market. She saw Alec, and her face went blank. Then she started to smile, and said in English, but with a distinct French accent, "Alec, it's really you! I can't believe it!" This was very awkward. "Sorry," said Alec. "Have we met?" The werewolf swung her legs to the floor, leaning forward. "I'm Juliet." "I'm not Romeo," said Lily, "but you are cute, so tell us more about yourself in your sexy accent." Who are you?" asked Juliet. "Lily Chen," said Lily. "Head of the New York vampire clan," added Alec. "Oh, of course," said Juliet. "From the Alliance. Thank you for coming with Alec to help us. It's a real privilege to meet you." Lily beamed. "I know, right?" Juliet's eyes went back to Alec. The way she was looking at him, wide-eyed and startled, did ring a faint bell. "And this is my daughter Rose," said Juliet the werewolf, her hands firm on the young fairy's shoulders. Alec didn't recognize the woman, but he recognized that tone of voice. He knew how it was to lay claim to what you loved, all the more insistently because people doubted the love that belonged to you. Alec wasn't sure what to say, so he did one of his favorite things. He produced his phone and found a really good picture, walked up to the dais, and showed it to them both. This is my son Max." Juliet and Rose leaned forward. Alec saw the werewolf's eyes flicker, saw the moment where it registered with Juliet that Max was a warlock. "Oh," Juliet's voice was soft. "He's beautiful." "I think so," said Alec shyly, and showed them a few more pictures. Alec found it difficult to select the best pictures. So many of them were great. It was hard to take a bad picture of Max. Juliet gave the adolescent fairy a push between the shoulder blades. "Go get your brother and sister," she urged. "Quick!" Rose sprang to her feet. Fairy Light cast a shy sidelong glance at Alec and ran out. "You know me," said Alec. "How?" "You saved my life," Juliet said, 5 years ago, when demons attacked the Orient Express." "Oh," said Alec, his and Magnus's first vacation. He tried not to think of the less pleasant aspects of that trip, but he remembered the train, the warm falling water, and the shine of demons' eyes, the screaming wind and the abyss below. He'd been terrified for Magnus that night. "You fought demons on the Orient Express?" Lily asked with interest. "I fight demons in lots of places," said Alec. "It was all very normal." "I'd never seen anything like it in my life," Juliet told Lily enthusiastically. "There were so many demons. They broke the windows. I thought I was about to be killed." Then Alec took out every demon he saw. He was soaking wet, and he wasn't wearing a shirt. Alec didn't see how that was relevant. "Very normal," he repeated, "except normally I wear a shirt." Lily's eyes were dancing with glee. "What a wild time you seem to have on holiday, Alec." "I had a totally standard and boring time," Alec told her. "Sounds like it." "And I was at that party in Venice," Juliet continued, "when the mansion collapsed." "I was there too," said Lily. "Raphael was super sad to be at a party. It was hilarious. I made out with so many people. It was a personal record. I think one of them was a hot blonde. Was it you?" Juliet blinked. No, I don't really make out with girls." Lily shrugged. "Sorry you're wasting your life." "I don't either," Alec commented mildly. Juliet nodded. "I remember Magnus at that party too. He was trying to help." Alec heard his own voice go low and tender, entirely out of his control. He always does. There was a clatter of feet behind them. Rose the fairy girl had returned. There were 2 more kids hand in hand with her now, another fairy girl with the sturdy build of a goblin, and a dark-skinned warlock boy with a foxtail. They ran up to the chair and clustered about Juliet. The girl looked about 10, and the boy no more than 6. "Kids," said Juliet, "this is Alec Lightwood, whom I've told you about. Alec, these are my kids." "Hi," said Alec. The kids stared.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "When you saved me on the Orient Express," said Juliet, "I asked how I could repay you, and you said you'd seen a fairy child alone in the Paris shadow market. You asked me if I could look out for her. I'd never spoken to a shadow hunter before. I didn't think they were like you. I was surprised you asked me that. So when I got back to Paris, I went looking for her. My Rosie and I have been together ever since." She ruffled Rose's wispy hair around her crown of thorns. Rose flushed green. "Mama, do not embarrass me in front of Alec Lightwood." The Paris shadow market Alec and Magnus had visited on their first vacation together had been Alec's first market ever. The Downworlders hadn't been used to him then, and he hadn't been used to them. He did recall the fairy child he'd seen there, how skinny she'd been, and how sorry he'd been for her. She'd been about the same age as his baby brother, whom Max was named for. Unlike his brother, she had lived to be older. "Rose," Alec said, "how grown up you are now." Rose beamed. "We were happy together in Paris, you and I, weren't we, ma petite?" Juliet asked Rose, sounding wistful. "I thought the end of the war with Valentine would be an end to all wars, but then there was another war, and so many Shadowhunters died, and so many fairies too. And the cold peace began." She fixed her eyes on Alec. The light from the lantern above the throne caught her eyes, like headlights catching the eyes of a wolf.
I heard about you and Magnus and the Downworlder Shadowhunter alliance you set up. You were both helping people. I wanted to do that too. I heard about people hunting fairies in Belgium, and I got my youngest girl out." Rose's hands closed on the goblin girl's shoulders. Alec recognized that gesture too, the constant worry of the oldest in the family, the knowledge that you were responsible for the younger ones. "Then I heard about Buenos Aires," said Juliet. "The Institute in the city was crushed in the Dark War. Most of the Downworlders fled the city before the Institute fell. The Downworlders of the Shadow Market ran here, and for a time cooperated with the surviving Shadowhunters, but then the Clave sent a new leader to the Institute. Breakspear was supposed to help, but shadow markets in Europe began to hear dark rumors. I came to see if there was anything I could do. At the time, I thought we could work with the Shadowhunters, rebuild the Institute in the city of Buenos Aires, and make sure the shadow market could return safely. It didn't work out that way. I've lost all hope for the Shadowhunters of this Institute." The little boy lifted his arms to her, and Juliet picked him up, cuddling him on her knee. The boy watched Alec, sucking thoughtfully on the tip of his foxtail. "There were a lot of children orphaned in the war," said Juliet. "The shadow market here became a refuge for unwanted children, a haphazard kind of orphanage, among the stalls and lights and magic. The market became a community because we needed one, a market that never ceased. People live inside these walls. My baby was left here because he manifested his warlock mark so young." "So did Max," said Alec. "There are so many kids." Juliet closed her eyes. "What's wrong with this institute?" Alec asked. "Why hasn't someone reached out to the Clave?" "We did," Juliet returned. "It was useless. Breakspear has powerful friends. He made sure the message went right to a man called Horace Dearborn. Do you know him?" Alec's eyes narrowed. "I know him." The after-effects of too many wars and the constant pressure of the Cold Peace provided opportunities for a certain kind of person. Horace Dearborn was one of the type who flourished on unrest and fear. "After the Institute was destroyed by the Undarkened," said Juliet, "Clive Breakspear arrived here with that man Dearborn's name behind him, like a vulture glutting himself on the remains. The word is, his Shadowhunters take missions for money. Like, if someone wanted a rival dead, Breakspear's Shadowhunters would see it done. They don't hunt demons. They don't hunt Downworlders who break the law. They hunt us all." Alec's stomach turned. "They're mercenaries." "The decent Shadowhunters left when they couldn't make any difference to the way things were done," said Juliet. "I don't think they talked. I think they were ashamed. This market, with all the kids in it, the market wasn't safe. It seemed like the leaders were being picked off, so people would be more vulnerable. They didn't try for me. I've got friends in Paris and in Brussels who would raise a howl if I disappeared. So I ordered wards and fences put up. I let people call me a queen. I tried to seem as strong as I could so they wouldn't come at us. But things are getting worse, not better. Female werewolves are disappearing." "Killed?" asked Alec. "I don't know," said Juliet. "We thought they were running at first, but there are too many. Mothers who wouldn't have left their families. Girls as young as my Rosie. Some people say they've seen a strange warlock about. I have no idea what's happening to those women, but I knew I couldn't trust anyone at the Institute to find out. I won't risk trusting any Shadowhunter. Except you. I put out the word I wanted you. I wasn't sure you would come, but here you are." She lifted her face imploringly to Alec's. The queen of the shadow market looked, in that moment, as young as the kids clustered around her. "Will you help me? One more time?" "As many times as you need me," said Alec. "I'll find those women. I'll find out who's doing this. I'll stop them. You have my word." He hesitated, remembering Jem and Tessa's mission. "I have friends here, besides Lily. A warlock woman and a man who used to be a silent brother with a white streak in his hair. Can they enter the market? I swear to you they can be trusted." "I think I know who you mean," Juliet said. "They were asking for admittance a few nights back, weren't they? I heard the man was handsome." "Boy, did you hear right," said Lily. Juliet's smile spread. "There really are some very handsome Nephilim around." I guess," said Alec. "I don't really think about Jem that way." "How can you be good at archery when you're so blind?" Lily demanded. Alec rolled his eyes. "Thanks, Juliet. I'll let you know as soon as I find something out." Juliet said softly, "I'm glad you're here." "I won't leave until I've helped you," said Alec, then glanced at the kids, who were still staring. Bye, kids. It was very nice to meet you." He nodded to them awkwardly, then made his way back toward the lights and music of the market. "Okay," he told Lily as they walked. "Let's take a quick look around the market, ask some questions before we meet Jem and Tessa." "Let's drop by the fairy fruit gin stall," Lily suggested. Alec said, "No." "We can't be all business all the time," said Lily, who was seldom all business for 5 minutes. "So, who do you think is hot?" When Alec stared at her, she said, "We're on a bro road trip. We're meant to share secrets. You said not Jem, so who?" Alec shook his head at a fairy trying to sell them charmed bracelets, though she insisted they were real charms and really charming. When Alec asked about the disappearances, the fairy's eyes widened, but she didn't know any more than Juliet. "Magnus is hot," Alec said finally, as they went on their way. Lily rolled her eyes. "Wow, you and monogamous Bane make me tired. He's even dumber than you are." "He's not dumb. An immortal who sets his soft heart on one person?" Lily bit her lip, fangs pressing down too hard. "That's dumb." "Lily," said Alec. But Lily was shaking her head and proceeding, her voice firmly light. "Leaving aside your destined honey lamb and all, I know there was Jace." "Is it just guys with golden eyes?" asked Lily. "That is a very particular taste you have there, friend. It really narrows the playing field." "So, no other crushes besides Jace? Even a teeny tiny one when you were young?" "Why are you leering like you know something I don't?" Alec asked warily. Lily giggled.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. There was a lot of noise happening behind one of the stalls. Alec turned his head toward it automatically, but also because he didn't know how to explain that specific crushes hadn't been the problem. It had been a relief, in a way, to pretend, even to himself, that a crush on Jace was the thing that was making him miserable. Even when he was a kid, he'd found his attention caught by posters of mundane men in the streets of New York, or found himself drawn to guys visiting the Institute, listening from behind his vase to their stories of demon hunting and thinking they were cool. He'd had unfocused, childish daydreams, created hazy, bright dreamlands featuring boys, and then he'd lost the dream with his childhood. He'd been too young to understand himself, and then he hadn't been. He heard the way Shadowhunter visitors sneered, how his dad hinted at the subject as if it were too awful even to be said outright, when saying things outright was the only way Alec knew how to say them. Alec felt guilty every time he had to pull his eyes off another boy, even just a curious look. And then there had been Magnus, and he hadn't been able to look away from him at all. The noise from behind the stall was growing closer, a lot of noise, very close to the ground. The orphans of the Buenos Aires shadow market exploded from behind a stall where a werewolf was selling stew. There were kids everywhere, downworlders of every kind, and all of them seemed to be trying to get his attention, shouting out names, requests, jokes. The main language was Spanish, but Alec heard a few others, and was immediately confused about which words belonged to which language. Multicolored lights swung on dozens of faces. He turned his head, overwhelmed, not able to make out any face or voice in the chaos. "Hey," he said, stooping over the kids and pulling food out of his duffel bag. "Hey, is anybody hungry? Take these." "Gross, are those energy bars?" Lily demanded. "Way to pile misery on orphans." Alec took out his wallet and began to give the kids money. Magnus was always magically making cash appear there, in case of emergencies.
Alec wouldn't spend it on himself. Lily was laughing. She liked kids, though sometimes she pretended she didn't. Then she froze. For a moment her bright black eyes went flat and dead. Alec stood up straight. "You, kid." Lily's voice was trembling. "What did you say your name was?" She shook her head and repeated the question in Spanish. Alec followed her line of sight to one particular child in the crowd. The other children were jostling each other, pressed up against each other and the stalls, but there was a small circle of space around this boy. Now that he had their attention, he wasn't shouting. His curly head was tipped back so he could study them, and he was doing so with narrowed, very dark eyes. His extremely critical air had to be Alec's imagination. The kid looked about 6 years old. The boy answered Lily, his voice calm. "Raphael." "Raphael," Lily whispered. "Right." Raphael's face was one of the youngest in that crowd of heartbreakingly young faces, but there was a chilling air of self-possession about him. He advanced, and Alec wasn't surprised to see the other kids move out of his path. He carried distance with him. Alec's own eyes narrowed. He couldn't tell what kind of downworlder this kid was, but there was something about the way he moved. Raphael said something else in Spanish. From the imperious tilt at the end of the sentence, it was a question or a demand. Alec looked helplessly at Lily. She nodded, visibly gathering her composure. "The kid said." She cleared her throat. "He says, 'Are you a shadow hunter? Not like the ones at the Institute. Are you a real shadow hunter?'" Alec blinked. Raphael's eyes were fixed on his face. Alec knelt on the ground amid the bright riot of the shadow market, so he could look into those dark, intent eyes. "Yes," said Alec, "I'm a shadow hunter. Tell me how I can help you." Lily translated. Raphael shook his curly head, expression even cooler, as if Alec had failed some sort of test. He snapped out several more lines of Spanish. "He says he doesn't want help," said Lily. "He says he overheard you ask about the women who vanished." "So the kid can understand some English?" asked Alec, hopeful. Raphael rolled his eyes and said something else in Spanish. Lily grinned. "He says no, not at all. He has information, but he doesn't want to talk here." Alec frowned. "Boludo," he repeated. "He said that. What does that word mean?" Lily grinned. "It means he thinks you're a nice man." It hadn't sounded nice. Alec squinted at Raphael. Raphael gave him a blank stare back. "All right," Alec said slowly. "Who's taking care of you? Let's go to them and we can talk together." The night was dark, especially under the awning of a stall, but Alec was pretty sure Raphael rolled his eyes. He transferred his attention from Alec, whom he clearly found to be hopeless, and looked to Lily. "He says that he takes care of himself," said Lily. "But he can't be more than 6, said Alec. "He says he's 5, Lily said, her brows knitted as she listened and translated slowly. "His parents died in the Dark War, when the Institute fell, and then there was a werewolf woman who looked after a bunch of kids, but she's gone now. He says nobody else wants him." She must be one of the women who disappeared, Alec thought grimly. That thought was lost in the rush of horror when he realized what Lily was saying. "His parents died when the Institute fell?" Alec repeated. Every cell in his body sparked with shock. Is this boy a shadow hunter? Would it be worse to find a shadow hunter child like this? Lily asked, her voice cold. "Yes," Alex snarled back. "Not because downworlder kids deserve this. My kid's a downworlder. No kid deserves this. But you heard Juliet. Everybody's doing the best they can. Shadow hunters fall in battle every day, and homes are found for orphans. There is a system in place for shadow hunter children. The shadow hunters should be doing better than this. The law is meant to protect the most helpless among us. What is wrong with this institute?" "As you're using your stern voice, I guess we're going to find out," Lily remarked, sounding chipper again. Alec was still looking at Raphael with dismay so profound it felt almost like despair. He saw now that Raphael looked dirtier and less cared for than any other child in the crowd. Alec had learned the law at his mother's knee, at his father's, from his tutor, and every book in the library at the Institute back home.
It had made sense to him when he was young, when very little made sense to him. The Shadowhunters' sacred duty, for all time, to stand unseen against the darkness, to defend at any cost. Now he was older, and he knew how complicated the world could be. It still hurt like an unexpected blow when he saw that shining ideal tarnished. If he were in charge of it all, but they didn't live in that world. "Come with me for now," Alec told the Nephilim child. "I'll take care of you." If Raphael really was alone, Alec could take Raphael to the New York Institute or to Alicante. He wasn't going to leave him here where he looked so friendless and neglected. He reached out, arms open, to pick Raphael up and carry him away. Raphael bolted backward with the speed of a wild animal. He gave Alec a filthy look, as if he might bite if Alec tried that again. Alec drew his arms back and lifted his hands in a gesture of surrender. "All right," he said, "sorry, but will you come with us? We want to hear your information. We want to help." Lily translated. Raphael, still watching Alec warily, nodded. Alec rose and offered Raphael his hand. Raphael eyed the hand with disbelief, shaking his head and muttering something. Alec was almost sure it was that word again. He looked Raphael over. The kid's clothes were stained and torn. He was much too thin, and he was barefoot. There were dark circles of exhaustion under his eyes. Alec didn't even know where they were going to sleep. "Okay," he said at last, "we have to buy him some shoes."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. He walked out of the throng of kids with Lily at his side and Raphael orbiting them like a wary moon. "Maybe I can help you, Shadowhunter," called out a fairy woman with dandelion hair from a stall. Alec started forward, then stopped. Lily had caught his arm in a grip like iron. "Don't go near that woman," she whispered. "I'll explain later." Alec nodded and went on, despite the call of the fairy woman to come by. Juliet had been right. This market was a community, with huts and wagons surrounding the stalls. It was the biggest market Alec had ever seen. Alec found a fairy cobbler who seemed nice enough, though even the smallest pair of boots he had were too big. Alec took them anyway. He asked the cobbler, who spoke English, if anyone was taking care of Raphael. Surely, no matter what the kid said, someone must care. After a moment, the cobbler shook his head. When the werewolf woman who looked after the orphans vanished, the other kids were given homes by my people. But, no offense meant, fairies won't take in a Shadowhunter. Not with the cold peace breeding hatred between Shadowhunters and fairies. The laws were all wrong, and children were paying the price. "Also, that child hates everybody," said the fairy cobbler. "Watch out, he bites." They were almost at the wire tunnel leading to the exit of the shadow market now. This far out from the center of the market there were fallen walls, more signs of a place crushed by war and then left to decay. "Hey," Alec told Raphael, "come here a second. Mach dir keine Sorgen." "You're telling him not to worry," Lily reported gleefully. Alec sighed and knelt in the gray dust, among the rubble, gesturing for Raphael to sit on a piece of the fallen wall. The child eyed Alec and the boots in his hand with an air of extreme mistrust. Then he plunked himself down and let Alec slip his feet into the two large boots. The kid's feet were small, his soles black with filth. Alec swallowed and drew the laces on the boots as tight as he could, so they would stay on and Raphael could walk properly. Raphael stood as soon as Alec was done tying his laces. Alec stood as well. "Come on," he said. Raphael's dark, measuring gaze was on Alec again. He stood perfectly still for a long moment. Then he lifted both his arms in a commanding gesture. Alec was so used to that gesture from Max that he moved without even thinking, and scooped Raphael up in his arms. It was nothing like carrying Max, small and plump, always laughing and cuddling. Raphael was much too thin. Alec could feel the knobbly bones of his back. Raphael held himself very stiffly, as though he was undergoing an unpleasant ordeal. It was like holding a small statue, if you felt desperately sorry for the statue and unsure what to do. "Carrying you means the boots are pointless," murmured Alec. "But that's all right. I'm glad you're coming with us. You're safe now. I have you." "No te entiendo," said Raphael's small, clear voice in his ear. Then, after a thoughtful pause, boludo. Alec was sure of two things. That word was not a nice word, and this kid didn't like him at all. Jem and Tessa were standing at the gates of the Shadow Market when they saw him. They'd hoped to catch Alec and Lily before they reached the Buenos Aires Institute. Finding no sign of them, they'd worried Breakspear had detained them. But a warlock acquaintance of Tessa's had sent word that a shadow hunter had been let into the market. Now they were worried the queen of the market had detained them. Jem was conferring with Tessa when the gates opened. Against barbed wire and starlight they saw a tall man, his black head bowed and his tender blue eyes fixed on the child in his arms. "Will," thought Jem, and grasped Tessa's hand tight. Whatever he felt, it was worse for her. Alec looked up and said, sounding relieved, "Tessa." "What a handsome end to a long night," Lily said delightedly. "If it isn't the former Brother Zachariah." "Lily!" Alec exclaimed. But Tessa, still holding Jem's hand, gave Jem a highly amused look, and smiled her gradual, beautiful smile. "It's Raphael's, Lily," she said. "How nice to see you. Forgive me, I feel like I know you better than I do. He talked about you often." Lily's grin fractured, as if someone had dropped a mirror. "What did he say about me?" she asked in a small voice. "He said you were more efficient and intelligent than most of the clan, who were morons." It sounded very cold to Jem, but that had been Raphael's way. Lily's smile returned, warm as a flame held between cupped hands. It reminded Jem of the way she'd looked when they first met. He had not known then that Tessa had sent Raphael to him for help. He'd done his best then, and now Lily was a friend. "Thank you both for coming to help us," said Jem. "Who is the child?" Alec explained the events of the night, being turned away from the Buenos Aires Institute, learning of the disappearances, and the discovery of Raphael, the child the Institute had abandoned. "I'm sorry you went to the Institute at all," Jem said. "We should have warned you, but I haven't been a shadow hunter in a long time. I didn't realize that your first instinct would be to go there. Our lodging house has rooms available, and at least one of them is windowless. Come with us." Alec carried the child with the ease of long habit. One hand remained free to grab a weapon, and he walked easily through the streets with the small, precious weight. Jem, long out of practice, wouldn't have been able to do it himself. He'd held Tessa's children, James and Lucy, when they were little, but that had been more than a century ago. Not many people wanted a silent brother close to their child, unless that child was near death. They walked through the streets, past houses painted in flamboyant hues, flame scarlet, sea blue, crocodile green, the streets lined with jacaranda and olive trees. At last they reached their lodgings, the low, whitewashed building turned blue by the first signs of dawn. Jem pushed open the circular red door and requested more rooms from their landlady, one without a window. Jem and Tessa had already secured the use of the little courtyard at the center of the lodging house, a group of small stone pillars open to the sky, circled with the soft violet blue of bougainvillea. They gathered there, Alec placing Raphael carefully down on the stone bench beside him. Raphael scooted to the other edge of the bench. He hung his head and was silent when Tessa spoke to him softly in Spanish, asking him for any information about the missing women. Jem hadn't heard about them before, but now that he knew, it was clear they had to help. Rosemary Herondale might be in danger, but so were these werewolf women. Jem wanted to do whatever he could for them. Returning to speech had been strange for Jem, but Tessa had learned many languages and taught him everything she could. Jem tried asking Raphael too, but Raphael shook his head sullenly. Lily was sitting cross-legged on the ground, one elbow propped on Alec's knee, to be near the child. She tilted her head toward Raphael and asked him if he would please get on with it, because the sun was rising and she'd have to go to bed soon. Raphael reached out and patted the bright pink streak in Lily's hair. "Bonita," he said, face still solemn. The poor child didn't smile much, Jem thought. Of course, neither did Alec, who was looking miserable and determined about the missing women. Lily, who smiled very easily, did so now. "Aw, cute baby," she said in Spanish. "Do you want to call me Aunt Lily?" Raphael shook his head. Lily looked undaunted. "I have a trick," she offered, and snapped her fangs in Raphael's direction. "What are you guys saying?" asked Alec worriedly. "Why is he looking like that? Why did you do that?" "Max loves it when I do that," said Lily, and added in Spanish, "I didn't mean to scare you." "Wasn't scared," Raphael responded in Spanish. "That was stupid." "What did he say?" Alec asked. "He said that was an awesome trick, and he really enjoyed it," Lily reported.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Alec raised a skeptical eyebrow in her direction. Raphael pressed close to Alec. Tessa joined Lily on the ground. Tessa talked to Raphael gently, and Lily teased him, and together they got the full story, Lily translating for Alec as they went. Alec's face went more and more grim as he heard the story. Raphael knows he's a Shadowhunter, and he's trying to learn Raphael, who Jem thought understood more English than he was letting on, interrupted to correct Lily. "Excuse me," Lily said. "He's trying to train. He spies on the other Shadowhunters, so he knows what to do. He's small, and he makes sure they don't see him. While he was spying on them, he saw a Shadowhunter creeping off down a lane. He met a warlock at the door of a big house. Raphael got as close as he could, and he heard women inside." "Can you describe the Shadowhunter you saw?" asked Alec, and Jem translated for him. "I think you can do it," Jem added to the child encouragingly. "You see so much." Raphael gave Jem a dark look, as though he disliked praise. He spent a few more moments in furious thought, kicking his two big boots over the edge of the stone bench, then reached into the pocket of his tattered trousers and placed a slim wallet in Alec's hands. "Oh." Alec looked startled. "You stole this from the Shadowhunter you saw?" Raphael nodded. "That's great. I mean—" Alec paused. "It's good that you're helping us, but it's very bad to steal wallets generally. Don't do it again." "No te entiendo," Raphael announced firmly. He said that he didn't understand Alec, and his tone suggested that he wasn't planning to understand Alec on this topic anytime soon. "Don't say the other word," Alec said quickly. "What other word?" Jem asked. "Don't ask," said Alec, and opened the wallet. Shadowhunters did not carry mundane forms of identification like passports or ID cards, but they carried other things. Alec took out a weapons requisition document, marked with the Breakspear family symbol. "Clive Breakspear," Alec said slowly, "the head of the Institute. Juliet said that these Shadowhunters act as mercenaries. What if this warlock hired them? We have to find out what's happening," said Jem. "And stop it," Alec set his jaw. "Raphael can show us the house after he gets some rest," he said. "Tomorrow night we'll go back to the Shadow Market. We'll try to find the information you're looking for, and tell the Queen of the Market what, if anything, we've discovered." Raphael nodded, then held his hand out for the wallet. Alec shook his head. "What is this secret you want to know about?" Lily asked Jem. "Lily, it's a secret," Alec said reprovingly. There were crickets chirping in an odd, beautiful melody beyond the walls. "I trust you both," said Jem slowly. "You came here to help us. I trust this will go no further. I'm looking for someone who needs my help. There's a hidden line of Shadowhunters I became aware of in the 1930s. Lily shook her head.
The 1930s were such a disappointment. Every year they insisted on not being the 1920s. Will had died in the 1930s, and Tessa had been in agony. Jem had not liked the 1930s much either. "This family has been hunted for decades," said Jem. "I don't know why. I learned how they split off from the Nephilim, but I still didn't know why faeries are hunting them. I met one of them, but she refused my help and ran away. Since then, I have looked for them, and friends I trust have asked discreetly around the shadow markets. The year I met you there, Lily, I was searching for Ragnar Fell, to find out what he could tell me. I want to know why they are being hunted, so that I can help them. Whoever their enemies are, they are mine too, because the Carstairs owe the Herondales." "I asked in the spiral labyrinth as well," said Tessa. "There was never any word. Until suddenly we heard that someone was telling stories to the children of this market, stories of love and revenge and misery. We heard a whisper of the name Herondale. She said the name that had once been hers very softly. Alec jumped as if someone had shouted it in his ear. Neither Jem nor Tessa mentioned Katerina Loss, who had carried the first lost Herondale child over the seas and raised him on strange shores. That wasn't their secret to tell. Jem trusted Alec, but he was still a Shadowhunter, and his father was the Inquisitor. Jem and Tessa were both well aware of the sentence the law would pass on Katerina for her act of love and mercy. "I'll ask Juliet," said Alec. "I'll find out whatever I can. I won't go home until I've helped you." "Thank you," Jem said. "Now Raphael has to go to bed," said Alec. "We have a nice little room for you," Tessa told Raphael in Spanish, her voice soft and encouraging. Raphael shook his head. "Do you not want to be alone?" Tessa asked. "That's fine too. You can sleep with me and Jem." When Tessa reached out her hands, Raphael turned his face into Alec's bicep and screamed. Tessa drew back at the long, mutinous howl. Alec automatically put his arm around the child. "Lily's vulnerable during the day," he said. "I'd rather stay with her. Will you be all right in the windowless room, Raphael?" Lily translated. Raphael nodded emphatically. Jem showed them the way. At the door, he caught Alec's arm before he could follow Lily and Raphael. "I appreciate this," said Jem. "I truly do. Please don't tell Jace yet." Jem still thought about Jace, that fierce, helpless child he'd met on a dark sea, and the young man burning with heavenly fire. He'd imagined 100 scenarios where he did better by Jace. If he'd been the silent brother who cared for Jace after his father left him, if he'd spent more time with Jace, if Jace had been just slightly older, the age Will had been when Jem first met him, maybe Jem would have known. But what could he have done for Jace, even if he had known? "I don't want Jace to think he has family somewhere he won't get to know," said Jem. "Blood is not love, but it offers a chance for love. He never had the chance to know Celine Montclair or Stephen Herondale. I don't want him to feel he is missing another chance. Jace was happy in New York, though Jem had not helped him be so. He had his love and his Parabatai and his institute. If Jem couldn't help him, at least he did not want to hurt him. Jem still thought about Celine Montclair, too. If he hadn't been a silent brother, with his heart turning to stone in his breast, perhaps he would have understood how much trouble she was in. Perhaps he could have found a way to help her. He didn't call Celine Jace's mother, because Jem had seen how Jace looked at Maurice Lightwood. Maurice was Jace's mother. Many years ago, when Jem was still a child, his uncle Elias had come to the London Institute and offered to take him away. After all, he'd said, "We are family." "You should go," Will had said stormily to Jem. "I don't care." Will had slammed the door on his way out, declaring he was off on a wild adventure. After Elias departed, Jem had found Will sitting in the dark in the music room, staring at Jem's violin. He'd sat down on the floor beside Will. "Entreat me not to leave thee, idiot," Jem had said, and Will had put his head down on Jem's shoulder. Jem had felt him trembling with the effort not to laugh or cry, and known Will wanted to do both. Blood was not love, but Jem didn't forget that Celine had never had the chance to be Jace's mother. Life was full of broken hearts and missed chances, but Jem could try to redress some of the wrong done Celine by the world. He could do his best. Alec was studying Jem intently. "I won't tell Jace," he said. "Not yet. Not if you tell him soon." "I hope I will," said Jem. "Can I ask you something?" said Alec abruptly. "The Buenos Aires Institute is corrupted, and the cold peace is fraying our bonds with downworlders. You could do a lot of good if you were with us. Why did you stop being a Shadowhunter?" "I am with you," said Jem. "Do I have to be a Shadowhunter to be that?" "No," said Alec, "but I don't understand why you don't want to be one anymore." "Don't you?" Jem asked. "You have a parabatai. Once so did I."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Can you imagine fighting without him? Alec was holding on to the doorframe, and as Jem watched, his knuckles went white. "I have Tessa, so I have more joy every day than some do in their whole lives, far more than I deserve. I have seen the world with my wife by my side, and we have our tasks to make life meaningful. We all have different ways to serve. She has the secrets from the spiral labyrinth, and I those of the Silent Brothers, and we have combined our knowledge and saved lives that I believe couldn't have been saved by any other means. I do want to help, and I will, but not as a Shadowhunter. I will never be that again." Alec looked at Jem, those blue eyes wide and sorrowful. He looked like Will, but he wasn't Will, any more than Jace was. None of them could ever be Will. "When you fight, you should fight with your whole heart," said Jem softly. "I don't have the heart for life among the Nephilim, for that particular fight, not any longer. Too much of my heart is in a grave." "I'm sorry," Alec said awkwardly. "I do understand." "There's nothing to be sorry for," Jem told him. He went back to his room, where Tessa was waiting, a book open in her lap. She looked up when he came in, and she smiled. There was no smile like hers in the world. "Everything all right?" she asked. He looked down at her and said, "Yes." Tessa shut her book and reached up to him. She was kneeling on the bed, and he was standing beside it. And the world was filled with missed chances and heartbreak. But then there was Tessa. Tessa kissed him, and he felt her grin against his mouth. "Brother Zachariah," she murmured, "come here." The room might be windowless, but there was a brown jar crowded with red flowers on the table, and 2 white single beds. Lily had tossed her leather jacket onto the bed closest to the wall. Raphael was sitting on the other bed, turning over a metallic object thoughtfully in his hands. Alec suddenly understood why he had agreed to be carried. "What's that you have there, sweetie?" Lily asked as Alec came in. "What he has is my phone," said Alec, "which he stole." In Raphael's hands, Alec's phone buzzed. Alec reached for it, but Raphael moved casually out of reach. He didn't seem terribly concerned that Alec had grabbed for him. He was staring at the phone. Alec reached for the phone again, then stopped, caught off guard. As Raphael studied the phone, the sullen line of his mouth twitched, then slowly curved into a smile. The smile, slow and warm and sweet, altered his whole face. Alec's hand dropped. Raphael turned a suddenly bright countenance up to him and chirped a question. Even his voice sounded different when he was happy. "I don't understand you," Alec said helplessly. Raphael waved the phone in Alec's face to illustrate his point. Alec looked at the screen and kept looking. He'd had a sick, unsteady feeling in his chest since he realized what the Shadowhunters might be doing here, but the world felt steady again now. Magnus had sent a photo with the caption, "Bluebird and I, home from a wild and dangerous mission with a swing set." Magnus was leaning against their front door. Max was laughing, all dimples, the way he did when Alec did magic to amuse him.
There were blue and golden lights streaming all around them, and huge iridescent bubbles that seemed made of light, too. Magnus was smiling a small, fond smile, the black spikes of his hair wreathed with radiant ribbons of magic. Alec had asked Magnus to send him pictures whenever he was away, after their first mission when Max was a baby, to remind Alec what he was fighting for. Lily cleared her throat. The kid asked, "Who is that cool man?" "Oh," said Alec, kneeling by the bed. "Oh, that's Magnus. His name is Magnus Bane. He and I are going to get married." One day they would. Alec wasn't sure why it felt important to tell this child. Lily translated. Raphael looked from the phone to Alec's face, then back again, his brow furrowed in clear surprise. Alec waited and listened apprehensively as Raphael said something Alec couldn't understand. He'd heard kids say terrible things before now. Adults poured poison in their minds, and then it came out of their mouths. Lily laughed. "He said," she reported with unholy joy, "What is that cool man doing with you?" Alec said, "Raphael, give me back my phone." "Let him have it for a bit while he goes to sleep," said Lily, who was one of the reasons Max was spoiled. Alec glanced over and found Lily wearing an unusually serious look. "Come here to me a minute," she said. "I promised to tell you why I didn't want you to go near that fairy woman at the Shadow Market. I have a story I want you to hear, that I think might help Jem. I don't want to tell anybody but you." Alec let Raphael keep the phone. In return, Raphael let Alec tuck him into bed. Alec took the chair by the door and placed it by Lily's bed. They waited until Raphael's eyes fell shut, with Alec's phone on the pillow beside him. Lily studied the striped pillow on her bed as if it were fascinating. "Are you hungry?" Alec asked at last. "If you need blood, you can take mine." Lily glanced up, her face startled. "No, I don't want that. You're not for that." Alec tried not to show how relieved he was. Lily looked back down at the pillow and squared her shoulders. "Remember when you asked me if I was a jazz baby, and I said to call me the jazz baby? I'm still not going to do that." "I still think you should," Lily argued. "But that's not what I meant. The 1920s were my favorite decade, but I may have been misleading you about my age," she grinned. "It's a lady's prerogative." "Okay," Alex said, not sure where this was going. "So, how old are you then?" "I was born in 1885, said Lily. "I think. My mother was a Japanese peasant girl, and she was sold to my father, a rich Chinese merchant." "Sold?" said Alec. "That's not—" "It wasn't legal," Lily said in a tight voice, "but it happened. They lived together for a few years, in Hong Kong, where he worked. I was born there. My mother thought my father would take us back home with him. She taught me to speak the way he would want and dress the way he would want, like a Chinese lady. She loved him. He got tired of her. He left, and before he left, he sold us off. I grew up in a place called the House of Eternal Pearl." She looked up from the pillow. "I don't have to tell you, do I?" she asked. "What kind of place it was, where women were sold and men came and went?" "Lily," Alec breathed in horror. Lily shook her black and pink head defiantly. "They called it the House of Eternal Pearl because some men want women to be young and beautiful forever. Pearls are created from a center of dirt that can't be washed away. In the cellar without windows, in the heart of that house, were chained women. Those women were cold and lovely forever. They would never age and would do anything for blood. They were for the richest men, they fetched the highest prices, and they had to be fed. My mother grew too old, so they fed her to the vampires. And that night I crept down, and I made a deal with one of them. I promised if she turned me, I'd free us all. She kept her side of the bargain, but I didn't keep mine." Lily studied the toes of her pointed boots. "I woke up, and killed a lot of people. I don't mean that I drank from somebody, though I did that too. I burned the place to the ground. Nobody got out, not the men, not the women, nobody but me. I didn't care about anybody but myself. Alec moved his chair closer to her, but Lily drew her legs up onto the bed, making herself as small as possible. "Nobody knows all that," she said. "A few people know a little. Magnus knows I wasn't made in the 1920s, but he could tell that I didn't want to say. He never asked for any of my secrets." "No," said Alec, "he wouldn't. Magnus knew all about painful secrets." Alec had learned. "Raphael bribed somebody to find out," said Lily. "I don't know who or how much he paid. He could have asked me, but he wasn't like that. I only knew that he knew because he was sweet to me for a few nights. In his way."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "We never talked about it. I've never told anybody. Not until you. I won't tell anybody," Alec promised. The corner of Lily's mouth lifted. "I know you won't, Alec." Some of the tension went out of her thin shoulders. "I told you so you'd understand what happened next," she said. "I couldn't stay in Hong Kong. I came to London, I think it was 1903, and I met Shadowhunters for the first time." "Shadowhunters?" said Alec. He understood why downworlders said the word with fear sometimes. Already he couldn't bear what had happened to Lily. He didn't want to hear about Shadowhunters doing anything worse to his friend. But Lily was smiling now, just a little. "I noticed one in particular, a girl with hair the color of blood in shadows. I barely knew what Shadowhunters were, but she was brave and kind. She protected people. Her name is Cordelia Carstairs. I asked around about Shadowhunters. I heard about a fairy woman with a grudge against all Shadowhunters, particularly against one family. We saw her at the Shadow Market tonight. Tell Jem to ask the woman with dandelion hair about the Herondales. She knows something." Lily fell silent. Alec knew he had to say something, but he didn't know how. "Thanks, Lily," he said at last. "Not for the information. Thanks for telling me." Lily smiled, as though she didn't think what Alec had said was too dumb. "After London, I traveled on and met Camille Belcourt in Russia. Camille was fun. She was bright and heartless and hard to hurt. I wanted to be like her. When Camille traveled to New York and became head of the vampire clan there, I went with her." Lily bowed her head. After a long moment, sunk in memory, she looked up. "Want to know something dumb? When Camille and I reached New York after the Great War," she said brightly, "I looked around for Shadowhunters. Wasn't that stupid? Most Shadowhunters are not like you or Jem or Cordelia. I encountered Nephilim who made it very clear the angelic warriors were not sent to shield a creature like me. I didn't care about anybody, and nobody cared about me, and that was how it was for decades and decades. It was really fun." "Was it?" Alec asked. He kept his voice non-committal. She sounded so brittle. "The 20s in New York were the brightest time for both of us, when the whole world seemed as frenzied as we were. Decades later, Camille was still trying to replicate them, and so was I. But even I thought Camille went too far sometimes. There was an emptiness in her she was always trying to fill. She'd permit her vampires to do anything. Once, in the 1950s, she let a very old vampire called Louis Karnstein stay at the hotel. He preyed on children. I thought he was disgusting, but I didn't care much. I was very good at not caring by then." Lily shrugged and laughed. The sound was not convincing. "Maybe I hoped the Shadowhunters would come, but they didn't. Someone else came instead. A pack of scruffy mundane boys who wanted to defend their streets from the monster. They all died, except one. He always did what he set out to do. He killed the monster. He was my Raphael." Lily stroked the leather jacket where it lay in a heap on her bed. "Before he killed the monster, Raphael was made into a vampire himself. Your Magnus came to Raphael's aid, but I didn't. Raphael could have died then, and I would never have even known.
I met Raphael later. He came upon a bunch of us feeding in an alley and gave us a terrible lecture. He was so solemn, I thought he was funny. I didn't take him seriously at all. But when he came to live at the hotel, I was pleased. Because, hey, it seemed like more fun. Who doesn't want more fun? There was nothing else in the world. Magnus had told Alec this story, though Magnus had never painted himself as anyone's savior. It was strange to hear it from Lily, and stranger to hear knowing how the story ended. Raphael asked for better security at the hotel on his second day of living there. He argued that a pack of mundane kids had been able to break in and kill one of our own. Camille laughed at him. Then we were attacked by a rogue band of werewolves, and Raphael's security measures were put in place. Guards were posted, and Raphael always took his turn guarding the hotel, even once he was second in command and didn't have to. He took the first watch on the first day and night. I remember him showing me plans of the hotel, every weak point, the ways he'd figured out how to best defend ourselves. He had it all worked out, though he'd been with us less than a week. He left to take up his post, and as he went, he said, "Sleep, Lily, I'll watch the doors." I never slept peacefully before then. I didn't know how to rest and trust I was safe. I slept that day as I'd never slept before. Lily stared at the vase of flowers, bright red as vampire blood. Alec didn't think she was seeing them. Later it turned out that Raphael hired the werewolves to attack us so that we would implement the safety precautions he wanted, Lily added in pragmatic tones. He was extremely set on having his own way. Also, he was a total jerk. "That is clear to me," said Alec. Lily laughed again. She got up from the bed, gripping Alec's shoulder for a moment as she passed. Then she began to pace the little room as if it were a cage. Raphael was always there from then on. Camille would demote him from being second in command now and then to annoy him. It didn't matter. He never wavered, no matter what anyone else did. I thought he'd be there forever. Then he was taken. I told myself I had to hold it together, form an alliance with the werewolves, hold the line against madness, just until Raphael came back. Only Raphael never came back. Lily drew a hand over her eyes. She went to Raphael's bedside, passing her tear-stained hand lightly over his curly hair. "Well," she said, "I was happy for 54 years. That's more than most people get. Now there's the clan to look after, like Raphael would have wanted. The night we knew he was gone, and every night since, I watch my vampires in the home he guarded. I watch the mundanes in the streets he loved. Every one of them looks like a child I should help, a possibility for a future I wasn't able to imagine. Every one of them seems precious, worth defending, worth the world. Every one of them is Raphael." The child stirred, as if he were being called. Lily pulled her hand away. It was day after a long night. Alec rose and guided her, a hand on her trembling shoulder, to the bed. He pulled a sheet over her, as if she were Raphael. Then he positioned the chair between Lily and Raphael and the entrance and took his place there. "Sleep, Lily," Alec said gently. "I'll watch the doors." Alec didn't rest well. His mind was churning with thoughts of Lily's story, the Buenos Aires Institute's corruption, lost Herondales and werewolves, and Jem and Tessa's quest. He was used to waking up in dark silk sheets and strong arms. He missed home. Raphael slept in, not stirring until afternoon. Alec suspected that the orphans of the shadow market had all developed nocturnal tendencies. When Raphael woke, Alec took him out to the courtyard, where he sat on the stone bench moodily eating an energy bar. Alec thought he was sulking because Alec had taken back his phone. "Has anyone ever given you a nickname?" he asked Raphael. "Do people ever call you Rafe?" Raphael gave him a blank look. Alec worried he hadn't conveyed his meaning. "Rapha," Raphael said finally. He finished one energy bar and held his hand out for another. Alec gave it to him. "Rafa?" Alec tried. "Do you want me to call you that? Are you getting any of this? I'm sorry I can't speak Spanish." Raphael made a face, as if to say what he thought of being called Rafa. "Okay," said Alec. "I won't call you that. Just Raphael then." The boy gave Alec a massively unimpressed look. Here this fool goes again, his heir suggested, talking to me when I cannot understand him. Jem and Tessa joined them in the courtyard, ready for Raphael to lead them to the house he'd seen. "I'll stay and guard Lily," said Tessa, reading Alec's mind.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Don't worry about her. I have wards up, and even if somebody came, I've got it covered. She made a tiny gesture. Gray glowing magic, like the shine of light on river water, or the sheen of pearls in shadow, twined about her fingers. Alec smiled his gratitude at Tessa. Until he was sure about what was happening with this warlock and these Shadowhunters, he didn't want anybody undefended. "Don't you worry about me either," Tessa told Jem, settling her magic-bright fingers into his black and white hair, drawing him down for a goodbye kiss. "I won't," Jem told her. "I know my wife can take care of herself." "My wife," Jem said, his voice sounding casual and delighted in that mutual possession, the bargain made between them in the sight of everyone they loved. Alec had heard a poem read at weddings. "My true love has my heart, and I have his." Never was a fairer bargain made. Love that was permanent in the eyes of all the world, demanding respect, blazoning the certain knowledge Alec had when he woke every morning. Nobody else for me until the day I die, having everyone else know that. Jem and Tessa had that, as Helen and Aline had it. But a Shadowhunter couldn't marry a Downworlder in gold. A Shadowhunter was forbidden to wear the wedding rune for a Downworlder, and he wouldn't insult Magnus with a ceremony the Nephilim saw as lesser. He and Magnus had agreed to wait until the law was changed. Alec couldn't help the tiny sting of jealousy. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and Raphael perked up. Magnus had sent Alec a picture of Max sleeping, using Chairman Mao as his pillow. Raphael glared, obviously disappointed Magnus was not in the picture. Alec was slightly disappointed about that himself. The afternoon was hot, the streets mostly deserted. The house where the warlock lived was down several winding streets, some cobbled and some dirt. Most of the houses on the curving roads were small, painted bright yellow or brick red or snowy white. But the warlock's house that Raphael pointed out was a huge gray building on the end of a street. A figure was approaching the door, a Shadowhunter. Alec and Jem exchanged a grim look. Alec recognized him as one of Breakspear's men from the Institute. He pulled Jem and Raphael into an alleyway. "Stay with Jem a minute," he told Raphael, and tossed a grappling hook to the roof of a neighboring house. Alec climbed up and made his way across the sloping terracotta tile until he was across from the gray building. There were bars on the windows, and the enchantments Magnus had put on his ring allowed him to sense wards with enormous accuracy. The place was heavily warded. Alec crouched down behind a chimney and swiftly drew runes for clarity and awareness on his arms. With increased ability, he could hear noises from behind those walls. There were a lot of people in that house. Shuffling feet, muffled conversation. Alec was able to pick out a few distinct words. "Next delivery from Breakspear will be at midnight tonight." He heard another noise, much closer up, and twisted to see Raphael and Jem coming toward him across the roof. Jem offered a small rueful smile. "He slipped away from me and climbed a drainpipe." Jem was hovering at Raphael's back, obviously nervous about touching him. Alec saw how Raphael had managed to slip away. "Can you sense those wards?" Alec asked, and Jem nodded. Alec knew Tessa had taught him ways to use and discern magic, even though Jem no longer had all the power of a Silent Brother or a Shadowhunter. "Can Tessa handle them?" "Tessa can handle anything," Jem said proudly. "I said to stay down there with Jem," Alec told Raphael. Raphael gave him a look that was at once uncomprehending and insulting, and then his big boots slipped on the ridged terracotta tiles. Jem caught him before he hit the tile and set him upright. If Raphael kept walking like this, he was going to skin his knees. "You have to walk differently on roofs," Alec told him. He took Raphael's hands in his, showing him how. "Like this, because they slope. Do it like me."
It was oddly nice to teach a child these things. He'd had all sorts of plans to teach his little brother when he got older, but his baby brother hadn't lived to be older. "When will you give your parents a real grandchild?" had heard Irina Cartwright ask Isabel after a clave meeting. "By the angel," said Isabel. "Is Max imaginary?" Irina paused, then laughed. "A Shadowhunter child to teach our ways. Nobody would give those people a Shadowhunter child. Imagine a warlock around one of our little ones. And that kind of behavior. Children are so impressionable. It wouldn't be right." Isabel went for her whip. Alec dragged his sister back. "You Lightwood kids are out of control and out of your minds," muttered Irina. Jace had appeared beside Alec and Isabel and given a radiant smile. "Yes, we are." Alec had told himself that it was all right. It was a comfort, sometimes, when he was most worried about his friends, to consider that both Magnus and Max were warlocks. They didn't have to fight demons. Raphael mimicked how Alec was walking, with careful precision. He was going to be good one day, Alec thought. Whoever got to raise him would be proud. "Well done, Rafe," he said. He hadn't meant the nickname to come out, it just had. But Raphael glanced at him and smiled. They fell silent, crouching down as the Shadowhunter departed the warlock's house. Jem raised his eyebrows at Alec, who shook his head. Once the man was gone, they helped Rafe down from the roof. "I wonder how far the corruption goes in this institute," Jem said soberly. "We'll know soon enough," Alec said. "I heard that mercenary say the next delivery from Breakspear will be at midnight tonight. If he's delivering women, we need to save them and stop the Shadowhunters as well as the warlock. We need to catch them all at once, and there are a lot of people inside. We don't know how many might be prisoners and how many are guards. We need reinforcements, and there's someone I want to talk to about that before we go back to Tessa and Lily. I have to believe not all the Shadowhunters in this city are traitors." Jem nodded. As they left the alley, Alec described the fairy woman he and Lily had seen, her withered apple face and dandelion hair. "Lily said she might have information about the family you're searching for." Jem's expression darkened. "I've encountered her before. I'll know who she is when I see her at the market, and I will make sure she talks." His face was cold and grim for a moment. Then he glanced toward Alec. "How is Lily?" Alec tried to work out if he'd let something slip. "You're worried for your friend," Jem said. "Perhaps you are more worried for her because how she feels makes you think of how Magnus will feel one day." Jem's eyes were as dark as the silent city, and as sad. "I know." Alec wouldn't have been able to put any of that into words himself. There was only the nameless shadow on Magnus's face sometimes, the echo of old loneliness, and Alec's yearning to protect him always, and knowledge he could not. "You were nearly immortal. Is there any way to make it easier?" "I lived a long time," said Jem, "but I lived in a cage of bones and silence, feeling my heart turn to ashes. I can't explain what it was like." Alec thought of growing up in the Institute, crushed under the weight of his father's expectations as if they were stones, trying to teach himself not to look, not to speak, not to dare try and be happy. "Maybe I know," he said. "Not entirely, not for 100 years obviously, but maybe a little." He worried he was presuming, but Jem smiled as if he understood. "It's different, for my Tessa and your Magnus. They were born what they are, and we love them for it. They live forever in a changing world and still have the courage to find it beautiful. We all want to shield our best beloved from whatever danger or sorrow comes," he said. "But we have to trust them too. We have to believe that they will have the strength to live on and laugh again."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. We fear for them, but we should believe in them past fear. Alec bowed his head and said, "I do." A block from the Buenos Aires Institute, Alec's phone buzzed again. Clary had sent him a message. A few months ago, they'd left Max with Maurice and gone out on the town. Simon's old band was playing at Pandemonium, and Simon had agreed to sub in for their missing bass player, as he occasionally did. Alec, Magnus, Jace, Clary, and Isabel had all gone to listen. Simon's friend Eric had written a song called "My Heart is an Overripe Melon Bursting for You," and that song was the worst. Alec didn't like to dance, unless it was with Magnus. Even then, he preferred the music not be terrible. Magnus, Jace, and Isabel went to dance, the brightest points in the crowd. Alec enjoyed watching Magnus for a while, his chin propped on his hands. Then he grew tired of the assault on his ears. He caught Clary's eye. She was sitting bolt upright in her chair, only wincing occasionally. "This is fine," Clary told him, nodding bravely. "This is terrible," said Alec. "Let's go for tacos." Simon was only just off stage by the time they got back, drinking from a bottle of water and asking everybody what they'd thought of the set. "You were very sexy up there," Isabel was saying, sparkling up at Simon as Alec and Clary arrived. Simon smiled a crooked smile. "Really?" Jace said. "No!" Jace exclaimed, dashing up to Simon. "Wow! I don't know what other word there could be. You were great." The band was great. Clary was a true and noble Parabatai, but Simon was a sharp guy and had known her a long time. His eyes traveled from Clary's guilty face to Alec's. "You went for tacos again?" Simon lamented. Alec grinned. They were great. He went over to Magnus, sliding an arm around his waist. Since they were going to a club, Magnus had swept silver glitter under his golden eyes, and he looked like starshine and moonlight. "I know you were dancing," Alec said in his ear, "but that band was terrible, right?" "I can dance to anything," Magnus murmured back, "but I have personally heard Mozart play. Also the Sex Pistols in their best days. I can confirm Simon's band is beyond terrible." Alec's friends were gathered all around him, and his family, and it was one of those moments when he remembered the desperate loneliness of when he was younger, hopelessly torn between fearing for what he might never have and what he might lose. Alec secured his hold on Magnus's waist and felt a small, incredulous starburst of happiness in his chest, that he could have all this. "Tacos again next time?" Alec had whispered as they left, and Clary nodded behind Simon's back. That was how Alec had come to love her, after resenting her so much at first. In the greatest or smallest of ways, Clary never failed. She hadn't failed him now. She'd sent a picture saying, "We have been imprisoned by the dread pirate Max." Alec suspected this was a joke he didn't understand. Clary was at an odd angle taking the selfie, but he could see Magnus and Max well enough. Magnus had dashed brilliant blue color through the front of his hair. Max was holding on to Magnus's spiky blue locks and Clary's red curls with one hand each, and looking supremely self-satisfied. Magnus was laughing. "Oh, look," said Alec softly, and showed Raphael the picture. Raphael snatched the phone, then skipped away to contemplate the photo further. Alec let him keep it for now. He and Jem stopped at the door of the Buenos Aires Institute. As Alec had hoped, Joaquin was guarding the door again. He greeted Alec happily, then gave the faint scars on Jem's face a startled glance. "Are you the silent brother whom the heavenly fire changed?" he asked eagerly. "The one who ran off and married a warlock?" "Yes," said Jem. Somewhere in his quiet voice and his smile there was an edge of shining defiance. "I'm sure she's very nice," said Joaquin hastily. "She is," Alec confirmed. "I don't know many downworlders," Joaquin said apologetically, "though I met Alec's friend yesterday. She also seemed nice. There are a lot of nice downworlders, I'm sure, just not in our city. They say the queen of the shadow market is a terrifying tyrant." Alec thought of Juliet with her kids gathered around her. "I didn't think so." Joaquin looked at him with wide eyes. "I bet you're not afraid of anything, though." "Some things," said Alec, failing. "You know there's something wrong with your institute, don't you? I want to believe you're not part of it, but you have to know something is very wrong."
Joaquin avoided Alec's gaze, and as he did, he caught sight of Raphael for the first time. "That's little Raphael," said Joaquin. Raphael blinked up at him and corrected, in his small stern voice, "Rafe." "You know him?" asked Alec. "Then you knew there was a Shadowhunter child living in the Shadow Market. It's the duty of Nephilim to care for war orphans." Joaquin faltered. "I tried, but he won't let anyone near him. It was like he didn't want to be helped." "Everyone wants to be helped," said Alec. Joaquin was already kneeling down, offering Raphael a brightly wrapped piece of candy. Rafe eyed him, then came cautiously forward, snatched the candy, and retreated behind Alec's legs. Alec understood being young and scared, but there came a time where you had to choose to be brave. "Here's an address," he said, offering a scrap of paper. "If you want to find out what's really happening at your institute, meet me there tonight. Bring reinforcements, only the people you trust." Joaquin didn't meet Alec's eyes, but he accepted the piece of paper. Alec walked away, with Jem and Raphael on either side of him. "Do you think he will come?" Jem asked. "I hope so," said Alec. "We have to trust people, right? Like you were saying. Not just people we love. We have to believe in people, and we have to defend them. As many people as possible, so we can be stronger." He swallowed. "I have a confession to make. I'm jealous of you." Jem's face was genuinely startled. Then he smiled. "I'm a little jealous of you, too." "Of me?" Alec asked, startled. Jem nodded toward Raphael and the picture of Magnus and Max in Raphael's hands. "I have Tessa, so I have the world, and I have loved going all through the world with her. But there are times I think about a place that could be home. My parabatai, a child, all the things Alec had." Alec felt as he had last night, putting on Raphael's boots over his battered feet, stricken, but knowing this was not his pain. He hesitated. "Couldn't you and Tessa have a child?" "I could never ask her," said Jem. "She had children once. They were beautiful, and they are gone. Children are meant to be our immortality, but what if you live forever and your child does not? I saw how she had to rip herself away from them. I saw what it cost her. I will not ask her to suffer like that again." Rafe held up his hands to be carried. Alec swung him up in his arms. Warlock hearts beat differently, and Alec was used to feeling the sound of Magnus's and Max's hearts, infinitely steady and reassuring. It was odd holding a child with a mortal heartbeat, but Alec was getting used to the new rhythm. The evening sun was scorching on whitewashed walls of the street they were heading down. Their shadows were long behind them, but the town was still bright, and Alec saw for the first time that it could be lovely. Occasionally he despaired, that the world couldn't be changed, or even that it wouldn't change fast enough. He was not immortal and didn't want to be, but there were times he was afraid he wouldn't live long enough, that he'd never have the chance to take Magnus's hands in front of everyone they loved and make a sacred promise. At those times, there was an image Alec held against exhaustion or surrender, a reminder to always keep fighting. When he was gone, when he was dust and ashes, Magnus would still be walking through this world. If the world was changed for the better, then that unknowable future would be better for Magnus.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Alec could imagine that on some scorching hot day like this, on a strange street in a strange land, Magnus might see something good that reminded him of Alec, some way that the world was changed because Alec had lived. Alec couldn't imagine what the world would be like then, but he could imagine, in some faraway future, the face he loved best. Jem filled Tessa in on what they had seen and who they were searching for in the Shadow Market. Lily caught Jem's glance at her as he explained. "What are you looking at, you delicious peanut butter and jam sandwich?" Tessa snorted behind Jem. "I've got more names," Lily told her, encouraged. "They just come to me. Want to hear them?"
"Not really," said Jem. "Definitely not," snapped Alec. "Yes," said Tessa. "Yes, I really do." Lily regaled her with many names on their way to the Shadow Market. Tessa's laughter was like a song to Jem, but he was glad when they reached the Shadow Market, though the place was a barbed wire fortress and the door had been barred against them last time. The door was not barred against them tonight. Jem was accustomed to shadow markets by now, after years searching through them for answers about demons and Herondales. He was also used to being somewhat conspicuous among the people of the market. Tonight, though, everyone was looking at Alec and Lily. The queen of the shadow market, a rather lovely and dignified young woman, came out among the stalls to greet them personally. Alec drew her aside to tell her of their plans for the evening and to ask for her help. The queen smiled and agreed. "They're from the Alliance," he heard one teenage werewolf whispered to another in awed tones. Alec bowed his head and fussed over Rafa. Alec seemed slightly abashed by the attention. Jem met Tessa's eyes and smiled. They had seen other generations pass, shining bright and hopeful, but Alec's was something new. Alec paused to talk to a fairy girl in her teens. "Rose, have you seen a fey woman with dandelion hair at the market tonight?" "You must mean Mother Hawthorne," said Rose. "She's always here. She tells stories to the children, loves children, hates everybody else. If you're looking for her, stick around the kids. She's sure to come." So they headed toward a campfire where most of the children were congregated. A fairy was playing the bandoneon at this fire. Jem smiled to hear the music. Rafa clung to Alec's shirt and glared jealously around. The other kids seemed intimidated by his scowl. A teenage warlock girl was doing magic tricks, creating shadow puppets in the smoke of the fire. Tessa whispered helpful hints in the girl's ear. Even Rafa laughed, all the sullenness gone from his face. He was only a child, leaning into Alec's side, learning to be happy. "He says she is very good," Lily translated for Alec. "He likes magic, but most of the powerful warlocks left ages ago. He wants to know if the cool man can do that." Alec took out his phone to show Raphael a video of Magnus and a witchlight. "Look, it turns red," Alec said. And Rafa instantly seized the phone. "No, we don't grab. We stop stealing. I have to text Magnus back sometime, and I can't if you keep stealing my phone." Alec glanced through the leaping iridescent flames at Jem. "I was actually wondering if you could give me some advice," he said. "I mean, you were saying all that stuff earlier, like romantic stuff. You always know what to say." "Me?" Jem asked, startled. "No, I've never thought of myself as very good with words. I like music. It's easier to express what you feel with music." "Alec is right," said Tessa. Jem blinked. "He is?" "At some of the worst and darkest times in my life, you have always known what to say to comfort me," said Tessa. "I had one of my darkest moments when we were young, and we had only known each other a little while. You came to me and said words that I carried with me like a light. That was one of the moments that made me fall in love with you." She lifted her hand to his face, her fingers tracing the scars there. Jem dropped a kiss on her wrist. "If my words comforted you, we are even," he said. "Your voice is the music I love best in all the world." "You see," Alec muttered darkly to Lily. "We do love an eloquent babe," said Lily. Tessa leaned close to Jem and whispered in the language she'd learned for him, "Wa-aini." And at that moment, looking into her eyes, Jem caught a flash of movement and then stillness in the dark. The fairy woman with the dandelion hair had been coming toward the children, pushing her little cart full of poisons. She stopped at the sight of Jem. She recognized him, as he did her. "Mother Hawthorne," said the warlock girl Tessa had talked to, "have you come to tell us a story?" "Yes," said Jem. He rose to his feet and advanced on her. "We want to hear a story. We want to hear why you hate the Herondales." Mother Hawthorne's eyes widened. Her eyes were colorless and pupilless, as if her eye sockets were filled with water. For a moment Jem thought she would run, and he tensed to spring after her. Tessa and Alec were ready to come for her as well. Jem had waited too long to wait another moment. Then Mother Hawthorne looked around at the children and shrugged her thin shoulders. "Ah, well," she said, "I have waited more than a century to boast of a trick. I suppose it doesn't matter now. Let me tell you the story of the first heir." They found a solitary campfire, with no children to hear a dark tale, save Raphael, solemn-faced and silent in the protective curve of Alec's arm. Jem sat down with his friends and his best beloved to listen. Light and shadows danced a long dance together, and by the strange fireside of the shadow market, an old woman wove a tale of faerie. The Seelie court and the Unseelie have always been at war. But there are times in war that wear the mask of peace. There was even a time that the king of the Unseelie court and the queen of the Seelie court made a secret truce and had a union to seal it. They conceived a child together, and agreed that one day that child would inherit both the Seelie and Unseelie thrones and unite all faerie. The king wished all his sons to be raised as pitiless warriors, and he believed this first heir would be the greatest of them all. Since the child would have no mother in the Unseelie court, he engaged my services, and I thought myself honored. I have always been fond of children. Once they called me the great fairy midwife. The king of the Unseelie court had not expected a daughter, but when the child was born, a daughter she was. She was given into my hands in the Unseelie court on the day she came into the world, and from that day to this day the light of her eyes was the only light I wished for. The Unseelie king was displeased with his daughter, and the Seelie queen was enraged that he wouldn't, being displeased, give her back. There came a prophecy from our soothsayers that the day the first heir reached for their full power, all of faerie would fall under shadow. The king was murderously angry, and the queen was terrified, and all the shades and shadows and rushing waters in my land seemed to threaten the girl that I loved. The war between Seelie and Unseelie raged all the more fiercely for the brief peace, and the fairy folk whispered that the first heir was cursed. And so she fled, fearing for her life. I did not call her the first heir. Her name was Aureline, and she was the loveliest thing that ever walked. She took refuge in the mortal world, and she found it beautiful. She was always searching for the beauty in life, and it always made her sad to find ugliness instead. She liked to go to the shadow market and mingle with the downworlders and mundanes who did not know of her birth and would not call her cursed. After visiting the shadow market for many decades, she met a magician there who made her laugh. He called himself Roland the Astonishing, Roland the Extraordinary, Roland the Incredible, as if he were the unique one, when she was the unique one.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I hated that insolent boy from the moment I laid eyes on him. When he was not calling himself one of his foolish magician's names, he called himself Roland Loss, but that was another lie. "No," Tessa said very softly, "it wasn't." Nobody heard her but Jem. There was a warlock woman he said he loved as a mother, but Roland was no warlock, nor a mundane with the sight. He was something far more deadly than that. I learned this warlock's secret. She took a Shadowhunter child across the seas to America and raised him, pretending he was not Nephilim. Roland was descended from that child. Roland was drawn to our world because his blood called him to it. That boy's true name was Roland Herondale. Roland suspected enough of his heritage, and he paid to learn more at the market. He told Aureline all his secrets. She said he couldn't go to the Nephilim and be one of them, lest it endanger the warlock woman he loved like a second mother. He said instead he would become the greatest magician in the world.
Oraline lost all caution. She told him of the prophecy and the danger attached to it. Roland said they were both lost children, and they could be lost together. He said he didn't mind being lost if he could be lost with her. She swore the same. He lured her away from my side. He told her to come live with him in the mortal world. He doomed her and called it love. They ran away together, and the king's fury was a fire that would have consumed a forest. He wanted the prophecy kept secret, which meant he needed Oraline back under his thumb or killed. He sent his trusted messengers to every corner of the world hunting her, even the bloodthirsty riders of Manon. He had all the worst eyes of faerie looking for her. I kept watch for her myself, and love made my eyes the sharpest. I found her a dozen times, though I never told the king where she was. I will never forgive him for turning against her. I followed them and watched them together, my shining first heir and that awful boy. Oh, how she loved him, and oh, how I hated him. I was at a shadow market not long after Roland and Oraline went away together, and there I saw another angel boy, proud as God. He told me of his high position among the Nephilim, and I knew that his parabatai was another Herondale. I played a cruel trick on him. I hope he paid for his arrogance in blood. Matthew, whispered Tessa, the name sounding unfamiliar in her mouth, spoken for the first time in years. Matthew Fairchild had been parabatai to Tessa's son, James Herondale. Jem had known that this faerie had tricked Matthew to do a terrible deed, but he had thought it was only spite, not revenge. Even this faerie woman's voice sounded tired. Jem remembered feeling that way near the end of his days as a silent brother. He remembered being that hollow. "But what does that matter now?" asked the woman, as if speaking to herself. What did it matter then? Long years passed. Oraline spent decade after decade with her magician in the filth of the mundane world, my girl born to a golden throne. They were together all the days of his life. Oraline shared what she could of her fairy power with Roland, and he stayed young longer and lived longer than most of their filthy kind could. She wasted her magic like someone prolonging the life of a flower. They can only make the flower last for a little more time before it withers. At last Roland grew old and older in the way of mortals until he reached an end, and Oraline met the end with him. A fairy can choose the season of their own death. I knew how it would be when I first beheld them together. I saw her death in his laughing eyes, my Oraline. When Roland Herondale died, she laid down her golden head on the pillow next to her mortal love and never rose again. Their child wept for them both and threw flowers on their grave. Oraline could have lived for century after century, but she was hunted to the point of desperation, and she threw her life away for a foolish mortal love. Their child wept, but I never wept. My eyes stayed dry as the dust and dead flowers on their grave. I hated Roland from the day he took her from me. I hate all Nephilim for her sake, and the Herondales most of their kind. Whatever the Shadowhunters touch is brought to destruction. Oraline's child had a child. There is still a first heir in the world. When the first heir rises, in all the awful glory bought by the blood of Seelie and Unseelie and Nephilim, I hope destruction comes to the Shadowhunters as well as faerie. I hope the whole world is lost. Jem thought of Roland and Oraline's descendant, Rosemary, and the man she'd loved. They might have a child by now. The curse the faeries had talked about had already claimed lives. This danger was far greater than he had ever suspected. Jem had to protect Rosemary from the Unseelie King and the riders who brought death. If there was a child, Jem had to save that child. Jem had already failed to save so many. Jem rose and left Mother Hawthorne. He went to the barbed wire edge of the market, moving desperately fast, as if he could race back into the past and save those he had lost there. When he stopped, Tessa caught him. She held him in her arms, and when he stopped trembling, she drew his head down to hers. "Jem, my Jem, it's all right. I thought it was a very beautiful story," she said. "What? Not her story," said Tessa. "Not the story of her warped sight and terrible choices. I can see the story behind hers, the story of Oraline and Roland." "But all the people who were hurt," Jem murmured. "The children we loved." "My James knew the power of a love story, as well as I do," said Tessa. "No matter how dark and hopeless the world seemed, Lucy could always find beauty in a story. I know what they would have thought." "I'm sorry," said Jem instantly. He hadn't meant to make Tessa speak of her children. He knew how much losing them had hurt her. Every time he dreamed of a child, he remembered the pain she had endured and knew he could never ask her to lose more. She was enough for him. She always would be. Oraline grew up in horror. She felt cursed, and he was lost and wandering. They seemed destined for misery. Only they found each other, Jem. They were together and happy all the days of their lives. Her story is just like mine, because I found you." Tessa's smile lit the night. She always brought hope when he was in despair, as she had brought words when everything within him was silence. Jem put his arms around her and held on tightly. "I hope you learned what you needed to learn tonight," Alec told Jem and Tessa when they reached their rooms. Jem had looked upset when he bolted from the fireside, but he and Tessa had seemed different when they returned. "I hope they're all right," Alec said quietly to Lily when Jem and Tessa went off to prepare for their midnight visit to the warlock's house. "Of course Tessa's fine," said Lily. "You do realize she gets to go to the gymnasium any time she wants." "I'm never talking to you again if those names don't stop," Alec told her, gathering his arrows and tucking daggers and seraph blades into his weapons belt. He found himself thinking of the heartbroken way Jem said parabatai. It made him remember the shadow that hung over his father, the wound where a parabatai should be. It made him think of Jace. Ever since he could remember, Alec had loved and felt responsible for his family. There had never been any choice. But with Jace, it was different. Jace, his parabatai, the first person who'd ever chosen him. The first time Alec had decided to choose someone back, to take on another responsibility. The first choice, opening the door to all the others. Alec took a deep breath and tapped out MISSU into his phone. He immediately received back MISS2 and let himself take a breath, the ache in his chest easier now. Jace was there, waiting for him in New York with the rest of his family. Talking about feelings wasn't so bad. Then he received another text.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Are you okay? In rapid succession, Alec received several more texts. Are you in some kind of trouble? Did you get hit in your head? Then he got a text from Clary. Why did Jace get a text from you and look very pleased, but then suddenly very worried? Is something going on? Talking about feelings was the worst. Once you did it, everybody immediately wanted you to do it more. Alec typed out a grouchy, "I'm fine," and then called out cautiously, "Rafe?" Raphael popped immediately up from his bed. "Would you like the phone back?" asked Alec. "Here it is, take it. Don't worry if any more texts arrive. Just show me if there are any more pictures." He didn't know how much Raphael understood of what he said. He suspected not much, but Roth certainly understood the gesture of Alec offering his phone. He held out his hands eagerly.
"You're a good kid, Ruff," said Alec. "Take that phone away." "Are we going to smuggle our way into the house in laundry carts?" Lily asked Alec excitedly. Alec blinked at her. "No, we're not. What laundry carts? I'm a straightforward person. I'm going to knock on the door." He stood with Lily on the cobbled street before that great gray house. Jem and Tessa were waiting on the roof. Alec had literally used rope to tie Roff to Jem's wrist. "I know Roff stole your phone," said Lily, "but who stole your sense of adventure?" Alec waited, and the door opened. A warlock blinked up at him. He looked as if he was in his early 30s, a businessman with close-cropped blonde hair and no visible warlock mark until he opened his mouth, and Alec saw his forked tongue. "Oh, hello," he said. "Are you another of Clive Breakspear's men?" Alec said, "I'm Anna Lightwood." The warlock's face cleared. "I see. I've heard of you." He winked. "Fond of warlocks, aren't you?" "Some of them," said Alec. "Want your cut, I expect?" "That's right." "No problem," the warlock told him. "You and your vampire friend should come in, and I'll explain what I'll want in return. I think the vampire will be very amused. They don't like werewolves, do they?" "I don't like most people," Lily said helpfully, "but I do love murder." The warlock waved his hand to let them through the wards and led them through a hexagonal hall with a ceiling carved in a shape like a plastered jelly mold. The green quartz of the floor shone like jade. There were no signs of ruin or decay here. The warlock obviously had money. There were several doors, all painted white, set in the many walls. The warlock chose one and led Alec and Lily down rough-hewn stone steps into the dark. The smell hit Alec before the sight did. There was a long stone passage with flaming torches on the walls and with grooves on either side for filth and blood. Along the passageway were rows of cages. Eyes shone from behind the bars, catching the firelight in the same way Juliet's eyes had shone from her throne in the Shadow Market. Some cages were empty. In others were huddled shapes that were not moving. "So you've been taking werewolf women and hiring the Shadowhunters to help you?" said Alec. The warlock nodded with a cheery smile. "Why werewolves?" Alec asked grimly. "Well, warlocks and vampires can't bear children, and faeries find it difficult," said the warlock in a practical tone. "But the werewolves whelp more easily, and there's a great deal of animal strength. Everybody says that downworlders can't bear warlock children, that their bodies always reject them, but I thought of putting a little magic in the mix. People whisper about a warlock born from a Shadowhunter woman, and that's probably a myth, but it got me thinking. Imagine the power a warlock might have with a werewolf mother and a demon father." He shrugged. "Seems worth trying. Of course, you do use up the werewolf women at a terrible rate. How many have died?" Lily asked casually. Her expression was unreadable. "Oh, a few," the warlock admitted genially. "I'm always in need of a fresh supply, so I'm happy to pay you to snatch more. But these experiments haven't been going as well as I'd like. Nothing has worked yet. You're close to Magnus Bane, aren't you? I'm probably the most powerful warlock you'll ever meet, but I hear he's pretty good too. If you can get him to come on in an assisting capacity, you'll be very well rewarded. So will he. I think you'll both be very happy." Alec said, "Yeah, I hope so." It wasn't the first time someone had assumed Magnus was for sale. It wasn't the first time someone had assumed that because Alec was connected to Magnus, Alec was sullied. That used to make Alec angry. It still did, but he'd learned to use it. The warlock turned his back to Alec, surveying the cages as if selecting a product from a market stall. "So, what do you say?" he asked idly. "Do we have a deal?" "I don't know yet," said Alec. "You don't know my price." The warlock laughed. "What is it?" Alec scythed the warlock's feet out from under him, so he fell to his knees. He drew his seraph blade and held it to the man's throat. "All the women go free," he said, "and you are under arrest." Alec realized why the warlock was burning torches and not using witchlight or electricity. When a torch tumbled out of the wall and onto the straw.
Lily, who was kneeling to speak to someone behind the bars, rolled hastily away from the flames. She came up to her feet with fangs out. Alec had to leap to stamp out the fire. The warlock was good, Alec thought, as the world went orange with not just fire, but magic, crisscrossing from the bars, blinding Alec with its light. Then another light sliced through the orange wires of magic, pearly gray, cutting through all darkness. Tessa Gray, daughter of a prince of hell, stood at the foot of the stairs with her hands glowing. Tessa's magic was all around him. Alec had learned how to sense magic over the years, learned to move with it and fight with it as another weapon on his side. This wasn't the singing power he was used to, well known and well beloved as his bow, but it felt friendly. He let Tessa's magic wrap around him, cooling and protecting, as he ducked through the fiery sparks of power back to the warlock. "The most powerful warlock I've ever seen?" Alec snarled. "She cut through your wards like tissue paper, and my man would eat you for breakfast." He made a mistake, because he was overconfident. He didn't hear Tessa's stifled sound, and he didn't see the shadow moving as he swept his blade toward the warlock. Clive Breakspear's seraph blade met his. Alec met Breakspear's furious eyes. He looked to Tessa, struggling with 3 Shadowhunters, with Jem coming to help her, Lily with another Shadowhunter prowling toward her, and he glanced toward the warlock, who was making every torch fall. Alec was used to being able to see the whole battle, fighting at a distance. Too late, he saw the blade in Clive Breakspear's free hand, aimed for his heart. Raphael barreled out of the shadows and sank his teeth deep into Breakspear's wrist. The blade dropped to the stone. The man roared, and with all the Nephilim strength that should be used to shield the defenseless, he hurled Raphael's body into the cage bars. There was a sickening crack. Alec shouted, "No!" He backhanded Clive Breakspear in the face. The warlock dashed a torch at his feet, and Alec stepped over the flames and seized him by the throat, then lifted him like a doll and smashed the warlock's skull against Breakspear's forehead. The warlock's eyes rolled back, but Breakspear screamed in outrage and charged at Alec. There was still a seraph blade shining in his hand, so Alec broke that hand, then used his hold on it to force the corrupt Shadowhunter to his knees. Alec stood over them, panting so hard his chest felt as if it would split apart. He wanted to kill them both. Only Raphael was here. Magnus and Max were at home, waiting for him. Tessa, Jem, and Lily had made short work of the Shadowhunters attacking them. Alec turned to Tessa now. "Will you enchant ropes to hold them?" he asked. "They have to stand trial." Tessa moved forward. So did Lily. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Alec knew the situation was desperate because Lily didn't make a joke about murdering them. Alec was too close to the edge. He was afraid he would have taken her up on it. He went to the place where Raphael lay, his body a small, wretched shape thrown into the dirt. Alec pulled Raph into his arms, feeling his throat close up. He understood now what he had found here in Buenos Aires. He understood now that it might be too late. Raphael's grubby face was still. He was barely breathing. Jem came to kneel beside them. "I'm so sorry." He slipped the rope, and But it isn't your fault, Alec said numbly. Jem said, "Give him to me." Alec stared at Jem, then bundled Raph into his arms. "Take care of him," he said. "Please." Jem took Raph and ran toward Tessa, and together they rushed up the stone steps. There was still orange magic in the air, and the flames had caught in earnest. Smoke was rising fast in a thick, choking cloud. One of the werewolf women reached out a thin hand and clutched the bars. "Help us." Alec took an axe with an electrum head from his belt and struck open the lock on her cage. "That's what I'm here to do." He paused. Lily, are there keys on that warlock?" "Yep," said Lily. "Just grabbed them. I'll open the doors with the keys, and you can keep doing your cool dramatic axe thing."
Fine, said Alec. The werewolf woman who had spoken to him bolted out the door as soon as she was free. The woman in the next cage was unconscious. Alec walked into the cage and knelt beside her, and that was when he heard the sounds of a fight breaking out at the top of the stairs. He picked the woman up and ran for the stairs. Tessa and Jem were in the hall, almost at the doors. The burning house was crawling with Shadowhunters. Jem couldn't fight because he was holding Raphael. Tessa was doing her best to clear a way for them, but Raphael needed Tessa's help too. One man shouted, "Where's our leader?" "You call that a leader?" Alec shouted back. He looked at the woman in his arms, then held her out so the Shadowhunters of the Buenos Aires Institute could see. He helped a warlock do this. He crushed a child's body against a wall. Is that what you want to lead you? Is that what you want to be? Several Shadowhunters turned to him in total puzzlement. Lily quickly shouted out a translation. Joaquin stepped forward. Lily said quietly, "He told them to stand down." The man who'd shouted for his leader hit Joaquin across the mouth. Another Shadowhunter shouted in startled fury and produced a whip defending Joaquin. Alec ran his eyes over the crowd. Some of the Shadowhunters looked uncertain, but Shadowhunters were soldiers. Too many of them were intent on following whatever orders they had been given, fighting Joaquin and Alec and whoever else stood in their way, to get to an unworthy leader. They were blocking Jem and Tessa's way. They were keeping Raph from help. The doors of the burning house burst open. The queen of the Shadow Market stood outlined against the smoke. "Get to Alec!" Juliet shouted, and a dozen downworlders sprang. Juliet cleared a path. Jem and Tessa slipped out the door. Raph was out of this place of filth and smoke. Alec fought toward Juliet. "Mon Dieu," she breathed when she saw the woman in Alec's arms. She made a gesture, and a warlock jumped to take the unconscious werewolf out into the night. "There are more women down there," Alec said. "I'll get them." "Some of the Shadowhunters are on our side." Juliet nodded. "Which ones?" Alec turned to see Joaquin fighting two Shadowhunters at once. The man with the whip who'd come to help him was down. "That one," said Alec, "and whoever else he tells you." Juliet set her jaw and began to transform to her wolf shape, striding across the green quartz floor to Joaquin's side. She tapped one of the men fighting him on the shoulder. When he turned, she ripped out his throat with one clawed hand. "Maybe take them alive," said Alec. Not that guy, obviously. Joaquin was staring at Juliet with eyes gone enormous. Alec remembered that Joaquin had heard tales of horror about the Queen of the Shadow Market. Juliet, with blood on her hands and firelight in her snarled hair, might not be doing a lot to dispel that image. "Don't hurt her," Alec cried. "She's with us." "Oh, good," said Joaquin. Juliet squinted at him suspiciously through the smoke. "You're not evil?" "Trying not to be," said Joaquin. "Bien," said Juliet. "Show me who to kill. I mean, take alive if possible." Alec left them to it. He spun around and raced back down the stairs, Lily at his heels. The smoke was thick in the passage below by now. Alec saw there were Shadowhunters there already, getting Clive Breakspear and his warlock confederate out. Alec's lip curled. "If your loyalty is to the Clave, put a watch on them. They're going to stand trial." He and Lily opened the remaining doors. The women who could move on their own did. Too many could not. Alec picked up one woman after another and carried them out. Lily helped women who needed support to walk. Alec gave the women to the downworlders of the Shadow Market whenever he could, so he was able to get back to the basement faster. He reached the top of the stairs with another woman and saw the hall was deserted, taken over by smoke and falling masonry. Everyone had fled the death trap this building had become. Alec bundled the woman into Lily's arms. Lily was small enough that it was difficult, but she was strong enough to bear her weight. "Take her. I have to get the others." "I don't want to go," Lily shouted over the crackling fire. "I don't ever want to abandon anybody again." "You won't. Lily, go." Lily stumbled for the door under her heavy burden, sobbing. Alec turned back. The smoke had turned the whole world into a gray hell. He couldn't see or breathe. A hand caught his shoulder. Joaquin stood behind him. "You can't go down there," he panted. "I'm so sorry about those women, but they're—" Alec said icily, "Downworlders? It's too dangerous. And you have a lot to go back to. Magnus and Max." If Alec closed his eyes, he could see them with absolute clarity. But he knew he had to be worthy of going back to them. Joaquin was still holding on to him. Alec shrugged him off, and not gently. "I will not leave one woman down there, abused and forgotten," he said. "Not one. No real Shadowhunter would." He looked over his shoulder at Joaquin as he was going down the steps into hell. "You can leave," said Alec. "If you do, you can still call yourself a Shadowhunter. But will you be one?" Raphael lay on the cobbled street as Jem and Tessa hovered over him. Jem used every silent enchantment he had learned among the Silent Brothers. Tessa whispered every healing spell she had learned in the Spiral Labyrinth. Jem could tell, from long, bitter experience, that there was too much broken and bruised within that small body. There was a fire burning and a battle raging. Jem could not pay attention to any of it, could not bring himself to care about anything but the child under his hands. "Dittany, Jem," Tessa whispered desperately. "I need Dittany." Jem climbed to his feet, searching the crowd. There were so many from the Shadow Market here. There was surely one who could help. His gaze fell on Mother Hawthorne, with starlight on her dandelion hair. She met his eyes and made to run. Jem was fast as a Shadowhunter still, when he had to be. He was at her side in a moment, catching her wrist. "Do you have Dittany?" "If I do," snarled Mother Hawthorne, "why should I give it to you?" "I know what you did, more than a century ago," he said. "I know better than you do. The trick you played, causing one Shadowhunter to poison another, it poisoned an unborn child. Does that amuse you?" The faery's mouth went slack. "That child died because of you," said Jem. "Now there is another child who needs help. I could take the herb from you. I will if I have to. But I'm giving you the chance to make another choice." "It's too late," said Mother Hawthorne, and Jem knew she was thinking of Aurelian.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "Yes," said Jem, "merciless. It's too late to save the ones we lost. But this child is not lost yet. This choice is not lost yet. Choose." Mother Hawthorne turned her face away, her mouth set in bitter lines. But she reached inside the worn pouch at her belt and put the herb into his hand. Jem took it and raced back to Tessa. Raphael's body was arching under her hands. The Dittany flared to life at her touch, and Jem joined his hands with Tessa's, joined his voice with hers, as they spoke in all the languages they had ever taught each other. Their words were a song, their linked hands magic, and they poured everything they knew, together, into the child. Raphael's eyes opened. There was a flash of Tessa's pearlescent magic in his dark irises. Then it was lost. The child sat up, looking perfectly all right, well and whole, and somewhat annoyed. He gazed into their distraught faces and asked, in clipped Spanish, "Where is he?" "He's in there," Lily answered. The narrow cobbled street was full of members of the Shadow Market seeing to the werewolf victims, or herding Shadowhunters, with some different, deeply nervous-looking Shadowhunters tentatively assisting or trying to put out the flames. Lily was not doing any of that. She stared at the house with her arms crossed and her eyes dark with tears. As they watched, part of the roof collapsed. Rafe started forward. Tessa lunged and seized him, holding him as he strained against her grip. Jem stood. "No, Jem," said Tessa. "Take the child. Let me go in." Jem tried to take Rafe, but he was fighting them both. Then Rafe went still. Jem twisted around to see what the child was looking at, what everybody was looking at. There was a ripple in the crowd, then a hush. Jem did not think any of the Shadow Market or the Institute would forget what had happened here tonight. From the swirling smoke, out of the collapsing building, came 2 Shadowhunters, with werewolves in their arms. They walked tall, their faces grim, and people parted to let them pass. The women had been saved, and the child. Jem felt new resolution rise in him. Tessa was right. If Rosemary could be saved, he would save her. If there was a child, he and Tessa would stand between that child and the riders and the king. Alec carried the werewolf he bore to Tessa, who immediately began enchanting the smoke from her lungs. Then he dropped to his knees in front of Rafe. "Hey, my baby," said Alec, "are you all right?" Raphael might not have entirely understood the language, but anyone could have understood the message of Alec on his knees in the rubble, the love and concern on his face. Raphael nodded, dust drifting from his curly hair, and walked into Alec's open arms. Alec folded the little boy against his chest. "Thank you both," Alec said to Tessa and Jem. "You're heroes." "You're welcome," said Jem. "You're a moron," said Lily, and put her face in her hands. Alec rose and patted her awkwardly on the back, Rafe held in the circle of his other arm. He turned to Juliet, who had called one of her warlocks over to see to the werewolf in Joaquin's arms. "You got them all out." Juliet smiled at them both, her expression wondering, as if she were as young as Rafe and seeing magic for the first time. "You did it." "The werewolf woman who was looking after Rafe," said Alec. "Is she here?" Juliet looked at the ashes drifting on the cobbled streets. The fire was dying, now that Tessa could spare magic to cool the flames, but the house was a ruin. "No," said Juliet. "My girls tell me she was one of the first to die." "I'm sorry," Alec told her. Then his voice changed as he addressed Rafe. "Rafe, I have to ask you something," he said. "Solomillo steak?" Lily smirked. "Very," said Alec. "Sorry, Rafe, but will you come back with me to New York? I have to talk to. If you don't like it there, you don't have to." Rafe watched him stumble over his words. "I can't understand you, fool," he said sweetly in Spanish, and tucked his head down under Alec's chin, his arms going around Alec's neck. "Okay," said Alec. "Good, I think." Tessa walked away from the burned-out building. There were several warlocks in the crowd watching her with awe, Jem noted proudly. She strode over to the bound warlock and the head of the Buenos Aires Institute. "Shall we ask Magnus to open a portal for them?" she asked. "Not just yet," said Alec. There was a change in his demeanor, his shoulders going back, his face stern. If it weren't for the child in his arms, he might have been fearsome. Alec Lightwood, leader of the Alliance, said, "First, I want a word." Alec looked around at the assembled faces. His breathing felt as if it were tearing his throat, and his eyes were still stinging, but he was holding Rafe, so everything was perfectly all right. Except for the fact that he had no idea what to say. He couldn't know how many of the Shadowhunters had cooperated with the capture and torture of these women. He suspected most of them had gone along with their leader's orders, but he didn't know how responsible that made them. If he arrested everybody, then the Institute would be left an empty ruin. The people here were owed protection.
Clive Breakspear, the head of the Buenos Aires Institute, broke the accords and will pay for it, he said at last, and paused. Lily, can you translate for me? Absolutely, yes, Lily said promptly, and began to do so. Alec listened to her talk, watched the faces of the people listening, and saw a few smirks. Alec listened more intently and picked up a word. Boludo, Alec said to Jem. What does that mean? Jem coughed. It's not a polite word. I knew it, Alec said. Lily, stop translating. Sorry, Jem. Could you translate instead? Jem nodded. I'll do my best. The head of your institute has brought shame on us all, Alec told the Shadowhunters. I could bring everybody here to Alicante. I could have every one of you put to the trial of the sword. I know you were left after the war to rebuild as best you could, and instead of leading you, this man brought more ruin. But the law says that I should make each of you pay. Alec thought of Helen and Mark Blackthorne, cut off from their family by the cold peace. He thought of the way Magnus had sunk his face into his hands, despairing when the cold peace was past. Alec never wanted to see that despair again. Every day since that day, he'd tried to work out ways that they could all live united. What happened in that house should sicken any Shadowhunter, said Alec. We have to earn back the trust of everyone we have wronged. Joaquin, you will know the names of every man who was in Breakspear's inner circle. They will go with their leader to stand trial. For the rest, it is time for a new leader and a new chance to live as Nephilim should. He glanced at Joaquin, who was wiping tears from his eyes. Alec frowned at him and mouthed, What? Oh, it's just the way Jem is translating, Joaquin explained. I mean, your speech is good too, very stern. It makes me want to do everything you say. And Jem is basically repeating it, but it's the way he puts things, you know? It's beautiful. Uh-huh, Alec said. Joaquin grabbed his free hand. You be the new head of the institute. No, I snapped. People were always trying to make him head of institutes, and it made Alec tired. He couldn't change enough if he took that kind of position. He had more important things to do. No, repeated Alec, less grouchily, but no less firmly. I'm not Clive Breakspear. I'm here to help you, not to take over. When you saw what was happening, you told your men to stand down. You should act as the head of your own institute until the consul can consider your case. Joaquin stood, amazed. Alec nodded at him. You can work with the shadow market, he said. I can provide you with resources. So can I, said Juliet. Joaquin stared at her, then swung his head back to Alec. The queen of the shadow market, said Alec. Do you think you will be able to cooperate with her? Juliet gave Joaquin a hostile look.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. There was still a suggestion of wolfish teeth in her mouth. Joaquin reached out, as if to point to the blood on Juliet's hands, and Alec wondered for a nasty moment if the hatred between the Nephilim and the Downworlders in this place ran too deep. Joaquin lifted Juliet's hand to his lips and kissed it. I did not know, he breathed, that the queen of the shadow market was so beautiful. Alec realized abruptly that he'd gotten everything wrong. Juliet mouthed several shocked demands for explanation and several more French expletives at Alec over Joaquin's bowed head. Shadowhunters go so hard, Lily cackled. Okay, fine. Glad we're entering into the spirit of cooperation, said Alec, and turned back to the crowd. This Nephilim child is now under the protection of the New York Institute, he said. Let's say this was a very standard and normal adoption. Let's say that though the head of your institute was corrupt, you survived under a bad leader and kept your honor. You hold Breakspear here until he can be tried.
I will, of course, be returning here often to finalize details of the adoption, and I'll see what is happening. I want to believe in my fellow Shadowhunters. Don't let me down." He had no doubt Jem would make that sound better in Spanish. He turned back to Juliet, who had succeeded with difficulty in freeing her hand and was retreating several steps under Joaquin's rapt gaze. "I should be getting back to my kids," she said, gesturing to the 3 kids. Rosie gave Alec a little wave. "Oh," said Joaquin, a world of devastation in the syllable. Then he seemed to notice the lack of anyone else with the kids. "Has it been very difficult ruling the shadow market as a single mother?" he asked, with sudden transparent hope. "Well, none of this has exactly been easy," said Juliet. Where Joaquin beamed at her. "That's wonderful." "What?" said Juliet. Joaquin was already heading toward the kids, on an obvious mission to endear himself to them. Alec hoped he had a lot of candies. "Did he inhale a lot of smoke in there?" "Probably," said Alec. "Shadowhunters get very set on things," said Lily. "Very set." "Do you enjoy intensely serious romantic commitment?" "I don't know his name," Juliet pointed out. She sneaked a self-conscious look over at Joaquin, whose endearing of himself seemed to be going very well. He had Juliet's warlock boy up on his shoulders. "His name's Joaquin," Alec said helpfully. Juliet smiled. "I suppose I do like some Shadowhunters." "It's always a pleasure, Alec Lightwood. Thanks for everything." "It was nothing," said Alec. Juliet strolled over to her kids, calling out to them to stop bothering the head of the institute. Alec looked around at the smoke drifting up to the stars, and the people in the streets all talking to each other without barriers. His eyes fell on Tessa and Jem. "Is it time to go home?" Tessa asked. Alec bit his lip, then nodded. "I'll text Magnus and ask him to open a portal." There was an official protocol for adopting Shadowhunter children. He knew that he and Raphael would have to go back and forth from Buenos Aires several times, but this trip home would be worth it, even if it did not last long. Alec wanted to take Raphael home as soon as he could. He was tired, and he wanted to sleep in his own bed. "I don't suppose you have any ideas for how I can explain all this to Magnus?" he asked Jem. "I think you'll find all the words you need, Alec," said Jem. "Thanks, that's very helpful." Jem smiled. "You even found a way to make the boy who doesn't like anybody like you. Thanks for all your help, Alec." Alec wished he could help more, but he knew that at least for now he had done his part. They all had to trust each other, and he did trust his friends. If there was a Herondale in danger, they could not ask for better protection than Jem and Tessa. "I didn't do much, but it was good to see you both. Good luck with the Herondale." Jem nodded. "Thank you. I think we might need it." The portal was open and shimmering. "Bye, Jem," said Lily. "Oh, no nickname?" Jem sounded pleased. "Bye, Lily." Alec studied Raphay's face. "Do you like me?" he asked. Raphay beamed and shook his head, then secured his arms more tightly around Alec's neck. "Oh, fine, that you understand," Alec grumbled. "Come on, let's go home." They stepped out of the portal into the electric starriness of a New York night. Alec could see his apartment down the street, the shimmer of a witchlight behind pale blue curtains. He checked his watch. It was past Max's bedtime. Max fought bedtime like it was a demon, so Magnus was probably reading him a fifth story or singing him a third song. Every brown and white facade, every tree surrounded by wire on the cracked sidewalk, was dear to him. Alec used to think, when he was younger, and felt as if he might die amid the crushing expectations and stone walls of the Institute, that he might feel better if he could live among the glass towers of Alicante. He hadn't known home was across the city, waiting for him. He set Raphay on the steps of their building and hopped him up one step, then swung him up another for sheer joy. He opened the door to home. "Alec!" boomed a voice behind him. Alec jumped. Lily swiftly thrust Raphay behind the protection of Alec's front door and spun, lip curling from her needle-sharp teeth. Alec turned as well. very slowly. He wasn't scared. He knew that voice. "Alec," said Robert Lightwood, "we need to talk." "Okay, Dad," said Alec. "Lily, I need to explain everything to Magnus, so could you watch Rafe for a second?" Lily nodded, still giving Robert the evil eye. There was a pause. "Hello, Lily," Robert added gruffly. "Who the hell are you?" asked Lily. "My dad," said Alec. "The Inquisitor, the second most important person in the club. Someone you have met at least 26 times. "I don't recall," said Lily. Alec's incredulous look was mirrored on his father's face. "Lily," said Robert, "I know you know me." "Never gonna, don't wanna." Lily shut the door of Alec's apartment building in his father's face. There was an awkward silence. "Sorry about that," said Alec finally, jogging down the steps to join his father on the sidewalk. "All your other vampires like me," muttered Robert. Alec blinked. "My other vampires?" "Your friend Elliot reaches out whenever Lily leaves him in charge," explained Robert. "He says he feels in need of Lightwood guidance. I visited the Hotel du Mort while you were away, and the vampires had a little dinner just for me, and they all talked to me about you. Elliot gave me his phone number, I presume so I can call him in case of emergencies. Elliot's always charming to me." Alec didn't know how to break it to his dad that Elliot was shamelessly hitting on him. "Huh," said Alec. "How was Magnus? Doing well? Dressing, uniquely?" "Still gorgeous," said Alec defiantly. "Yeah." His father looked abashed. Alec wasn't comfortable talking about how he felt, but he wasn't ashamed, and nobody was going to make him be ashamed ever again. He didn't know why his father never stopped poking at him, with the obsessive curiosity of a child poking at a scab. When he was younger, his dad used to joke insistently about Alec and girls. It was too painful to respond to those comments. Alec talked less and less. He remembered the day he'd walked out of the Institute to find Magnus. He'd met Magnus twice and couldn't forget him. The Institute lay behind him, its stark outlines cutting the sky. He'd been breathless and terrified, with one thought very clear in his mind. "Is this how you want to live your whole life?" Then he'd gone to Magnus's place and asked him out. Alec couldn't bear the idea of one of his kids ever feeling trapped in their own home. He knew his dad hadn't meant to do that. "How's my little M.M.?" asked Robert. Max's middle name was Michael, after Robert's long-dead Parabatai. Usually, that was Alec's cue to take out his phone and show his dad all the new pictures of Max he possessed, but he was in a hurry today. "He's the best," Alec said.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "Is there something you need, Dad? I heard some rumors about the Buenos Aires Institute," said Robert. "I heard you were there." "Right," said Alec. Clive Breakspear, the head of the Institute, had his Shadowhunters acting as mercenaries. They'll need to stand trial. But I encouraged a change in leadership. The Buenos Aires Institute is going to be all right. "This is why I needed to talk to you, Alec," said Robert. Alec studied the cracks in the sidewalk and tried to think of a way to explain everything that would implicate nobody else. "Do you know, the positions of consul and inquisitor often stay within the same families. I've been thinking about what happens when the time comes for me to retire." Alec stared at a weed growing through the cracks in the sidewalk. "I don't think Jace wants to be inquisitor, Dad." "Alec," said Robert, "I'm not talking to Jace. I'm talking to you." Alec jolted. "What?" He looked up from the sidewalk. His father was smiling at him as if he meant it. Alec remembered his own words. The Inquisitor, the second most important person in the Clave. Alec allowed himself a moment to dream. Being Inquisitor and having a hand in the making of the law itself. Being able to get Aileen and Helen back. Being able to put some sort of dent in the cold peace. Being able, Alec thought with slow dawning hope, to get married. Having his dad believe that Alec could do it. Alec knew his dad loved him, but that wasn't the same as his dad believing in him. He hadn't known that before. "I'm not saying it would be easy," said Robert, "but several members of the Clave have mentioned it as a possibility.
You know how popular you are with downworlders." "Not really," mumbled Alec. "A few more people in the Clove are coming around," said Robert. "I have that tapestry up of you, and I take care to mention your name often. Here I thought it was up because you love me." Robert blinked at him, as if he was wounded by the joke. "Alec, it is, but I want this for you, too. That's what I came here to ask. Do you want it for yourself?" Alec thought of the power to change the law from a sword that hurt people into a shield to defend them. "Yeah," said Alec, "but you have to be sure you want me to have it, Dad. People won't be happy with me taking it, and once I have it, I'm going to split the Clove apart." "You are?" Robert asked, his voice faint. "Because I have to," said Alec. "Because everything has to change, for everybody's sake, and for Magnus and our kids." Robert blinked. "Your what?" "Oh, by the angel," said Alec, "please don't ask me any questions. I have to go. I have to talk to Magnus right away." Robert said, "I am very confused." "I really have to go," said Alec. "Thanks, Dad. I mean it. Come for dinner again soon, all right? We'll talk more about the Inquisitor thing then." "All right," said Robert. "I'd like that. When I had dinner with you three a few weeks ago, I don't remember the last time I had such a happy day." Alec remembered how difficult it had been during Robert's visit to keep the conversation going, how only Max prattling at his grandpa's knee had broken the frequent silences. It broke Alec's heart to think Robert had thought of that strained, awkward dinner as happiness. "Come over any time," said Alec. "Max loves seeing his grandpa. And thank you, Dad. Thanks for believing in me. Sorry if I caused you a lot of paperwork tonight." "You saved lives tonight, Alec," said Robert. He took an awkward step toward Alec, and his hand lifted, as if he was going to pat Alec on the shoulder. Then his hand dropped. He looked into Alec's face, and his eyes were so sad. "You're a good man, Alec," he said at last. "You're a better man than I am." Alec loved his father and would never be cruel to him, so he didn't say, "I had to be." Instead, he reached out and pulled his father into an awkward hug, patting him on the shoulder before he stepped back. "We'll talk later. Whenever you like," said Robert. "I've got all the time in the world." Alec waved to his dad, then ran up the steps of his building. He opened the door and bounded up his stairs to find Lily alone. The door of his loft was open a crack, light filtering through, but Lily was standing in the shadows and appeared to be filing her nails. "Lily," Alec said dangerously, "where is Raphael?" "Oh, him," Lily shrugged. "He heard Magnus singing some Indonesian lullaby, and he bolted inside. Nothing I could do. Shadowhunters, they're speedy." Neither of them mentioned Magnus's wards, which couldn't be forced by any magic or any strength Alec knew of. Magnus didn't have wards up for anyone defenseless, anyone who might need his help. Of course a child could go through. Alec fixed her with a reproachful glare, but was distracted by the deep, lovely murmur of Magnus's voice through the open door. His tone was warm, and, as it often was, amused. Alec thought of Jem telling Tessa, "Your voice is the music I love best in all the world." "Ah, there's that smile," said Lily. "It's been 2 days, and I missed it." Alec stopped smiling and made a face at her, but when he looked at her properly, she was fiddling with the zipper of her leather jacket. There was something about the set of her mouth, as if she'd set it determinedly so it wouldn't tremble. "Thanks for coming with me," Alec said. "Also, you're the worst." That made her smile. Lily wiggled her fingers in farewell. "Don't you forget it." She slipped away like a shadow, and Alec opened the door and stepped inside his apartment at last. His coffee machine was on the counter. His cat was sleeping on the sofa. There was a door standing open to a room he'd never seen before, which happened sometimes at his place. The room inside had golden brown floorboards and whitewashed walls. Magnus was standing in the room with Rafe beside him. Magnus was wearing a red and gold silk robe, and Rafe's face was tipped up to watch him as he produced a low, soothing stream of Spanish. It was a beautiful room. Alec realized Magnus knew he was there because Magnus started translating what he was saying into rapid English, switching between languages with fluid ease so everybody knew what was going on. "Let's put away the cross for now and talk about organized religion later," said Magnus, snapping his fingers at the crucifix on the wall. "And let's have a window and let the light in. Do you like this one?" He gestured easily to the wall, and a circular window opened up onto their street, showing a tree catching the moon. Then he gestured again, and the window was red and gold-stained glass. "Or this one." Magnus waved a third time, and the window was arched and tall as a church window. "Or this one." Raphael was nodding and nodding, his face wreathed in eager smiles. Magnus smiled down at him. "Want me to just keep doing magic?" Raphael nodded again, even more vehemently. Magnus laughed and set a hand on Raphael's curly head. Alec was about to warn that Raphael was shy at first and would duck away, but Raphael didn't. He let Magnus stroke his hair, the rings on Magnus's hand catching the light through their new window. Magnus's smile went from gleaming to glowing. He met Alec's eyes over Raphael's head. "I've been getting to know Raphael," said Magnus. "He told me that was what he liked to be called. We've been doing up a bedroom for him." "See, I do," said Alec. "Raphael," said Magnus. "Raphael, do you have a last name?" Raphael shook his head. "That's all right. We have two. How would you feel about a middle name? Would you like one?" Raphael burst into a stream of Spanish. From all the nodding, Alec was fairly sure he was agreeing. Alec said, "We probably need to talk." Magnus laughed. "Oh, do you think so? Excuse us for a minute, Raphael." He moved toward Alec, then stopped short. Raphael's hands were clenched hard on the edge of Magnus's robe. Magnus looked startled. Raphael burst out crying. Magnus cast Alec a wild glance, then ran his hands distractedly through his own hair. Between torrential sobs, Raphael began to eke out words. Alec couldn't speak Raphael's language, but he understood nonetheless.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Don't let me see you, and then have to go away into the loneliness that is the world without you. Please, please keep me. It'll be good if you would just keep me. Alex started forward, but before he was even in the room, Magnus dropped to his knees and touched the child's face with tender hands. All trace of tears disappeared with a shimmer of magic. "Hush," said Magnus. "Don't cry." "Yes, of course we will, my darling." Rafe put his face down onto Magnus' shoulder and sobbed his heart out. Magnus patted his shaking back until he was quiet. "I'm sorry," Magnus said at last, and rocked Rafe in the curve of one red silk arm. "I really do need to talk to Alec. I'll be right back, I promise you." He stood and tried to move forward, then cast a rueful glance downward. Rafe was still holding on to his robe. "He's very determined," Alec explained. "So completely unlike any other Shadowhunters of my acquaintance then," said Magnus, and swept off his robe. Underneath he was wearing a tunic shirt shimmering with gold thread, and loose, ratty gray sweatpants. "Are those sweatpants mine?" "Yes," said Magnus. "I missed you." "Oh," said Alec. Magnus settled the robe around Rafe's shoulders, wrapping him up so he was a red silk cocoon with a startled face on top. Then he knelt down by Rafe again and lifted Raphael's hands in his, holding them together. Inside Raffi's cupped palms, a tiny fountain of glitter leaped in a shining loop. Rafe gave a hiccuping laugh, full of surprised delight. "There, you like magic, don't you?" "Keep your hands together, and it will keep going," Magnus murmured, then made his escape while Rafe was watching the fountain. Alec took Magnus' hand, pulling him out of the new room, into the main loft and through into their bedroom. He shut the door and said, "I can explain." "I think I might understand already, Alexander," said Magnus. "You were away a day and a half, and you adopted us another kid. What happens if you go away for a week?" "I didn't mean to," said Alec. "I wasn't going to do anything without asking you. Only he was there, and he's a Shadowhunter, and nobody was looking after him, so I thought I could take him to the Institute here, or to Alicant."
Magnus had been smiling, but now he stopped. Alec felt even more alarmed. "We're not adopting him?" Magnus asked. "But can't we?" Alec blinked. "I thought we were," Magnus said. "Alec, I promised him. Do you not want to?" Alec stared at him for another instant. Magnus' face was tense, intent but confused at the same time, as if he was baffled by his own vehemence. Suddenly, Alec was laughing. He'd thought he was waiting to be sure, yet this was better, as all the best things in his life were better than any dream that had come before. Not Alec knowing right away, but seeing Magnus know right away. It was so sweet and so obvious that this was exactly the way things should be. Seeing Magnus experience the instant, instinctive love as Alec had with Max. As Alec learned with Raphael the slow, sweet, and conscious way of love that Max had learned with Max. Opening a new door in their familiar, beloved home, as if it had always been there. "Yes," Alec said, breathless with laughter and love. "Yes, I want to." Magnus's smile returned. Alec pulled him into his arms, then turned so Magnus had his back to the wall. Alec cupped Magnus' face in both hands. "Give me a minute," Alec said. "Let me look at you. God, I missed home." Magnus's fascinating eyes were narrowed slightly, watching Alec's back, and his smiling mouth was a little startled, as it often was, though what surprised him Alec didn't know. Alec couldn't just look at him. He kissed him, and that mouth was against his own, the kiss making every tired muscle in Alec's body turn to liquid sweetness. To Alec, love always meant this, his shining city of eternal light, the land of lost dreams reclaimed, his first kiss and his last. Magnus's arms went around him. "My Alec," Magnus murmured, "welcome home." Now when Alec asked himself, "Is this how you want to live your whole life?" he could answer yes, and yes, and yes. Every kiss was the answer yes, and the question he would get to ask Magnus someday. They kissed up against the bedroom wall for long, bright moments, then both stepped away from the other with a wrench. The Alec began. "Kids," Magnus finished, "later." "Wait, the kids plural?" asked Alec, and became aware of what Magnus had heard, the stealthy sound of tiny feet exiting Max's room. "That hell-born brat," Magnus muttered. "I read him 8 stories." "Magnus!" "What? I can call him that. It's you who can't call him that because it's infernally insensitive." Magnus grinned, then squinted at his own stained hand. "Alec, I know you don't really care about your clothes, but you don't usually come home covered in soot." "Better see to the kids," said Alec, ducking out of the bedroom and the conversation. In the main room was Max, in his Triceratops footy pajamas and dragging his fuzzy blankie, regarding Rafe with wide eyes. Rafe stood on the woven rug before the fireplace, wrapped in Magnus's red silk robe. His eyes narrowed into the death stare that had frightened the other kids at the shadow market. Max, who had never felt threatened by anything in his life, smiled guilelessly up at him. Rafe's scowl faltered. Max turned at the opening of the door. He padded swiftly over to Alec, and Alec knelt down to embrace him. "Daddy! Daddy!" Max caroled. "This the brother or a sister?" Raphael's eyebrows went up. He said something quickly in Spanish. "Not a sister," Magnus translated from the door. "Max, this is Raphael. Say hi." Max clearly took this as confirmation. He patted Alec's shoulder as if to say, "Great job, Dad. Finally you deliver the goods." Then he turned back to Rafe. "What are you, werewolf?" Max guessed. Rafe glanced at Magnus, who translated. "He says he's a Shadowhunter." Max beamed. "Daddy's a Shadowhunter. I'm a Shadowhunter too." Rafe regarded Max's horns with an air suggesting, "Can you believe this guy?" He shook his head firmly and attempted to explain the situation. He says you're a warlock, Magnus translated faithfully, and that this is a very good thing to be, because it means you can do magic, and magic is cool and pretty. Magnus paused, which is so true. Max's face screwed up in rage. I'm a Shadowhunter. Rafe waved a hand, his attitude one of deep impatience. All right, my blue-ringed octopus, Magnus interposed hastily. Let's continue this debate tomorrow, shall we? Everybody needs sleep. Rafe has had a long day, and it is incredibly past your bedtime. I'll read you a story, Alec promised. Max dropped his fury as swiftly as he'd assumed it. His blue brows knit. He seemed to be thinking deeply. No bed, he argued. Stay up. Be with Rafe. He sidled up to a stunned-looking Raphael and gave him a big hug. I'm love him. Rafe hesitated, then hugged Max shyly back. The sight of them made Alec's chest hurt. He cast a glance back at Magnus, who had an equally smitten expression. It's a special occasion, Alec pointed out. I was never very good at discipline anyway, said Magnus, and threw himself down beside the kids on the rug. Rafe edged closer, and Magnus looped an arm around him. Rafe cuddled up. How about you tell us all a bedtime story about what happened in Buenos Aires? It wasn't that exciting, Alec said, other than, I found Rafe, I missed you, I came home. That's it. We'll have to go back and forth to Buenos Aires a few times to finalize the adoption, before we can make it official and tell everyone. Maybe we can all go together sometime. Rafe said several swift sentences in Spanish. Is that so? Asked Magnus. How extremely interesting. What are you saying? Asked Rafe anxiously. You aren't getting away with this one, Alec Lightwood, Magnus pointed at him. Not this time. I have a spy. Alec went over to the rug, knelt down, and made earnest eye contact with Rafe. Rafe, he said, please don't be a spy. Rafe gave Alec a look of firm incomprehension and burst into a torrent of Spanish for Magnus.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Alec was certain at least some of it was Rafe promising to be a spy any time Magnus wanted. Sounds like you did some pretty impressive things in Buenos Aires, said Magnus at last. A lot of people would have given up. What were you thinking? Alec picked Max up, tipped him upside down, then sideways, then returned him to the rug, grinning when Max crowed with laughter. All I did was think about being worthy of coming home to you, said Alec. It was nothing much. There was a silence. Alec turned, a little concerned, to find Magnus staring at him. That surprised look was on his face again, and there was a softness along with it that was rare for Magnus. What? Said Alec. Nothing, you stealth romance attacker, Magnus said. How do you always know what to say? He leaned forward easily, keeping Rafe held comfortably against him, to give Alec a kiss on the jaw. Alec smiled. Rafe was studying Max, who seemed gratified Rafe was taking an interest. If you want to be a Shadowhunter, said Raphael in careful English, you have to train. No, Rafe, said Alec. Max doesn't need to train. I train, said Max. Alec shook his head. His baby was a warlock. Alec would train Rafe, but Max didn't need to learn any of that. He looked to Magnus for backup, but Magnus was hesitating, his lip caught between his teeth. Magnus! Max wants to be just like you, Magnus said. I can understand that. Are we going to tell him he can't be whatever he wants to be? Alec began, and stopped. There's nothing to say a warlock couldn't physically fight, said Magnus, using magic to substitute for Shadowhunter attributes. It might keep him safe, because people don't expect a warlock to be trained that way. It wouldn't hurt to try. Besides, we found Max on the steps of Shadowhunter Academy. Someone might have wanted him to have Shadowhunter training. Alec hated the idea. But he'd thought, hadn't he, that he wished he could train a kid? He'd promised himself that he would never be the kind of father who made the walls of home feel like a trap. If you loved somebody, you trusted them. All right, said Alec. I guess it wouldn't hurt to show them a few ways to stand and fall. Might get them tired enough for bedtime.
Magnus grinned and snapped his fingers. Practice mats suddenly covered the floor. Max scrambled to his feet. Rafe, head pillowed against Magnus's chest, seemed uninterested until Magnus nudged him gently, but then he got up willingly enough. Maybe I can teach Rafe a few magic tricks as well, Magnus mused. He can't be a warlock any more than Max can be a Shadowhunter, but there are magicians around. He might be a very good one. Alec recalled a story about a magician with Shadowhunter blood, known as Roland the Astonishing, who had lived a long, happy life with his best beloved. He thought of the market and the institute mingling in the streets of Buenos Aires, of Jem and Tessa, of love and trust in a changing world, and showing his sons they could be anything they wanted, including happy. He rose and walked to the center of the room. "Boys, follow the moves I make," said Halleck. "Stand with me now. All together. Once upon a time, in a land not so far away, there was a child who should not have been born. A child of disgraced warriors, his blood the blood of the angels, his birthright forfeit while he slept, unknowing in his mother's womb. A child sentenced to death for the sins of his ancestors. A child spirited away from the law that condemned, and the family that couldn't yet know how much they might someday need him and his progeny. Once upon a time, a child was lost, or at least such is the story as told by those foolish enough to lose him. No one is ever lost to himself. The child was simply hiding. As his child and his child's child learned to hide, and on through the generations, evading those who hunted them, some seeking forgiveness, some seeking annihilation, until, inevitably, that which had been hidden was revealed. The lost child was found. And that was the end. Later, when Jem Carstairs tried to remember how the end began, he would remember the tickle of Tessa's hair on his face as he bent close, breathed deep the scent of her, which that day carried a hint of lavender. They were in Provence, so, of course, everything smelled like lavender. But Tessa was alive with it. Breathing her in was like breathing in a sunlit meadow, a sea of purpling blossoms, springtime itself. That was what Jem would remember, later. The desire that time stop, freeze the two of them inside this perfect moment. He would remember thinking, with wonder, that this was how it felt to be perfectly satisfied. When Tessa Gray returned to that moment, the moment before, she remembered the taste of honey, which Jem had drizzled onto a sliver of baguette, then popped into her mouth. The honey, fresh from the hive behind the estate, was almost painfully sweet. Her fingers were sticky with it, and when she pressed them to Jem's soft cheek, they didn't want to let go. She couldn't blame them. Memory has a tendency to fog the mundane. What Jem and Tessa were actually doing? Bickering about whether the cheese they'd acquired that morning was goat or cow, and which of them was responsible for eating so much of it that a second trip to the fromagerie was required. It was a lazy, loving bickering, as befitted their sun-dappled afternoon. They'd come to this retreat in the French countryside to strategize about the lost Herondale, who, they had recently discovered, was also heir to the Seelie and Unseelie courts, and so in more danger than anyone had ever imagined. This estate, the use of which had been offered by Magnus Bane, was a safe, quiet place to plan where to go from here. The lost Herondale had made it very clear to Jem that she didn't want to be found. But Jem worried this was because she didn't know the depths of danger she was in. They needed to find her, warn her, now more than ever. The urgency was real, but so was their inability to do anything about it, which left many hours to fill, gazing out at the sunlit hillside, and at each other. Tessa had nearly decided to give in and admit that Jem was right about the provenance, goat, if wrong about who'd eaten the most, Tessa, when a light sparked between them, like a tiny falling star. Except it didn't fall, it froze in mid-air, getting brighter and brighter, blindingly bright, and forming itself into a familiar shape. Tessa sucked in a sharp breath. "Is that?" "A heron," Jem confirmed. Years before, Jem had enchanted a silver pendant in the shape of a heron and pressed it into the palm of a young woman with Herondale blood. a young woman in danger who steadfastly refused his help. "With this pendant you can always find me," he had promised, in the silent voice with which he had once spoken. Jem was Brother Zachariah then, still bearing the robes and duties of the Silent Brotherhood, but this mission and this promise had nothing to do with the Brotherhood. Jem was still bound by it, would always be bound by it. "I trust you will summon me for help if and when you need. Please trust that I will always answer." The woman he'd given that pendant to was a Herondale, the last heir of the lost Herondale. And the silver heron meant that after all these years, she needed him. As Jem and Tessa watched, the bird traced letters of fire on the air. "I turned away from you once, but please help me now. I thought I could do this on my own, but the riders are closing in. If you will not come for me, come for my boy. I thought I could buy his life with my suffering. I thought if I left him, he would be safe. He is not. Please come. I beg you. Save me. Save my child. Rosemary Herondale." The light winked out. Jem and Tessa were already in motion. In the century and a half they'd known each other, much had changed, but this truth endured. When a Herondale called, they would answer. LA traffic wasn't as bad as everyone said. It was exponentially worse. 6 lanes, all of them nearly at a standstill.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. As Tessa inched forward, shifting lanes every time a space opened up, Jem felt like he was going to crawl out of his skin. They'd portaled from France to Los Angeles, but the closest location that was familiar enough to them for the portal to work was halfway across the city from the source of the distress call. Magnus had reached out to his network of West Coast acolytes and secured them transport to get the rest of the way. The turquoise convertible didn't exactly scream incognito, but it was enough to carry them the handful of miles from Echo Park to Rosemary Herondale's house in the Hollywood Hills. The ride should only have taken a few minutes. It felt like it had been a year. "I turned away from you once, but please help me now." The words echoed in Jem's mind. He'd spent decades searching for the lost Herondale, finding her, finally, only to lose her again. But after she'd refused his offer of protection, he'd made her a promise. He would come when she called. He would save her when she needed saving. "I thought I could do this on my own." James Carstairs would always come to the aid of a Herondale. He would never stop repaying the debts of love. She had summoned him, using the necklace, and he would do everything in his power to honor his promise. "But please come, I beg you, save me." There was more than just one life at stake now. Save my child. What if they were too late? Tessa put her hand on Jem's. "This isn't your fault," she said. Of course she knew what he was thinking. She always did. "I had her, and I let her walk away." Jem couldn't stop picturing it, that morning on the bridge in Paris, when he'd begged Rosemary Herondale to accept his protection. He had asked a Herondale to trust him, and been judged unworthy. "You didn't let her do anything," Tessa pointed out. "She made her own choice." "The Herondale way," Jem said wryly. "You let her know you would always be there if she needed you, and now that she does, I'm twiddling my thumbs 5 miles away. Useless." Enough. Tessa abruptly swerved onto the shoulder of the road and sped past the clogged lanes, then careened onto the first exit ramp they came to. Instead of slowing down, she picked up speed as they hit the surface streets, weaving wildly from lane to sidewalk. Soon, finally, they found their way into the hills, the road narrowing to a single lane of hairpin turns, bounded by a vertiginous drop. Tessa didn't slow down. "I know you have superhuman reflexes, but trust me," she said. "Infinitely."
He couldn't tell Tessa the other reason he felt guilty. It wasn't simply that he'd let Rosemary slip through his fingers all those years ago. It was what he'd done for her since, which suddenly seemed like next to nothing. Ever since he'd slaved off his life as Brother Zachariah and fought his way back to Jem Carstairs and back to Tessa Gray, the other half of his soul, his heart, his self, he'd given himself permission to be happy. They'd visited shadow markets all over the world, keeping watch for Rosemary, always searching for ways they might be able to assist her from a distance. They'd even visited the market here in L.A. several times, but they had found no trace of her there. What if, despite his best intentions, Jem had missed something, some opportunity to find and help Rosemary before it was too late? What if, lost in his own happiness with Tessa, he'd enabled her suffering? The car screeched to a stop in front of a small Spanish-style bungalow. The yard was a riot of color: monkey flowers, hummingbird sage, desert mallow, jacaranda blossoms. A gauntlet of sunflowers watched over the path to the door, nodding in the breeze, as if to welcome them. "It's like a house from a storybook," Tessa marveled, and Jem agreed. The sky was an impossible blue, dotted with cotton candy clouds, and the mountains on the horizon made it feel like they were in an alpine village rather than the middle of a sprawling metropolis. "It's so peaceful," she added, "like nothing bad could ever happen here." She was interrupted by a piercing scream. They erupted into motion. Jem shouldered the front door open, readying his sword to face whatever lay beyond. Tessa followed close behind, her hands sparking with angry light. Inside, they found a nightmare. Rosemary lying still in a pool of blood. Looming over her, a massive faerie, his body covered in thick bronze armor, a long sword raised overhead. Its point aimed straight at Rosemary's heart. In many ways, Jem Carstairs was no longer a Shadowhunter, but in the most important ways, he would always be a Shadowhunter. He launched himself forward, a whirl of deadly motion, sword stick a silver blur, as he hacked at the faerie with the full, righteous force of Shadowhunter rage. His blows glanced off the creature's body without leaving a single mark. Tessa raised her hands and dispatched a blinding white wave of energy at the faerie. He absorbed it without flinching, then, almost carelessly, grabbed Tessa in one massive hand and flung her across the room. She slammed into the wall with a thud that caused Jem physical pain. Jem threw himself in the faerie's path, kicked, spun, swung the sword down sharp and sure in what should have been a mortal blow. Any ordinary faerie, any ordinary downworlder, would have been felled. This one only laughed, shoved Jem to the floor, and pinned him there beneath a massive foot, leaving Jem helpless to do anything but watch as the longsword found its mark and stabbed Rosemary through the chest. The faerie stepped back, freeing Jem to rush to her side. Too late. He tore off his shirt, pressed it desperately to Rosemary's gushing wound, determined to keep her life from draining away. Too late. "I have no quarrel with you, Shadowhunter," the faerie said, then gave a sharp whistle. An enormous bronze steed crashed through the bungalow's front windows in a hail of glass. The faerie hoisted himself onto the horse. "I suggest you refrain from quarreling with me." The horse reared and leaped into the air. And just like that, horse and rider were gone. Rosemary's face was deathly pale, her eyes closed. She was still breathing, if barely. Jem put pressure on the wound, willing her to hold on. Tessa knelt beside him. He let out a sharp breath, his heart clenching. "Are you hurt? I'm fine, but Rosemary—" Tessa gripped Rosemary's hands and closed her eyes in concentration. Seconds passed as she summoned the will to heal. He could see the effort written on her face, the torment. Finally, Tessa turned to Jem, a hollow look in her eyes. He knew what she would say before she said it. "It's a mortal wound," she murmured. "There's nothing to be done." Tessa had volunteered as a nurse during one of the mundane wars. She knew a mortal wound when she saw one. And Jem, during his decades in the Silent Brotherhood, had seen too many Shadowhunters beyond help, far too many in the Dark War. He too could recognize death in all his guises. Rosemary's eyes flickered open. Her lips parted, as if she was trying to speak, but she managed only a rasping breath. There was still one Herondale they could save. "Your child," Jem said. "Where is he?" Rosemary shook her head, the effort of motion causing her obvious pain. "Please," she whispered. There was so much blood, everywhere, blood, her life streaming away. "Please, protect my son." "Just tell us where to find him," Jem said, "and on my life I will protect him, I swear." He stopped, realizing there was no one to receive his promise. The shuddering breath had given way to stillness. She was gone. "We'll find him," Tessa promised Jem. "We'll find him before anyone can hurt him. We will." Jem hadn't moved from Rosemary's body. He held her cool hand in his, as if he couldn't bring himself to let go. She knew what he was feeling, and it hurt. This was the joy and punishment of loving someone the way she loved Jem's. She felt with him. His guilt, his regret, his powerlessness and fury. As they consumed him, they consumed her too. Of course, it wasn't just Jem's guilt, Jem's fury. She had plenty of her own.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Every Herondale was a part of Will, and so a part of her. That was what it meant to be family, and she had knelt by the cold body of too many Herondales. She could not stomach another meaningless death. They would find Rosemary's son. They would protect him. They would ensure this death was not in vain, whatever it took. "It's not just that she's dead," Jem said quietly. His head was lowered, his hair a curtain over his face. But she'd memorized his face, his every expression. She'd spent so many hours since his return gazing at him, unable to believe he was really here, restored to life, restored to her. "It's that she died alone." She wasn't alone. She's not alone. This was not the first time she and Jem had helped a Herondale into eternity. Once she had sat on one side of Will, Jem on the other, both of them longing to hold on to him, both summoning the strength to let him go. Jem had been Brother Zachariah then, or that was what the world had seen. Ruined face, sealed eyes, cold skin, closed heart. She had only ever seen her Jem. It still seemed a miracle that he could open his eyes and see her back. Wasn't she? Very gently, Jem unclasped Rosemary's necklace. He dangled the long silver chain, letting the heron charm spin slowly, gleaming in the afternoon light. "I thought this would be enough, a way to reach out if she needed me. But I knew she was in danger from the Fae. I shouldn't have underestimated that." "I recognize that fairy, Jen," Tessa said. "The bronze braid, the designs on his armor, all those etchings of the sea. That was Fowl of Manon." She'd studied the riders of Manon during her time in the Spiral Labyrinth, part of her efforts to better understand the fairy world. They were very old, ancient even, from an age of monsters and gods, and they served at the pleasure of the unseelie king. These were no ordinary fairies. They were more powerful. They were made of wild magic. Perhaps most terrifyingly, they could lie. Seraph blades are useless against the riders of Manon, Jem. They're born assassins, a walking death sentence.
Once he found her, no power on earth could have stopped him. So then, what hope is there for the boy? There's always hope. She risked putting her arms around him then, and very softly extricated Rosemary's hand from his grip. We find the boy first. Then we make sure the Fae never do. Not until we're ready for them, at least, Jem said, a note of steel entering his voice. There were those who believed that because Jem was so kind, so capable of gentleness and generosity, because Jem loved so selflessly, that Jem was weak. There were those who suspected he was not capable of violence or vengeance, who assumed they could hurt Jem and the ones he loved with impunity, because he did not have it in him to strike back. Those who believed this were wrong. Those who acted on it would be sorry. Tessa squeezed the heron charm tightly, its beak pricking sharply against the soft meat of her palm. She could feel Rosemary's essence simmering in the silver, and reached for it with her mind, opening herself to the traces of the woman left behind. It was second nature to her now, changing into someone else. Usually she needed only to close her eyes and let it wash over her. This was different. Something felt not wrong exactly, but sticky, like she had to yank herself out of her own form and forcibly shove it into another. The transformation felt difficult, almost painful, as it had in her earliest days in London. Her bones and muscles and flesh tearing and distorting themselves into alien form, body rebelling against mind, while mind fought its own battle, defending its territory against the colonizing force of an other. Tessa forced herself to stay calm, focused, reminded herself that it was always more difficult to embody the dead. She felt herself shrinking, fading, firm limbs narrowing to Rosemary's delicate bony frame, and as she did so, the horror flooded in, those final moments. The flash of the longsword, the hot breath of the fairy rider, the unthinkable pain and pain and pain of the blade thrust once, twice, and finally, fatally. The terror, the despair, and beneath it, the fierce, loving rage on behalf of the boy who must, somewhere out there, survive. He, Tessa. Then Jem was there, steady, his arms on her shoulders, his gaze firm and kind, his love a tether to keep her from floating away. Jem always, bringing her home to herself. Tessa, you were screaming. She breathed. She focused. She was Rosemary and she was Tessa. She was the change itself, the possibility of transformation, the inevitability of flux. And then, mercifully, she was clear. I'm okay. It's okay. Even now, after more than a century of changing, it was strange to hear herself speak with another woman's voice, to look down and see another woman's body as her own. Do you know where he is? The boy? My boy. Tessa could hear the wonder in Rosemary's voice, could feel the other woman's ongoing surprise that it was possible to love like this. They won't have him. I won't allow it. There was fear, but mostly rage, and Tessa realized that they were not the Fae. They were the Shadowhunters. This was one secret she would keep for herself. Jem didn't need to know that Rosemary had died as she'd lived, convinced they were the enemy. Let me go deeper, Tessa said. She spent years burying what she knows about him, but it's there. I can feel it. Rosemary's being was in battle with itself. She'd been entirely consumed with her son, with the fierce need to protect him, but had also spent these years trying with all her might to forget him, to force all thought of him from her consciousness, for his own safety. She knew the greatest danger in his life was her, Tessa said, horrified by the sacrifice this woman had made. She knew the only way to keep him alive was to let him go. Tessa let herself sink into the memory. She let go of Tessa and gave herself wholly over to Rosemary. Focused on the boy, on the strongest memories of him and what had become of him, and let them possess her. She remembered. "I don't understand," her husband is saying, but the desperation in his eyes, the grip of his hands on hers as if he knows what will happen when he lets go, that says different. That says he does understand, that this has to be the end, that their son's safety is more important than anything, more important even than the two of them, which Rosemary used to think was everything. Things were different before she was a mother. Christopher is 3. He looks and unlike his mother, like and unlike his father. He is their love come to life, their two hearts intertwined and given shape and breath and cherubic cheeks and golden hair, and a nose to kiss and a forehead to stroke, and a perfect, perfect body that has never known pain or horror, and never should, must never. It's about him now. That's all that matters. But we're already so careful. For 1 year, they have forced themselves to live apart. In one small apartment, seedy blocks from the Vegas Strip. Her son and her husband, who now calls himself Elvis, but who has been Barton and Gilbert and Preston and Jack and Jonathan, who has changed not just his name, but his face, over and over again, all for her. In an even smaller, much lonelier apartment in a sad stretch of desert behind the airport, feeling their absence with every breath. She haunts their shadows, watches Christopher on the playground, at the zoo, in the pool, never letting him see her. Her son will grow up unable to recognize his mother's face. She allows herself monthly encounters with her husband, an hour of stolen kisses, and all the details of a childhood passing without her. But that was selfish. She sees that now. Bad enough that the Shadowhunters were able to get as close as they did. Now the Fae have sniffed her out. She's set up charms around the apartment, a warning system. She knows their emissaries have been there. Her position has been compromised.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. And she knows what will happen if they find her, if they find him. You have to go deeper underground, she tells her husband. You have to change your identities again, but this time I can't know what they are. If they find me, you can't let me lead them to you. And he is shaking his head. He is saying no, he can't do this. He can't raise Christopher alone. He can't let her go knowing he can never have her back. He can't risk her facing danger without him. He can't, he won't. I have the heron, she reminds him. I have a way to summon help if I need it. But not my help, he says. He hates the necklace. He always has, even before it was tainted with the Shadowhunters' enchantment. He tried to sell it once without telling her, because he knows her heritage only brings her pain. She forgave him. She always forgives him. What if you need me? She knows he hates it, the idea that she would call on a stranger over him. He doesn't understand. This is because a stranger's life means nothing to her. She would let the world burn if it meant keeping Jack and Christopher safe. What I need is for you to keep him alive. The world believes Jack, for that is how she first loved him and how she always thinks of him, is a crook, untrustworthy, venal, without capacity for trust or love. Rosemary knows better. Most people are spendthrift with their care, spreading it around without discretion. Jack loves only 2 things in this world, his wife and his son. She wishes, sometimes, that he would include himself on that list. She would worry less for him if she thought he allowed any worry for himself. Okay, but what if we win, he says. What do you mean? Let's say you defeat the evil fairies and you convince the Shadowhunters you're of no use to them.
What if everyone just stops looking for you and for Christopher, and it's finally safe to be together? How will you find us?" She laughs, even in her despair. He has always been able to make her laugh. This time, though, he doesn't see the joke. "That's never going to happen," she says gently. "You can't even risk hoping for that to happen." "Then let's go to the clave, all of us. Let's throw ourselves on their mercy, ask for their protection. You know they'd give it to you." This cuts her laughter off abruptly. The Shadowhunters are without mercy. Who knows that better than she? She squeezes his hands tight enough to hurt. She is very strong. "Never," she says, "never forget that the Shadowhunters are as grave a threat to Christopher as anyone else. Never forget what they were willing to do to my ancestor, to one of their own. They will not get their hands on him, promise me." "I swear, but only if you promise too. There is no other way. He won't do what she asks, won't disappear forever, unless she leaves one thin thread between them, one hope. The place you first told me who you really are," he says, "the first place you trusted me with yourself. If you need help, you go there. Help will find you. I will find you. It's too dangerous. You don't need to know where we are. You don't need to find us. I'll never go looking for you, I promise, and Christopher will be safe. But you, Rosemary," his voice catches on her name, as if he knows how rarely he will allow himself to voice it again. "If you need me, I will find you." They don't say goodbye. Between them there can be no such thing as goodbye. Only a kiss that should last forever. Only a closed door, a silence, a void. Rosemary sinks to the ground, hugs her knees, prays to a God she does not believe in that she will have enough strength never to let herself be found. "I know how to find him," Tessa said, already pulling herself out of the change. It was, again, harder than it should have been. An unfamiliar friction holding the rosemary shape in place. Except it wasn't entirely unfamiliar, was it? Something tickled the back of her mind, a memory just out of grasp. Tessa reached, almost had it, but it skittered away, gone. It felt wrong to be in Los Angeles without checking in on Emma Carstairs. But Jem reminded himself that involving her in this could bring danger to her door, and the girl had faced enough. She reminded him of himself sometimes, both of them orphans, both of them taken in by an institute, adopted into someone else's family, but harboring always the secret pain of losing their own. They had both found salvation in a parabatai, and Jem could only hope that Emma had found in Julian what he'd always found in Will, not just a partner, but a refuge, a home. No one, not even a parabatai, could replace what had been lost. Even now there was a hole in Jem's heart, a raw wound where his parents had been ripped away. This was a limb that could not be replaced, only compensated for, as it had been when he lost Will, as it would be if he ever lost Tessa. Loss was an inevitability of love, pain the inescapable price of joy. Everyone had to learn this someday. Maybe this was what it meant to grow up. He wished for Emma that her childhood could have lasted just a little longer, and he wished that he could have been there for her when it ended. But this was always the cold calculus when it came to Emma Carstairs, balancing his desire to be part of her life with the consequences. When he was a silent brother, he would have been taunting her with something she couldn't have, her only remaining family, who could, nevertheless, not be her family. Now, as Jem Carstairs, he would have happily taken her into his care, but he was no longer a Shadowhunter, and choosing him would mean Emma would have to give up her entire world. The law was hard. It was also so often lonely. He kept telling himself, Soon. Soon, when he and Tessa had gotten their bearings again. Soon, when he had helped Tessa find the lost Herondale, that piece of Will, lost to Will's world. Soon, when the danger had passed. He worried sometimes that these were all flimsy excuses. He'd been alive, one way or another, for over 150 years. He should know by now that danger never passed. It only paused, and then only if you were lucky. "You sure this is the place?" Jem asked Tessa. She'd changed into Rosemary again, and he could barely look at her. Sometimes Jem missed the cool distance the silent brotherhood had forced on him, the way no emotion, however powerful, could penetrate his stony heart. Life was easier without feeling. It wasn't life, he knew, but it was easier. Unfortunately, this is definitely the place. Every city had a shadow market, and in a way they were all the same market, branches of a single tree. But that didn't stop each market from taking on the character of its environs. From what Jem could tell, Los Angeles's environs were tanned, health-conscious, and obsessed with automobiles. The shadow market was located on a tony corner of Pasadena, and everything there was shiny, including its occupants. Vampires with bleach-white fangs, bulging bodybuilding faeries whose bulging muscles sheened with gold-spangled sweat, witches with neon hair and self-writing screenplays for sale, ifrits hawking glittering star maps that, on closer examination, had nothing to do with astronomy, but were in fact self-updating maps of Los Angeles with a tiny photograph of Magnus Bane marking each location the infamous warlock had caused some infamous chaos. Tessa bought 3 of them. They threaded through the crowds as quickly as they could. Jem was relieved to no longer bear the robes of the Silent Brotherhood, the ineradicable mark of his creed. There was a taste of the frontier to the shadow market, a sense that the rules applied here only as far as anyone was willing to enforce them. Faeries cavorted openly with their fellow downworlders. Warlocks did business with mundanes that should never be done. Shadowhunters were, for obvious reasons, unwelcome. Their destination lay just beyond the buoyant chaos. In the liminal space between the shadow market and the shadows, there stood a ramshackle structure with no sign and no windows.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. There was nothing to suggest it was anything but a ruin, certainly nothing to mark it as a seedy downworlder bar, home away from home for down-on-their-luck downworlders, for whom even the shadow market wasn't quite shadowy enough. The last thing Jem wanted to do was let Tessa set foot inside, especially wearing the face of someone the unseelie court intended to assassinate. But since he'd met her, no one had let Tessa do anything. According to Tessa, Rosemary and her husband had a deal. If Rosemary ever needed him, she would come to this place, and somehow make it known that she needed him, and he would appear. It was that middle part of the plan that seemed a little too vague for comfort. But there was no way out but through, Tessa had said cheerfully, then kissed him. Even in someone else's body, even with someone else's lips, her kiss was all Tessa. They went inside. Tessa went first, Jem following a few minutes later. It seemed prudent to appear they were not together. The bar wasn't much of one. It was just as ramshackle inside as it was out. The large werewolf bouncer at the door sniffed him once, warily, grunted something that sounded very much like "behave," then waved him inside. The crumbling walls were blackened by scorch marks, the floor spattered with beer, and, by the smell of it, ichor. Jem surreptitiously clocked the other denizens for potential threat. One bikinied fairy slow dancing with herself, despite the silence, teetering drunkenly on her sky-high heels. One werewolf wrapped in a tattered silk cape slumped face down on a table, his scent suggesting he'd been there for days. Jem watched just long enough to make sure he was still breathing, then took a seat at the bar. The bartender, a wizened, balding vampire who looked like he'd been hiding from the sun since long before he turned, looked Jem up and down, then slid him a drink.
The glass was spotted, its contents a filmy pale green. Whatever floated in the center looked like it might once have been alive. Jem decided it was probably safer to stay thirsty. 3 stools away, Tessa hunched over a glass of her own. Jem pretended not to notice. The fairy sidled between them, her forked tail caressing the rim of Jem's glass. "What's a guy like you, etc.?" "Excuse me?" "You know, all tall, dark, and handsome, and—" She shot a glance at the guy in the corner, now snoring with such force that his table rattled beneath him with each exhale. "Upright. You don't look like the kind of guy who would hang out around here." "You know what they say about books and covers," Jem said. "So you're not as lonely as you look, then?" Jem realized Tessa, pretending not to listen, was suppressing a smile, and only then understood that the fairy was flirting with him. "I could help you with that, you know," she said. "I came here to be alone, actually," Jem said, as politely as he could. The fairy's tail slipped from his glass to his hand, tracing up and down his fingers. Jem pulled away. "And, I'm married." "Pity." She leaned in, too close, her lips brushing his ear. "See you around, Nephilim." She strutted out of the bar, freeing Jem to concentrate fully on the conversation Tessa was having with the bartender. "Do I know you?" the bartender asked. Jem stiffened. "I don't know," Tessa said. "Do you? You look familiar around the edges. A little like a girl who used to come in here all the time, with her boyfriend. Bad news, that guy, but she wouldn't hear it. Head over heels, like only a kid can be." Out of the corner of his eye, Jem caught Tessa's slight smile. "Oh, I don't know that I'd put an age limit on head over heels." The bartender gave her an appraising look. "If you say so. Not this girl, though. She grew up to be the flaky kind. Ran off on him and their kid, I heard." "Terrible," Tessa said dryly. "And Mr. Bad News?" "Maybe not such bad news. Loyal enough that he's still coming back here after all these years. The kind of guy a certain type can lean on when they need help, if you get me." "And how would a certain type go about finding him?" Tessa asked. Jem could tell she was trying very hard to keep the eagerness out of her voice. The bartender cleared his throat, began half-heartedly wiping down the bar. "The right kind of woman, I'm told, would know exactly how to find him," he said, without looking at her. "Because he's exactly the same bird he used to be, just a little less of a crook." He put special emphasis on the words, and Jem could tell by Tessa's expression that they meant something to her. His heart leaped. Tessa jumped to her feet and tossed a few dollars on the bar. "Thank you. Anything for the girl as pretty as a rose. Good luck." The dagger seemed to materialize in the center of his forehead. He was dead before he hit the ground. Jem and Tessa whirled around to find Fall of Manon and his bronze horse thundering through the doorway, bearing down on them with inhuman speed. Fall's longsword falling, Jem's body reacting before his mind had time to process. Every second of a lifetime of Shadowhunter training poured into a storm of slashing, kicking, leaping, fighting. All this in under a second, all this ineffectual, because the blade was already falling, was dropping Tessa to the floor in a limp pile of blood and flesh, and Fall of Manon, impervious, had already taken flight by the time Jem dropped to his knees beside her pale form. "I suggest you stay dead this time," the fairy advised, and was gone. She was so pale. Her features were melting back into her own. The change always released when she lost consciousness, but something was wrong this time, almost as unsettling as the wound. Her features had nearly returned to Tessa's when, like a taut rubber band suddenly released, they snapped back to Rosemary's, and back again and again, as if her body couldn't decide whom it wanted to be. Jem pressed the wound, tried to hold in the blood, didn't care whom she looked like, just wanted her body to choose life over death. The fairy in the bikini. The thought cut through his haze of panic. Maybe she'd been planted there to spy for the riders, knowing this place had special meaning for Rosemary and her family. Maybe she'd simply recognized Rosemary as a woman with a target on her back, a woman who was supposed to be dead, and done her fairy duty. It didn't matter how it had happened. What mattered was that Jem had overlooked her as a threat, which made this his fault, and if Tessa didn't. But he stopped the thought before it could continue. The wound would have killed a mundane, maybe even a Shadowhunter. But Tessa's body had shaped itself to Rosemary's form at the time of the attack, the form of a woman who was not just Shadowhunter, but heir to the fairy throne. Who knew what magic the body might be working on itself in its struggle to survive? Maybe that was why the change wouldn't let her go. Maybe that was her body's way of staving off death until she could heal. Tessa moaned. Jem scooped her into his arms, begging her to hold on. He had learned much about healing in the Silent Brotherhood, and he did what he could. He thought about how she'd sat by what they all thought was his deathbed, his supply of yin-fen finally exhausted, the demonic poison overtaking his system, and remembered telling her that she had to let him go. He remembered, too, sitting with the dying Will, giving him permission to leave. He didn't know whether it was strength or selfishness now, but he refused to do the same for Tessa. Not yet. They had waited so long for a life together. They had only just begun. Stay, he begged her. Fight. She was so cold, so light in his arms, like something essential had already fled. Whatever it takes, you stay here. I need you, Tessa. She wasn't dead. A full day had passed, and she wasn't dead, but she wasn't awake either, and she hadn't stopped changing, from Tessa to Rosemary and back again. Sometimes she lasted minutes, once even an hour, in a single form.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Sometimes the change whipped back and forth so quickly that she seemed to have no form at all. Her skin was slick with sweat. At first it was cold to the touch. Then, as fever tore through her, it burned. She had been given medicines to staunch the blood loss, to give her strength, endurance remedies that Jem, no longer a silent brother, couldn't treat her with himself. The moment he had gotten her to safety, he'd summoned help. Or rather, because he and Tessa weren't part of the clave and had no claim over the Silent Brotherhood, no power with which to summon, he'd asked for help, begged for it. Now Brother Enoch was here, mixing tonics, enacting the complicated, secret rituals that Jem had once been able to do himself. Never before had he regretted leaving the Silent Brotherhood, returning to the land of mortals and mortal peril, but to save Tessa he would have happily pledged the rest of his eternity to those parchment robes, that heart of stone. Instead, he could only stand beside Enoch, helpless, useless. Sometimes Brother Enoch even made him leave the room. He understood. He had done the same himself, many a time, secreting himself with the patient, never giving much thought to the torture their loved one might feel on the other side of the wall. In his first life, Jem himself had been the patient, Tessa and Charlotte and Will hovering anxiously around his bed, reading to him, murmuring in comforting voices as he swam between darkness and waking, waiting for him to get stronger, and for the day he would not. Exiled to the hallway of the small apartment that Magnus, via his ever-expanding and ever-ambiguous network of friends, had secured for them, Jem sagged against the wall. "I'm sorry, Will," he thought. "I never knew. To watch the person you loved most fight for every breath. To watch them slipping away, powerless to hold on. To see the face you loved contort with pain, the body you would die to protect, trembling, shuddering, broken. It wasn't that Jem had never endured this before, but always before there had been an intercessor between him and the raw horror of absence. When he was growing up as a Shadowhunter, Jem had always, in the back of his mind, been conscious of the fact that he would die young. He had known he would die long before Will or Tessa, most likely. And even when Tessa or Will flung themselves at danger, as they did so often, there was a part of Jem that had understood he would not be forced to stay very long in a world without them. There had been moments, too, in the Silent Brotherhood when he had stood by Will or Tessa's side, uncertain if they would live or die. But the pain of that had always been mitigated by the same icy distance that mitigated everything else. Now, though, there was nothing in his way, nothing to distract his gaze from the terrifying truth of it. Tessa could die, and he would live on without her, and there was nothing to be done but wait and see. To endure this took all the strength Jem had. Will had never flinched from Jem's suffering. Over and over again he had endured. He had sat by Jem's bed, held Jem's hand, seen Jem through the darkest of hours. "You were the strongest man I knew, Jem," said silently to his lost friend, "and I never even knew the half of it." The door creaked open, and Brother Enoch emerged. Jem still marveled at how alien the Silent Brothers seemed to him now that he was no longer among them. It had taken him some time to get used to the silence in his mind, the chorus of voices that had accompanied his every moment for decades suddenly gone. But now he couldn't imagine it. It felt like trying to remember a dream. "How is she?" The wound is no longer a mortal threat. Her shape-shifting abilities seem to have prevented it from having the expected effect. Jem nearly collapsed with relief. "Can I see her? Is she awake?" The Silent Brother's ruined face was immobile, his eyes and mouth sewn shut, and yet Jem could still sense his concern. "What is it?" he said. "What aren't you telling me?" "The wound is healing. Her changing has saved her, but I fear now it is the changing that poses the greatest threat. Her body, her mind are trapped within it. She seems unable to find her way back to herself. The change will not let her go. It is as if she has lost her hold on what makes her, essentially, Tessa Gray. How do we help her?" There was true silence then. No, Jem refused to accept this. There's always something. You have a millennium of knowledge to draw on. There must be something. In all those years, there has never been a being like Tessa. She is a strong woman and a powerful one. You must have faith she will find her own way home. And what if she doesn't? She just stays like this, in limbo, forever? The changing takes its toll, James. Every transformation requires energy, and no body can sustain this level of energy indefinitely, not even hers. The voice in Jem's head was so cool, so measured, it was easy to imagine he didn't care at all. Jem knew better. It was simply that caring, for a Silent Brother, took a different, alien form. This much Jem could remember: the icy distance from life, the inhuman calm with which events were processed. Words like care, need, fear, love, they had meaning. It was just a meaning unrecognizable to anyone who could sleep and eat and speak, who lived a life of animal passions. He remembered how grateful he was for the rare moment, almost always a moment with Tessa, in which he felt a spark of true emotion. How he'd longed for the fires of human passion, for the privilege of feeling again, even fear, even sorrow. Now he almost envied Brother Enoch the ice. This fear, this sorrow, it was too great to bear. How long then? You should go to her now, stay with her, until it was over, one way or another. Tessa knows and does not know that this is a dream. She knows that Jem is alive, and so this must be a dream. This corpse in her lap wearing Jem's face, this body decaying in her arms, skin sloughing from muscle, muscle flaying from bone, bone dissolving to dust. He belonged to her, so briefly, and now he is dust, and she is alone. He is cold, he is lifeless, he is meat, her Jem, meat for maggots, and they swarm his flesh, and somehow she can hear them, chittering and gobbling, millions of mouths nibbling to nothing, and she screams his name, but there is no one to hear but the wriggling death worms, and she knows it to be impossible, but still she can hear them. Jem is alive, his eyes bright with laughter, his violin raised to his chin, his music the music he wrote for her, the song of her soul. And the arrow that sails toward him is swift and sure and coated with poison. And when it pierces his heart, the music stops. The violin breaks. All is silence, forever. He flings himself between her and the manted demon, and she is saved, but he is speared in half, and by the time she can catch her breath enough to scream, he is gone. The dragon-eyed demon breathes a cloud of fire, and the flames consume him, a blinding blue and white fire that burns him from the inside out, and she watches the flames shoot from his mouth, watches his eyes melt with the heat and run down his smoldering cheeks, until, almost mercifully, the light is too bright, all-consuming, and she turns away, only for a single moment of weakness. But when she turns back, there is only a pile of ash. Everything that was Jem is gone. A flash of sword, and he is gone. A wailing beast swooping out of the sky, a talon raked across pale skin, and he is gone. And he is gone. She is alive, and she is alone, and he is gone. When she can no longer bear it, when she has watched love die 10 times, 100 times, felt her own heart die with him, when there is nothing left but an ocean of blood and a fire that's burned away all but the excruciating pain of loss after loss after loss, she flees to the only place she can, the only safe harbor from horror. She flees into Rosemary.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. The night air is thick and sweet with jacaranda. The hot rush of the Santa Ana winds feels like a hairdryer aimed at her face. Her hands are scratched and bloody from the trellis thorns, but Rosemary barely notices. She drops from the trellis, excitement surging through her the moment her feet touch cement. She made it! The mansion glows pearly in the moonlight, a hulking monument to privilege and privacy. Inside, protected by their alarms and their security patrols, her parents sleep soundly, or at least as soundly as 2 paranoiacs ever can. But Rosemary is, for the night, free. Around the block, a jet-black Corvette idles by the curb, its driver in shadow. Rosemary leaps in and favors him with a deep, long kiss. "Since when do you have a Corvette?" "Since I found this little guy idling behind the In-N-Out, just begging for a new owner." "Like a lost puppy," Jack says. I couldn't exactly say no, could I? He hits the gas. They speed away, screech of the wheels tearing through the hushed silence of Beverly Hills. He's lying about how he got the car, probably. He lies about everything, her Jack Crow. He's probably even lying about his name. She doesn't care. She's 16. She doesn't need to care. She just needs to see the world, the real world, the down world, the world her parents are so obnoxiously determined to keep her away from. And he's happy to show her. He's only 1 year older than she, so he says, but he's already lived enough for 20 lives. They met at the beach. She was cutting school. She was always cutting school, looking for trouble, not realizing she was looking for him. He aimed her at a strolling couple, all golden hair and glowing tans, like they'd stepped out of a catalog for LA living. Had her ask them for directions, distract them while he lifted the purse. Not that he told her this was his plan. He told her nothing ahead of time, other than, "Trust me." And so she waited until they were alone, sharing a burrito bought with stolen coin, to ask why he wasn't more worried about stealing from the Fae. It had not occurred to him that she had the sight, that she could see truth beneath their glamour. She said, "What did you think? I was just some bored little rich girl?" He did. She informed him she was a bored little rich girl, bored because she could see how much more interesting the world could be. He said, "What do you think of me, that I'm just some cute bad boy you can use to piss off Mommy and Daddy?" She said, "If Mommy and Daddy knew you existed, they'd have you murdered, and no one said you were cute." One truth and one lie. He is very, very cute. Swoop of dark hair over hooded brown eyes, knowing smile saved only for her. Face like a stone, sharp in all the right places. It's true, if her parents knew about him, they would want him dead, which was usually all it took. That first day, he took her to a downworlder cafe in Venice. She has always had the sight, and her father has it too, of course. But her parents have fought so hard to keep her away from downworld, to stop her from knowing its delights and terrors. This is her first taste, literally a sundae that, whatever the fairies had infused it with, tasted like summer sunlight. When she kissed him, he tasted like chocolate fudge. Tonight he will finally, after weeks of pleading, bring her to the shadow market. She lives for these nights with him, not just because of him, but because of the world he's opened to her. He's right, though, also because she knows how much it would upset her parents. He makes her wait with the mergirls selling seaweed bracelets while he conducts his business. So she waits and watches and wonders at the magical chaos swirling around her. She's not so awestruck that she doesn't notice the hooded figure shadowing Jack, the werewolf with the handlebar mustache perking up as he passes by, the djinn who tenses at his approach and throws a glance to someone behind her. And she may not know downworld, but she has been taught since childhood to recognize danger, to sense the signs of enemies lying in wait. She has been schooled only in the hypotheticals of battle, learned to gauge, fight, strategize, flee, all in the cosseted comfort of her own home, and has always wondered whether practice could ever prepare her for reality, whether her training would evaporate in the face of terror. Now she has her answer. She knows an ambush when she sees one, and there is no hesitation about what to do next. She screams, drops to the ground, clutches her ankle, screams, "Jack, Jack, Jack, something bit me, I need you." And like lightning he is at her side, a tenderness on his face she never knew was possible. He scoops her into his arms, murmurs assurances, until she whispers her warning in his ear. Ambush. And they run. The corvette is flanked by 3 werewolves. Jack shouts at her to run, save herself, as he launches himself into the fight. But she hasn't put in all those hours and years of training simply to run. It's different fighting a real enemy, but not that different. She whirls and leaps, slips the dagger from her ankle holster, slashes and stabs, and she can feel the burn in her cheeks, the fire in her heart, as the werewolves flee in defeat, and she and Jack fling themselves into the corvette, screech away, speed wildly into the hills and around the hairpin turns of Mulholland Drive, without speaking, without looking at each other, until he swerves hard onto a lookout point and the car squeals to a stop. Then he's staring at her. "Let me guess," she says. "I've never looked more beautiful." She knows her cheeks are flushed, her face shining, her eyes sparkling. He says, "Who cares how she looks? It's the way you fought, the way you think." He asks where she learned how to do what she did. She can't tell him why her parents have made certain that she knows how to defend herself, that she hasn't left the house with a weapon since she was 5 years old. She simply says there's a lot he doesn't know about her. He says he knows enough. He says, "I think I'm in love." She whacks him hard, tells him it's rude to say that as a joke, even to a girl like her, hard as adamantus. He says, "What makes you think I'm joking?" Her parents want to move again. She refuses. Not this time. Not again. They want to know if it's because of him, that guy, the one you sneak out with. And she can't believe they know. They're having her followed. They are not sorry. They tell her she doesn't understand how dangerous the world is, that world, the down world. And she says that's because they won't let her. 16 years old, and she's never lived anywhere longer than a year, because they never stop moving. When she was a child, she accepted their explanations, believed the nightmarish fairy tale of the monster lurking in the dark, longing to destroy them. But the monster has never shown itself, the danger has never manifested, and she has begun to wonder whether her parents are simply paranoid, whether running and hiding has become easier for them than staying still. It's not easy for her. She's never had a real friend because she's forbidden from telling anyone who she actually is. She is alone. She has one thing, him. She will not let them take that away. Her mother says, "You're 16. You have plenty of time to fill your life with love, but only if we keep you alive long enough to do so." She says, she's already filled her life with love. She loves him. She's staying. Her father says, "You're too young to know what love is." And she thinks about Jack, about the touch of his hand, the silent laughter in his crooked smile. She thinks about him holding an umbrella over her head to protect her from the rain, about him asking her to teach him to fight so he can protect himself. She thinks about training him, how he loves that she's stronger, faster, better, and thinks about sitting with him, still and silent, watching the waves. She is young, but she knows. She loves him. Her father says they are leaving in the morning, all of them, a family.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. He says no more sneaking out, so she runs out the door in plain sight, openly defies her parents for the first time, and they are too slow, their warnings too familiar to stop her. She leaves, with nowhere to go. Jack is taking care of some typically vague business somewhere vaguely downtown, and so she walks the deserted streets, skirting freeways, melting into the shadows of underpasses, murders the minutes until she can be sure her parents have gone to sleep. She knows exactly how to slip into the house without waking them, but there's no need. The doors are flung wide open. Her mother's body is in the grass, in pieces. Her father's blood is pooling across the marble entryway. He is holding on for her. He says, "They found us." He says, "Promise me you'll disappear." And she promises, and promises, and promises, but there's only his corpse to hear. She flees without ID or credit card, nothing that could be used to trace her. Not that the enemy uses technology to trace, but these things can never be counted on. And her parents are dead. Her parents are dead. Her parents are dead. Because she slowed them down. Because they knew it was time to go, and she insisted they stay. She fought. She complained. She sulked. They loved her, and she held it against them, and now they are dead. She waits at Jack's favorite bar, the one by the shadow market that tries its best to look like it doesn't exist. She waits for him there, because he always comes back eventually, and when he does, alarmed to see her and to see her covered with blood, she collapses in his arms. Then she tells him the truth. She tells him she is a Shadowhunter, by line, if not by choice. She is Fae, by spirit and blood, if not by choice. She tells him she is hunted. She is dangerous to all those who love her. She is leaving forever. She tells him this is goodbye. He doesn't understand. He wants to come with her. She tries again. Tells him the Unseelie Court wants her dead. Has sent an ancient group of fairy assassins with godlike powers to murder her. To let him stay with her would mean signing his death warrant. She tells him staying with her would mean giving up his identity, his city, his whole life. He says,
You're supposed to be smart, but you don't get it. You are my life. You are my identity. I will not give you up. As for everything else, he shrugs. Who needs it? She laughs. She shakes with laughter. Cannot believe she's laughing. Then feels the wet on her cheek. Feels him press her face to his chest, wrap his arms around her. Realizes she's not laughing. She's weeping. He promises he will always protect her. She says, out loud, for the first time in her life, I am a Herondale. I'll protect you. He says, it's a deal. It doesn't feel like living on the run. It feels like stones skipping across a lake. They dip into a life, wherever they feel like it. Berlin, Tokyo, Rio, Reykjavik. They establish identities, connections to downworld. And when Jack burns one too many bridges, or Rosemary sniffs out a fairy, or, that one time in Paris, they discover a Shadowhunter on their trail, they slough off their identities, change their names and faces, resurface elsewhere. They consider, sometimes, going underground, living as mundanes. But this was her parents' choice, and it proved a fatal one. They will be smarter, safer, and when they build new identities for themselves, they build a network of contacts to call on if the need comes. Contacts, but never allies, never friends, never anyone who would ask too many questions when they appear or disappear. No obligations, no ties, no roots. They need only each other. And then they have Christopher, and everything changes. She insists on having the baby in secret. No one can know there's another link in this cursed chain. Even when she was pregnant, she realizes later, she understood at some level what she would have to do. Once she has Christopher, she finally understands her parents, their lives consumed by fear, not for themselves, but for her. She refuses to impose that on her son. She wants a better life for him, something more than barbed wire and security alarms. She wants him to have a home. She wants him to know trust, to know love. She wants to save him from hiding. Jack hates it. So you want to protect him from having to keep his secret by keeping it for him? You want to keep him from knowing he has a secret? And she says yes, exactly. And then he will grow up unafraid of the world. Jack says, growing up unafraid of the world is a good way to get destroyed by it. She waits until the baby is old enough to eat solid food, old enough to survive without her, or, more to the point, that she can persuade herself he can survive without her. She doesn't know if she can survive without him, without either of them, but it's time. She sends them away. She is lying on the floor. She is dying. There are strangers here, but she is alone. She is hiding in the secret place in her mind where she keeps her memories of Jack and Christopher. She thinks maybe she knew this was inevitable. Why else return to L.A., where it would be so easy to find her? She is so tired of being alone. She is tired of missing her son and her husband, tired of forcing herself not to look for them. At least in L.A., she can feel close to the past, to the family she's lost. This is the only city that's ever felt like home, because this was where she found her home in Jack's arms. And in her weakest moments, this is where she imagined a home for them, Rosemary and Jack and Christopher. A family again, a fairy tale life in the bungalow. She planted a garden she thought Christopher might like. She filled her days imagining them with her, and now, dying, she imagines them with her still. Maybe she has won. Maybe Fall will believe the line has died with her, and Christopher can be safe. This is the relief in dying. This, and knowing that if she's wrong, if she's failed, she will be saved having to watch him suffer. She will never watch him die because of who his mother is. This is her last thought, as the pain carries her into darkness. She will never have to know a world without Christopher. And then she is Tessa again, and she is at Will's side, and Jem is there, and Will is slipping away, and she is trying to fathom how she will face a world without him.
And then Tessa is on a bridge, the Thames beneath her, a miracle beside her. Love reawakened, love returned. Jem, her own true, real flesh and blood James Carstairs, returned to her from silence and stone. And Tessa, whose heart has remained so full through the years and years of empty days, is finally no longer alone. And then she is standing by a great sea, mountains looming against a crystalline sky. The waves crash loud and sure against the beach, and Jem is beside her, his face as beautiful as the sea. She knows this moment has never been, yet here they are, together. "I can't believe this is real," she says, "that you're here with me." "Come back to me," Jem says. But she is right here, with him. "Stay with me," Jem says, "please." But where would she go? He's aging right in front of her, skin sagging, hair graying, flesh withering from the bones. And she knows she's losing him. She will watch him die, as she watches everyone die, and she will have to learn all over again to survive in a world without love. He says, "Please, Tessa, I love you." He is crumbling before her eyes, and she thinks of Rosemary, enduring so many years without the ones she loved most, knowing that her family lived, but could not be with her, and she is grateful, because Jem is here, now. "That's enough," she says to Jem. "We have right now. We have each other." Then they have Christopher, and everything changes. She insists on having the baby in secret. No one can know there's another link in this cursed chain. Even when she was pregnant, she realizes later, she understood at some level what she would have to do. Once she has Christopher, she finally understands her parents, their lives consumed by fear, not for themselves, but for her. She refuses to impose that on her son. She wants a better life for him, something more than barbed wire and security alarms. She wants him to have a home. She wants him to know trust, to know love. She wants to save him from hiding. Jack hates it. "So you want to protect him from having to keep his secret by keeping it for him? You want to keep him from knowing he has a secret?" And she says, "Yes, exactly. And then he will grow up unafraid of the world." Jack says, "Growing up unafraid of the world is a good way to get destroyed by it." She waits until the baby is old enough to eat solid food, old enough to survive without her, or, more to the point, that she can persuade herself he can survive without her. She doesn't know if she can survive without him, without either of them, but it's time. She sends them away. She is
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Jem says, "Please, Tessa, stay with me. I love you." And she holds on to him, will keep holding for as long as she can, unafraid. Of Tessa woke to find Jem by her side, his hand warm in hers, his eyes closed, his voice low, urgent, chanting, "Stay with me. I love you. Stay with me." "Where would I go?" she said weakly, and, as his gaze met hers, his face broke into the most beautiful smile she'd ever seen. Everything hurt, but the pain was a welcome reminder of life. Jem's lips were impossibly soft against hers, as if he was afraid she would break. Tessa didn't recognize the room she was lying in, but she recognized the hooded figure who glided into the room upon Jem's frantic call. "Brother Enoch," she said warmly, "it's been some time." "He has been very worried about you," the silent brother said in her mind. Tessa's fever dreams were already fading, but she felt like she was vibrating with love and despair. She understood the panicked relief in Jem's eyes, because she had lived inside her own terror, watched him die again and again, and even now, awake, the dreams felt too solid, too much like memory. She felt the traces of Rosemary in her mind, those last desperate seconds of life giving way to death, almost willingly, and understood.
It was easier to die protecting the people you loved than to watch them die in your stead. What horrific choices mortality had to offer. That was the devil's bargain of Jem's return, the truth she had tried to escape. He could live for centuries, but never truly live, never love. Or she could have him back, fully alive and fully mortal, inevitably to lose him for good. It hadn't been her choice to make, of course, but Jem had chosen her. She could never regret this. The silent brother asked Jem to step outside and leave them in privacy for a moment, and Jem, laying a final kiss on her forehead, took his leave. Tessa propped herself up in bed, her strength already returning. "Do you remember what happened?" Brother Enoch asked. "I remember that Fall attacked, and then there were so many dreams, and they were so vivid." And Tessa closed her eyes, trying to retrieve the details of the strange lives she'd lived in her head. They weren't all mine. "You were trapped for several days inside the change," Brother Enoch said. "How could that happen?" Tessa asked in alarm. When she'd first experimented with her powers, there was always fear attached to the transformation. To let herself sink so fully into another person's body and mind was to risk losing herself. It had taken much time and will to make herself trust the change, trust that no matter how many forms she forced herself into, she remained indelibly Tessa Gray. If that faith was misplaced, then how could she ever risk changing again? Was it something about the weapon? It was not the weapon that caused this. The cause is in you. "You're sure you're up to this?" Jem asked as he and Tessa approached the LA Shadow Market. "For the 100th time, yes." She spun around in a very un-Tessa-like pirouette, and Jem smiled, doing his best to disguise his worry. Brother Enoch had given her a clean bill of health, but she was trying too hard to seem like everything was well. And the harder she tried, the more Jem suspected that it was not. He trusted Tessa to the ends of the earth. If there was something wrong, she would tell him when she was ready. In the meantime, though, he would worry. "We've wasted enough time," Tessa said. "Rosemary's counting on us to find her son." It turned out Jem had been right, that something the bartender said tipped off Tessa about how to find Christopher Herondale's father, the man once known as Jack Crow. He's exactly the same bird he used to be, just a little less of a crook. "It's a riddle," Tessa had explained, once she shook off the haze of her fever dreams, "and not even a particularly good one. What's another word for crow that's just a little less than a crook?" A rook, Jem had realized quickly. It gave them, at least, a question to ask, and, given Jack Crow's proclivity for shady downworlders and small-time crime, the LA Shadow Market seemed the obvious place to ask it. Even in the middle of the night and miles in from the coast, the market smelled like sunshine and ocean. It was crowded that night, with suntanned witches selling enchanted hemp bracelets, werewolves peddling elaborate wrought iron mounting equipment that attached weapons to luxury cars, and booth after booth of artisanal organic juices, all of which seemed to feature some combination of ancient mystical potion and banana. Guaranteed to boost muscles, manhood, and personal magnetism by 200%, Tessa read skeptically as they walked past a warlock juicer. Also an excellent source of vitamin C, Jem noted, laughing. They were both trying so hard to seem normal. It didn't take very long to find someone who'd heard of a petty criminal by the name of Rook. "You lookin' for Johnny Rook?" a grizzled werewolf asked, then spit on the ground. Rook apparently had his own booth in the market, but hadn't been seen that night. "You tell him Cassius says hello, and that if he ever tries to scam me again, I'll happily rip his face off with my teeth." "We'll do that," Tessa said. They got a similar answer from everyone they spoke to. Johnny Rook, it seemed, had torn a swath of bad will through the entire L.A. downworlder community. "It's amazing he still has a face to rip off," Tessa observed, after a pretty young witch explained in great detail the way she would go about disfiguring him if she ever got her long-awaited chance. "He's not very good at this hiding-out thing, is he?" Jem said. "I don't think he wants to be," Tessa said, with the faraway look she sometimes got when she was hearing someone else's inner voice. "After all this time, all these identities, he comes back home, makes a name for himself at the shadow market, a name painfully close to the one Rosemary knew him by? He wanted her to come find him. She came back to L.A. too. Maybe she wanted the same thing." Tessa sighed, and neither of them said the obvious, that if they'd only loved each other a little less, Rosemary might still be alive, and her son might have a better chance of staying that way. They roamed the market. No one knew where to find Johnny Rook that night, and most seemed delighted by the prospect that he might have disappeared forever. Tessa and Jem heard about Johnny's bad attitude, bad business practices, badly fitting trench coat, bad habit of feeding information to whoever asked for it. Including the vampire complaining about this had paused here to aim a murderous look at Jem. Filthy Shadowhunters. Until finally, as the sun was rising and the last vendors were departing, they heard something they could use, an address. Once again, the traffic was terrible. Tessa and Jem finally arrived at the right neighborhood, only to find themselves circling the shady streets for an alarmingly long period of time, unable to locate Rook's house. Tessa eventually realized this was due to unraveling misdirection spells that surrounded their destination, the magic flickering through a few last bursts of power as it faded. Why unraveling? Tessa wondered with a sense of dread. At least the deterioration of the spell meant they'd be able to find Rosemary's husband and son. But they were not the only ones looking. They arrived again, too late. The house was a ruin of blood and ichor, mantid demons wreaking bloody destruction in desperate battle with— Tessa's eyes widened. Emma Carstairs? There was no time to ask questions, not with the insectoid demons swarming angrily in search of warm-blooded prey. The riders of Manon would never have sent demons to do this job, but after what Tessa had learned about Rook, she supposed it was no surprise he had more than one enemy to worry about. Though perhaps his worries were at an end, the ruined body lying in a pool of blood was surely Johnny Rook's.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. As she launched into action, slicing a razored foreleg, spearing a bulging eye stalk, she spared a moment of sorrow for Rosemary, who had died so desperately hoping that her husband would live. But all was not lost, because there, miraculously alive, despite the swarm of ravening mantids, was the treasure Rosemary had sacrificed everything to protect, her son. He was crouched against the wall. As Emma and Jem waged fierce battle against the remaining demons, Tessa approached the boy. She thought she would have recognized him anywhere, not just from Rosemary's memories of her child as a toddler, but from Tessa's own memories of her children and grandchildren, her memories of Will. The determination in his blue eyes, the fierce, graceful way he held himself in the face of danger, there was no doubt this was a Herondale. She introduced herself. He said nothing. He was so young and trying so hard to look brave. She honored this effort, speaking to him as a man rather than a child needing her care. "Get up, Christopher." He didn't move, his gaze straying toward, then quickly away from, the body. The boy's jeans were coated in blood, and Tessa wondered if it belonged to his father. "My father," his voice trembled. "You must grieve later," Tessa told him. He was, by blood, if not by training, a warrior.
She knew his strength better than he knew it himself. Right now you are in great danger. More of those things may come, and worse things as well. Are you a shadow hunter? She flinched at the disgust in his voice. I am not, she said. But Rosemary had tried so hard to keep this from him, had sacrificed everything so he could live in ignorance of the darkness surrounding him. That life was over now. That lie was dead. And Tessa would be the one to deal it the final, fatal blow. But you are. The boy's eyes widened. She extended a hand. Come now, on your feet, Christopher Herondale. We've been looking for you a long time. Jem gazed out at a picture-perfect landscape. White crests on a sun-dappled sea, the peaks of the Palisades poking at a storybook blue sky. And beside him, Tessa Gray, the love of his many lifetimes, and tried to ascertain why he felt so uneasy. Christopher Herondale, or Kit as he preferred to be called, was safely under the protection of the L.A. Institute. Jem and Tessa hadn't failed Rosemary, not entirely. They'd lost her, but saved her son. Returned a lost Herondale to the Shadowhunter world, where hopefully he would find a new home. He and Tessa would soon part. She'd been summoned to the Spiral Labyrinth to look into some troubling reports of illness in the warlock community, while Jem went in search of Malcolm Fade's body and the Black Volume of the Dead. He had a feeling that what Fade had begun here in Los Angeles was only the beginning of a graver danger. All of these were ample reasons to feel uneasy, but that wasn't it. It was Tessa, who was still holding herself at some remove from him, as if there was something she couldn't bear for him to know. This place, Tessa said, sounding troubled. Jem put an arm around her shoulders, held her close. These felt like stolen moments together before they turned to their respective missions. He breathed her in, trying to memorize the feel of her, already preparing for her absence. There's something so familiar about it, Tessa said. But you've never been here before, he asked. She shook her head. No, it's more like something I saw in a dream. Was I there with you? Tessa's smile had an unmistakable trace of sorrow. You're always in my dreams. What's wrong? Jem said. Is it Rosemary? I can't help but feel her death is on my shoulders. No, Tessa insisted. We did everything we could for her. We're still doing everything we can. Kit is safe for the moment, and hopefully the riders of Manon still have no idea he exists. Maybe the Unseelie Court will consider their job done. Maybe, Jem said dubiously. They both knew it was unlikely to end here, but at least they'd bought Kit some time. I wish we could do more for him. No child should have to see his father murdered. Tessa took his hand. She knew exactly what Jem was thinking about. Not just all the orphans scattered through the Shadowhunter world who'd watched their parents cut down in the Dark War, but his own parents, tortured and killed before his eyes. Jem had told no one but Tessa and Will the full horror he'd endured at the hands of that demon, and telling the story even once was almost more than he could stand. He's in good hands, Tessa assured him. He's got a Carstairs by his side. Emma will help him find a new family, as we did with Charlotte, Henry, and Will. And each other, Jem said. And each other. It won't be a replacement for what he's lost, though. No, but you can never replace what you've lost, can you? Tessa said. You can only find new love to fill the void left behind. As always, the memory of Will sat between them, his absence a presence. We both learned that lesson too young, Jem said. But I suppose everyone learns it eventually. Loss is what it means to be human. Tessa started to say something, then burst into tears. Jem wrapped his arms around her, holding her tight against the racking sobs.
smoothed her hair, rubbed her back, waited for the storm to pass. Her pain was his pain, even when he didn't understand its source. "I'm here," he whispered. "I'm with you." Tessa took a deep, shuddering breath, then met his gaze. "What is it?" he asked. "You can tell me anything." It's you." She touched his face gently. "You're with me now, but you won't always be. That's what it means to be human, like you said. Eventually, I'll lose you, because you're mortal, and I'm me." Tessa. There were no words to say what he needed to say, that his love for her stretched beyond time, beyond death, that he had spent too much time these last few days imagining his own world without her, that even unfathomable loss could be survived, that they would love each other for as long as they could. So instead, he held her tight, let her feel his arms sturdy and sure around her. Physical evidence. "I am here." "Why now?" he asked gently. "Is it something Brother Enoch said?" "Maybe I didn't realize how much I'd shut myself away from humanity all those years in the spiral labyrinth," she admitted. "You fought in the war. You saw so much violence, so much death. But I was hiding." "You were fighting," Jem corrected her. "In your way, which was as essential as mine. I was fighting, but I was also hiding. I didn't want to be fully in the world until you could be there too. And now, I suppose, I'm waking up to being fully human again, which is terrifying, especially now." "Tessa, why now?" he said again, alarm growing. What could Brother Enoch have told her to send her into this kind of spiraling panic? Tessa took his palm and pressed it flat against her stomach. "The reason I had so much trouble changing back to myself is that I'm not only myself right now." "You mean," he was almost afraid to hope, "I'm pregnant." "Really?" He felt like a live wire, the idea of it, a baby, lighting his synapses on fire. He had never let himself hope for this, because he knew better than anyone how difficult it had been for Tessa, watching her children age as she did not. She had been a wonderful mother. She had loved being a mother, but he knew what it had cost her. He'd always assumed she would never want to endure that again. Really, diapers, strollers, playdates with Magnus and Alec, assuming we can persuade Magnus to wait a few years before he starts training our child to blow things up, the whole 9 yards. So, what do you think? Jem felt like his heart would burst. "I'm happy. I'm happy doesn't even begin to cover it. But you..." He examined her expression carefully. He knew her face better than his own, could read it like one of Tessa's beloved books. And he read now terror, longing, sorrow, and most of all, joy. "You're happy too?" "I didn't think I could ever feel this way again," Tessa said. "There was a time when I thought there was no more joy left to me. And now..."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Her smile blazed like the sun. "Why do you look so surprised?" He didn't know how to say it without hurting her, making the pain fresh again by reminding her of her loss. But of course, she could read his face just as well as he could read hers. "Yes," said Tessa, "I might lose them someday, as I'll lose you. I can't bear the thought of it." "Tessa, but we bear so much that seems unthinkable. The only truly unbearable burden is living without love. You taught me that." She laced her fingers through his, squeezed tight. She was so unimaginably strong. "You and Will." Jem cupped her face in his hands, felt her skin warm against his palms, and felt grateful all over again for the life that had been returned to him. "We're having a child?" Tessa's eyes shone. The tears had stopped, and in their wake was a look of fierce determination.
Jem knew what it had cost her to lose Will, then to lose the family she'd built with him. Jem had lost a piece of himself when his Parabatai died. Will's absence had left behind a void that nothing could fill. There was, all these years later, still pain. But the pain was evidence of love, was a reminder of Will. It was easier not to feel. It was safer not to love. It was possible to make oneself silent and still as stone, to wall oneself off from the world and its losses, to empty one's heart. It was possible, but it was not human. It was not worth losing the chance to love. He had learned this from the Silent Brotherhood, and before that from Tessa, and before that, of course, from Will. They had both tried so hard to hide from the pain of future loss, to stay solitary, safe from the dangers of connection. They had failed so beautifully. "We're having a child?" Tessa echoed him. "I hope you're ready to give up sleep for a few years. Fortunately, I've got plenty of practice at that," he reminded her. "Less so when it comes to diapers. I hear they're much improved since the last time I needed them," Tessa said. "We'll have to figure it out together. All of it." "You're sure?" Jem said. "You want to take all this on yourself again?" She smiled like Raphael's Madonna. The nappies, the sleepless nights, the endless crying, the love like you've never imagined was possible, like your heart is living on the outside of your body. The chaos and the fear and the pride and the chance to tuck someone in and read them to sleep. To do all of that with you? I couldn't be more sure. He took her in his arms then, imagining the life growing inside of her and the future they would have together, a family, more love to fill the absences left by those they'd lost, more love than either of them had ever imagined still possible. The future was so precarious, shadowed by a looming danger neither of them fully understood, and Jem wondered what kind of world his child would be born into. He thought of all the blood that had been shed these last few years, the growing sense among the Shadowhunters he knew that something dark was rising, that this cold peace after the war might be only the eerie calm at the eye of the hurricane, those still, silent moments in which it was possible to deceive yourself into imagining the worst was over. He and Tessa had been alive too long to deceive themselves, and he thought about what might happen to a child born at the eye of such a storm. He thought of Tessa, her will and her strength, her refusal to let loss after loss harden her against love, her refusal to hide any longer from the brutality of the mortal world, her determination to fight, to hold on. She, too, had been a child born of storms, he thought, as had he, as had Will. All three had risen in love through their struggles to find happiness. And, without the struggle, would the happiness have been so great? He closed his eyes and pressed a kiss to Tessa's hair. Behind his lids he did not see darkness, but the light of a London morning, and Will there, smiling at him. "A new soul made of you and Tessa," Will said. "I can hardly wait to meet such a paragon." "Do you see him too?" Tessa whispered. "I see him," Jem said, and he held her even more tightly against him, the new life they had created together between them. The Lost World, by Cassandra Clare and Kelly Link. The world and everything in it had changed. People passed me as I sat, people who laughed and joked and gossiped. It seemed to me that I watched them almost as a dead man might watch the living. Arthur Conan Doyle, The Fate of the Evangeline, 2013. So you didn't sense any kind of demonic energy or other kind of supernatural emanation from the tarn? Ty asked. It was March, and outside the Shalamonts the world was wintry white, as if all the Carpathian mountains were in mourning. Ty was writing at his desk, in the black notebook where for 6 months he had been keeping a record of the side effects, benefits, and discoverable qualities of Livy's resurrected state. Early entries ran along the lines of incorporeal, invisible to all with some exceptions. Some animals appear to sense her. Most cats, for example, though cannot entirely be sure since cats do not talk. Can, with some effort, make herself invisible to me. Have asked her not to do this. Find it worrying. Does not sleep. Does not need food. Says she believes it is possible she can taste things that I, Ty, eat. Will test this. Livy wait in other room while I taste various foods. But not the most pressing of experiments. And there is the question of whether or not this is entirely related to Livy's current state, or whether it is due to being twins, or the undeniable fact that I have made all of this happen. Magnus says there is very little reliable information. Sense of smell unimpaired. Tested her on clean and dirty socks as well as various herbs. Insensible to extremes of heat or cold. Says that she is happy to be here with me. Says that she loves me and wishes to stay with me. Proof? Can we assume that some things, some emotions or relationships survive the grave? No, Livy said. Often while Ty wrote, she hovered at his shoulder to see what he wrote down and to qualify his notes with her own observations. But at the moment she was more interested in something she had discovered carved into the wall just below the headboard of Ty's bed. If she made an effort, she could push herself through the wooden headboard just like a ghost in one of Drusiffus' movies who could walk through walls. How she would have liked to show off this ability to her sister, but she and Ty had agreed that she should not manifest in front of the rest of their family. Behind the headboard of Ty's dorm-issue bed, the tops of letters just faintly visible, someone had gouged a rough sentence into the wall, and a date. I did not choose this life, Livy said aloud. What? Ty said, sounding startled. Oh, Livy said hastily, that's not an observation, Ty. It's something that someone carved here on the wall. There's a year, too, 1904, but no name. Ty had been at the Chalamonts for 4 months now, and where Ty went, Livy went too. 4 months at the Chalamonts, and 6 months since Livy had come back as a ghost when the catalyst Ty was using in his attempt to resurrect her had failed him, and the spell from the black volume of the dead had gone awry. At first, Livy had not been entirely herself. There were pages in Ty's notebook about the gaps in her memory, the ways in which she did not seem to be the same person. But gradually she had come back to herself. Ty had written in his notebook, "Jet lag, when one travels between coasts or countries and experiences a change in time zones, is part of the human condition. It is possible that Livy is experiencing some version of this. A writer once called death that unknown country. Presumably Livy had to travel, at least psychically, quite far to come back to me. All in all, the last few months had been a time of great and alarming changes. Livy's ghostly return from the dead had been neither the greatest nor the most alarming. Livy said, often while Ty wrote, she hovered at his shoulder to see what he wrote down and to qualify his notes with her own observations. But at the moment she was more interested in something she had discovered carved into the wall just below the headboard of Ty's bed. If she made an effort, she could push herself through the wooden headboard, just like a ghost in one of Drusiffus' movies who could walk through walls. How she would have liked to show off this ability to her sister, but she and Ty had agreed that she should not manifest in front of the rest of their family. Behind the headboard of Ty's dorm-issue bed, the tops of letters just faintly visible, someone had gouged a rough sentence into the wall, and a date. I did not choose this life, Livy said aloud. What? Ty said, sounding startled. Oh, Livy said hastily, that's not an observation, Ty. It's something that someone carved here on the wall. There's a year, too, 1904, but no name. Ty had been at the Chalamonts for 4 months now, and where Ty went, Livy went too. 4 months at the Chalamonts, and 6 months since Livy had come back.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable.
The cohort and their supporters were now shut off in Idris, while supporters of the Clave had been exiled to all the corners of the globe. No one could get into Idris, and none could get out. "What do you think they're eating?" Ty had asked Livy. "Each other, hopefully," Livy replied. "Or zucchini, lots of zucchini." She felt sure that no one honestly enjoyed zucchini. The Scalomans, too, had changed. Historically, it was the institution where centurions were trained, and Livy had heard the centurions who descended on the L.A. Institute speak of the place. It had become a recruiting ground for the cohort, and it had sounded thoroughly horrible. Those cohort sympathizers were now in Idris, and that was no great loss as far as Livy could see. Every member of the cohort she had ever met had been a bully, a bigot, or a petty-minded bootlicker. The zucchini of the Shadowhunter world. Who missed them? The real problem now was not that they were gone, but that they were not gone enough. There they were, lurking inside the wards of Idris, planning and plotting, only the angel knew what. Some of the Scalomans' instructors had gone to Idris with the centurions, and now Gia Penhallow, the former consul, was in charge here. She'd decided to step down as consul so that she could have time to rest, but once her health improved, she wanted something useful to do. Her husband, Patrick, was with her, and Ragnar Fell had stepped in too, to teach and offer guidance. Katerina Loss was a frequent presence as well. She spent more time at the new academy on Luke Garraway's farm in upstate New York, but she would stop by the Scalomans now and then to restock the infirmary or heal unusual magical maladies. There were other changes. Kit had gone off to live with Jem and Tessa, while Helen and Aline were now ensconced at the Los Angeles Institute. Livy wished with all of her ghostly heart that she and Ty could have stayed in Los Angeles, but Ty had been adamant. Going off to the Scalomans was the penance he must endure for his great crime, the great crime of attempting to bring Livy back. Not very flattering, Livy thought, to now be the ghostly albatross that Ty wore around his neck, but better a ghostly albatross than simply a dead sister. Ty said, "No one chooses this life." He had put down his pen. He sounded as if he were somewhere far away. Livy didn't think he was talking about the Scalomans. She said hastily, "I saw animal tracks around Dimmitt Tarn. It isn't fully iced over. I heard some of the other students say that this year is warmer than any on record. Can you imagine more snow than we've had? It looks as if animals come down to drink from Dimmitt Tarn. I wonder what they are." "A Carpathian lynx," Ty said. "They are supposed to haunt the area." "Same," Livy said. But Ty didn't laugh at her joke. He said, "You were away for nearly 3 hours. I noted it in the book. I felt as if some part of me was falling asleep." "Pins and needles," Livy said. "I felt it too, like a rubber band being stretched." The past week, when Ty was not in classes, they had been experimenting with timed intervals, in which Livy moved progressively farther and farther away from Ty. Dimmitt Tarn was only just past the Scalomans, less than a quarter of a mile away from Ty's room, but it was the farthest Livy had ventured. She'd hovered over the surface of the water for so long she had almost begun to feel hypnotized by the unmoving black stillness beneath her. She had been able to see the reflection of leafless trees on the tarn, but no matter how close she pressed her face to the flat, inky surface of the water, she had not been able to see herself. She could see her hand if she held it out, but not the reflection of her hand, and that had made her feel very strange. So instead, she looked only at the water and tried to let go of all her unhappinesses and worries. The only thing to hold on to was Ty. So eventually, she had withdrawn her attention from Dimmitt Tarn, and she had come back to him. She said, "I would have liked to see a Carpathian lynx." "They're endangered," Ty said, "and very shy." "And I am very invisible," Livy said, "so I feel my chances are quite good. But please mark down that Dimmitt Tarn is quite an ordinary tarn. Those old stories, I think, must be only that, stories. Further investigation required, let us say, Ty said. I will continue to do research in the library. They had picked Dimmitt Tarn as a destination for Livy not only because the distance was a useful measure, but because there were lots of interesting stories about Dimmitt Tarn among the other students at the Scholomans. It had once been a place of great uncanniness, supposedly, but none of the stories were in agreement as to the nature of its uncanniness. Some stories said that it was once a place beloved of the faeries. Others said that there was a great clutch of demonic eggs far down at the bottom of the tarn, so deep down that no sounding rope could give a true measure. Another story said that an unhappy warlock had enchanted the water, so that to swim in it would curse the swimmer with a toe fungus that eventually hatched miniature blue and green toadstools, which sounded improbable, but then warlocks were often improbably petty. It was one of the potential side effects of immortality. You got very bad at letting go of things. Did you try to submerge yourself? Ty asked. Yes, Livy said, much like pushing through a headboard. She had been able to push herself down into the water. It had been nothing like swimming had been back in Los Angeles, where the water was green or blue or gray, depending on the time of day and whether the sun was shining, and all the waves wore a cap of white froth and came rushing up noisily on the wet sand. Dimmitt Tarn was black, utterly black as night, but without stars or moon or the promise that dawn would ever come. Black as tar, black as nothingness. Livy had not felt the water of Dimmitt Tarn, but she had sunk into it all the same, slowly, until her head was beneath the surface. Darkness below her, the suggestion of the winter sky above shrinking until it was gone altogether, and she saw and felt nothing. She had sunk down and down into that void, that blackness, that nothingness, until it was not clear to her whether she was still sinking at all. Nothingness was all around her. Only that strand that connected her to Ty remained, as thin as it could be, and yet stronger than the strongest metal. She and Ty had theorized that perhaps, since she was now, as a ghost, uncanny herself, she might be able to discover the secret of Dimmitt Tarn. Livy had liked the idea. She might have a superpower of some kind, be useful in some way, and Ty liked the idea that there might be a local mystery that they could solve. But if Dimmitt Tarn was keeping an occult secret, Livy had not discovered it. "They're going to ring the bell for dinner soon," Livy said. "I hope it's not olive loaf," Ty said. "It is," Livy said. "Can't you smell it?" "Ugh," Ty said. He put down the black notebook and picked up the red one in which he kept his timetables. He flipped back a page and said, "That's 3 times in 4 weeks." Livy had worried about what it would be like for her brother to be so far away from home, but Ty had adapted surprisingly well. He'd drawn up a schedule for himself on the first night, and he followed it faithfully. He laid out his clothes each night for the following morning, and before he fell asleep, he checked his alarm clock against the watch he wore around his wrist. Ty kept one of Julian's old empty lighters in the pocket of his jeans for when he needed to keep his fingers busy, and he wore his headphones around his neck during classes like a kind of talisman. After he'd failed to resurrect Livy from the dead, Ty had thrown his phone into the Pacific Ocean so he wouldn't be tempted to try other spells from the Black Volume. He had a new phone now, but he hadn't uploaded his photos. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. More penance, Livy thought, although Ty hadn't said so. Instead, he had a triptych of paintings by Julian on the wall above his desk. One of their parents, one of all the Blackthorn siblings, and Diana and Emma with the ocean behind them. The third painting was of Livy, and Livy often found herself staring at it so that she wouldn't forget her own face. Not being able to see yourself in a mirror was not a big deal, compared to other parts of being dead, but all the same it was not very pleasant. Ty wrote a letter to Julian every week, and he wrote Drew and Mark and Diana and Tavi and Helen postcards, but Livy couldn't help but notice that he never wrote Kit at all. She knew Kit had been angry at Ty for trying the resurrection spell, but surely Kit had gotten over that by now? If she brought up Kit, though, Ty shrugged and put his headphones on. In general, though, Ty seemed to be fitting in just fine at the Scolaments. Better than Livy would have imagined, before her death, had she imagined such a thing. Ty hadn't made any friends, but he managed everything that the instructors asked of him, and if he was mostly quiet or withdrawn otherwise, no one seemed to think that was strange. There were a lot of Shadowhunter kids at the Scolaments now who were worried or afraid or occasionally went off to cry in a corner. Ty was keeping his head down. No one, except for Livy, and maybe Julian, would have known there was something wrong. But there was something wrong, and Livy had no idea how to fix it, especially since she had no idea what was wrong. All she could do was be there. She had promised him that she would always be there. He had saved her from death, and she loved him. Anyway, she didn't have anywhere else to be. Sometimes, while Ty was studying or sleeping, she went exploring. To the library, where the great silvery tree grew through the broken ceiling like a promise that no wall or hardship, or promise, endured forever. Sometimes she lingered by a student reading by themselves in the library, or perched on a window ledge, looking out at Dimmitt Tarn. She would press all her attention upon them, testing them to see if she could make herself known. "Can you see me? Can you see me?" But no one saw her. Once, late at night, Livy came across two girls kissing in an alcove, one with curly black hair and the other fair. They were only a year or two older than she, and Livy wondered if this was their first kiss. The fair-headed one drew back at last and said, "It's late. I should get back to my room. Books aren't going to read themselves." The curly-haired girl sighed, but said, "Okay, but that's true of kisses, too. I'm not going to make out with myself." The other said, "Good point." But this time the curly-haired girl was the one who broke away from the embrace, laughing. She said, Okay, it's late, and you've got the kissing thing down, top marks. And there'll be time for more kissing later. So much time for so much kissing. Go read your books. See you at practice tomorrow?" "Sure," the fair-haired girl said, and ducked her head, blushing. Livy trailed her all the way back to her room. "Can you see me? Can't you see?" she demanded. "Life is short. Oh, can't you see? There's less time than you think, and then it's gone." Sometimes Livy wondered if she was going crazy. But it was easier in the day, when Ty was awake. Then she wasn't so alone. After dinner, which was, indeed, olive loaf, while he was getting ready for bed, Ty said, "Everyone keeps talking about Idris, about what might be going on in there." "Jerks being jerks is what's going on there," Livy said. "No one can get in because of the wards," Ty said. "But I was listening to them, and I had an idea." "No one can get in, but what if you could get in?" "Me?" Livy said. "You," Ty said. "Why not? You can pass through all sorts of things. Walls, doors, we could at least test it." "Well," Livy began, and then was silent. A feeling came over her, and she realized that the feeling was excitement. She grinned back at her twin. "You're right," she said. "We should at least test it." "Tomorrow, after volcanoes and the demons that dwell in them," Ty said. He made a note in his schedule. But that night, while Ty was sleeping, Livy found herself pulled toward Dimmitt Tarn again, toward the nothingness of its depths. Every time she thought of Idris and the experiment that she and Ty would try tomorrow, she thought of her own death, of the blow that Annabel had struck. That moment of pain and dislocation, the stricken look on Julian's face as she fled her body. Of course, Annabel wasn't in Idris now. Annabel was dead. And of course, even if Annabel had still been alive, Livy shouldn't be afraid of her murderer. A Shadowhunter shouldn't be afraid. But the thought of her own body on the cold stone of the Accords Hall, the thought of her body burnt upon a pyre, the thought of Lake Lynn where she had returned, all of these pursued her as she sank into the blackness of Dimmitt Tarn and let its nothingness hide her. It was almost morning when at last she rose up, pearly light already sliding over the crust of snow around the tarn. And there, too, on the lip of the tarn, was a small, crumpled heap, as if someone had dropped their hat or scarf.
Livy drew near and saw that it was a kitten, starved and motionless. Its paws were torn by the ice, and there were marks of bright blood in the snow. "It's poor thing," Livy said, and the kitten opened its eyes. It looked right at Livy and snarled noiselessly. Then its eyes closed again. Livy fled back to the scollaments, to Ty. "Wake up, Ty," she said. "Hurry, wake up, wake up." Ty sat bolt upright. "What is it? What's wrong?" "There's a Carpathian lynx down by Dimmet Tarn," Livy said. "A kitten. I think it's dying. Hurry, Ty." He threw a coat over his pajamas and pulled on his boots. He bundled up a blanket in his arms. "Show me," he said. The kitten was still alive when they got back to Dimmet Tarn, Ty's boots breaking through the snow with each step. He sank sometimes to his knees. But Livy, of course, floated above the snow. There were advantages, sometimes, to being dead. Livy could admit that. You could see the small rise and fall of the lynx's chest. Small wisps of breath rose from its black nose. "Is it going to be okay?" Livy asked. "Will it live?" Ty knelt down in the bank of snow beside the lynx. He began to wrap it in the blanket. "I don't know," he said, "but if it lives, it will be because you saved it, Livy." "No," Livy said, "I found it, but I can't save it. You'll have to be the one who saves it." "Then we'll both have saved it," Ty said, and smiled at her. If Livy had had a notebook, she would have written it down. It had been a long time since she'd seen her brother smile. Ty found a box and put an old sweater in it. From the kitchen, he got a plate of chicken casserole and a bowl to fill with water. When the lynx wouldn't eat or drink, he went to the infirmary and asked Katerina Loss what to do. She says to moisten a piece of cloth, a t-shirt maybe, or a hand towel, and then drip water into its mouth. "Then do it," Livy said anxiously. How useless she felt. "Katerina gave me a hot water bottle too," Ty said. He reached into the box and unwrapped the blanket enough to put the hot water bottle in as well. Then he began to drip water onto the lynx's mouth until the fur was wet all around its face. Ty was more patient than Livy thought she could have been. He dipped the smallest section of t-shirt sleeve into a bowl of water and then wrung it out gently until the animal's mouth opened and a pink tongue poked out. Ty drooped water onto the tongue, and when the lynx swallowed it, he picked up the bowl and tipped it slowly so that the lynx could drink without moving its head. After that, he tore the chicken into small pieces and fed the pieces to it. The lynx ate ravenously, making small, angry noises. At last, the chicken was gone.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "Go get more," Livy said. Ty said. "No." Katerina said not to let it eat too much at first. He tucked a towel in around the lynx and then covered over the box with a jacket. "Well, let it sleep now. I'll give it more later." "What about a name? Are you going to give it a name?" Ty scratched his head. Livy saw, with a pang, that he had the faintest beginnings of a beard on his face. But he, of course, would continue to grow older. One day he would be a man, but she would always be a child. Ty said, gaze fixed on one black-tipped ear, all that was visible of the lynx. "But we don't know if it's a boy or a girl." "Then we can give it a gender-neutral name," Livy said, "like Stripes or Hero or Commander Kitty." "Let's see if it lives first," Ty said. By mutual agreement, they put off the plan to test Livy's capabilities to bypass the boundaries of Idris until the next day. Ty attended his classes, and Livy watched over the lynx. And in between Ty's classes, he supplied their ever more lively captive with scraps of food and bowls of milk. By the time the dinner bells were ringing, they had ascertained the lynx's gender, and Ty's arms were bloody with scratches. But the lynx was asleep and purring in his lap. There was a makeshift litter box in the closet, and, as it turned out, Ty's fidget toys also made excellent cat toys. "Irene," Ty said. Once again, Livy saw he was smiling. "Let's call her Irene." In the end, he skipped dinner altogether. And that night, Livy did not go back to Dimmet Tarn. Instead, she watched over her brother. Irene curled around his head on the pillow, her glowing eyes closing and opening, always fixed on Livy. There was a new note in Ty's book. It said, "Lynx sees her." Is this because the lynx, have given her a name, Irene, was close to death? Or because she is a cat, though larger than house cats? Inconclusive. More research needed, though large cats may be hard to come by. If it hadn't been for the matter of Idris, Livy could have spent the whole next day playing with Irene. She and Ty had discovered that if Livy drew her foot along the ground back and forth, Irene would try to pounce, over and over. She could not understand why she couldn't catch Livy. "Like a laser pointer," Ty said. "You're the red dot that always escapes." "That's me," Livy said, "the elusive red dot." So, Idris, how do we do this? Shadowhunters used portals to go to Idris. Only now, Idris was warded, and portals wouldn't work. Livy, being dead, didn't need portals. When Ty had come to the Scalamonts, he had stepped through a portal, and Livy had willed herself to go with Ty, to be in the place where Ty was. Ty said, "It should be the same as Dimmet Tarn, or when I'm in class and suddenly you just show up. Hold Idris in your mind, like a picture. Let yourself go there." "You make it sound easy," Livy said. "Something ought to be easy," Ty said. "Everything can't be hard all the time." "Fine," Livy said. "Here we go." She thought of Idris, of Lake Lynn, of the moment she was no longer dead, saw it in her mind, and held it there. And then she was no longer in the room with Ty and Irene. Instead, she was floating above the great stillness of Dimmet Tarn. "Great job, Livy," she told herself. But she didn't go back to Ty. Instead, she thought of Idris once more, and imagined, this time, that she was alive again. She thought of how once, when she'd been very young, she had portaled with her family from the beach outside the LA Institute into Idris. Had that been the first time she'd gone to Idris? She closed her eyes, opened them, and found herself beside the ocean in LA. The sun was just coming up, turning the foam atop the waves to fiery lace. And there was the Institute, where her family would be waking up soon, making breakfast. Did they think of her, dream of her, and then wake and think of her again? "This isn't where I want to be," she said, and knew it wasn't true. She tried again. "This isn't where I'm supposed to be." The sun was rising, and she tried to feel its warmth, something other than its brightness, to warm herself. What she would have given to feel that wet velvet crust of the top layer of sand under her feet, to feel the cold grittiness of the sand underneath change in temperature as the warmth of her human feet soaked away, to scream herself hoarse, knowing that no one would hear over the roar of the surf. She squatted and tried with every particle of herself to pick up a piece of beach glass. But it was a useless endeavor. She had no more effect on the world than a fragment of dream. It seemed to her, in fact, that she was shrinking, growing smaller and smaller, until she no longer stood on the sand, but was instead slipping between the icy grains, now large as boulders around her. "No," she said, and was no longer on the beach in Los Angeles. Instead, she was back at Dimmet Tarn, her bare feet skimming the deep black. "Get a grip on yourself," she told herself sternly, "and try again. What's the worst that could happen?" This time, instead of thinking of Idris, Livy thought of the way in which it was bounded. She thought of the wards that kept out everyone who was not welcome. She imagined Idris, picturing the terrible dessert they served at least once a month at the Scalamonts, in which unidentifiable pieces of fruit were embedded in a vast jello dome. There were certain advantages to being dead. You were not expected to be enthusiastic about terrible desserts simply because they were desserts. But nevertheless, even dead, she remembered the consistency of jello, and she imagined Idris as if it had been encased in gelatin instead of magic. She imagined traveling to Idris, to the shore of Lake Lynn, as if she were pressing up against a jello mold. Doing this, she could almost feel the wards of Idris resisting her, tingling, slippery, and only the slightest bit yielding.
Still she persisted, imagining pressing all of her incorporeal self against their magic. Livy closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she was in a green meadow where she had never been before. There were sugar-white mountains against the horizon, and insects buzzing languidly like secrets in among the blades of grass. She was not in Idris. What was even the point of being a ghost if you didn't get to infiltrate the bad guy's lair in order to haunt jerks like the cohort? This would prove that you fail at life, Livy. Except, you know, she said to herself, and then was surprised because it seemed that someone had heard and was answering her. If they failed, would it really matter? The voice said. A male voice with a strong Spanish accent. Livy could see no one, but she could hear the voice as if the speaker stood beside her. Then we could fight. I'm tired of this. We've been sitting around on our asses for months now, eating basic rations and arguing about the pettiest of goals. Shut up, Manuel, said a voice that Livy knew. Zara. And now she recognized Manuel's voice as well. We have been told to check the wards, and so we will check the wards. Obedience is a virtue in a Shadowhunter. So is patience. Patience, Manuel said, like you've ever practiced patience in your life, Zara. Livy could see nothing but the meadow around her, the far white peaks of the mountain range. But she found that she could feel Idris, warded against her, pressing against her consciousness. Though she couldn't penetrate the wards, apparently she could eavesdrop through them. They must be standing right there, Livy on one side of the wards and Zara and Manuel on the other. I am practicing enormous patience right now in not killing you, Zara retorted. I wish you would, Manuel said. Then I wouldn't have to suffer through another dinner of dandelion greens and half a parsnip garnished with unseasoned pigeon while your father's cronies bicker about whether we mark the start of this new age by naming ourselves Raziel's chosen angels, or the birthright, or the glorious front.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Why not just call ourselves super amazing people who did the right thing but now have run out of coffee and staples? You think with your stomach, Zara said. Manuel ignored this. Meanwhile, out there are downworlders having baguettes slathered with brie and chocolate chip cookies and vats of coffee. Do you know how awful it is to spy on people who are eating delicious things like chocolate croissants when you don't even have a cube of sugar? By the angel, I never thought I would say this, but I miss the food at the Scolaments. What I would give for olive loaf. Olive loaf, Livy thought. I'm dead and I wouldn't eat olive loaf. But then I wouldn't hang out with Zara either. She could still see nothing of Idris inside the wards, but as she tried to push through again, glittering symbols she did not recognize appeared, hanging in the air. This will be a brief chapter in the history of the imperishable order, Zara said, or whatever historians end up calling us. Anyway, the point is, when we see that the time is right to leave Idris and we have the whole world to set to rights, no one is going to bother recording that you missed Olive Loaf. They're going to write about all the battles that we won, and how good we looked winning them, and how all our enemies like Emma Carstairs died pitifully choking on their own pleas for mercy. Last time I looked, she was partying on a beach, Manuel said, as if she wasn't thinking about us at all. Good, Zara said. Let them not think about us. And then let us be the last thing they ever see. Come on, the wards are holding. Let's get back before there's nothing left for lunch. And like that, the voices were gone. Livy was alone in the green meadow, Idris as inaccessible as ever. But she had succeeded, sort of, hadn't she? She hadn't gotten past the wards, but she had gathered information. She'd learned what? That the cohort was low on food and just as unpleasant as ever. They had some sort of plan to emerge at some unknown date from Idris in some kind of surprise attack. When? Ty said, busily writing. They didn't say, and surprise attack is overstating it.
They mentioned in a vague kind of way that when they did attack us, we were going to be really surprised and then really dead. Because they think they're super awesome, and all we do is sit around and eat delicious croissants. And then they finished testing the wards and went away, and I couldn't hear anything else. Still, Ty said, those are 2 pieces of information. We should go tell someone. I could tell Ragnar, or Katerina. No, Livy said, I'm the one who figured it out. I want to be the one who gets to tell. I'll go find Magnus and tell him. Didn't Helen say in her last letter that Magnus was spending time at the Los Angeles Institute? Ty didn't look at her. Yes, he said at last. That seems fair. You should go. Only, Livy— What? She said. While you were gone, he said, did you feel different? Did you feel anything strange? Livy considered his question. No, she said. Write that down in the book, that I didn't feel anything strange at all. You don't need to worry about me, Ty. I'm dead. Nothing bad can happen to me now. Irene was curled up on Ty's bed now, leg extended as she fastidiously groomed one haunch. Her unblinking golden eyes stayed fixed on Livy. They said, I belong here. Do you? You and Irene take care of each other while I'm gone, okay? Livy said. You're going now? Ty said. He grimaced as if the thought was causing him physical discomfort. Don't wait up, Livy said. And then the room around her was gone, and she was once again standing on the beach beside the Los Angeles Institute, the sun slipping down below the darkening waves of the Pacific Ocean. The rush of the water down the sand was wrong somehow. She could see lights blazing in the windows of the Institute. She wasn't sure, but most likely they had already had dinner. Someone, probably Helen or Aline, would be doing the dishes. Tavi would be getting ready for bed. Someone would read a book to him. Mark and Christina would be in New York, most likely. Was Mark more settled in the human world now? It had always seemed so strange to her, how he had been taken from them and then restored. How alien he had seemed when he came back. And yet, now, she had become something even stranger. She wished to be inside the Institute, suddenly, away from the blackness of the water, so like the blackness of Dimmet Tarn. And so she was inside. She found herself in the kitchen. Helen was sitting at the table, the dishes still waiting to be washed. Aline's head rested against her shoulder. Her arm was around Helen's shoulders. They looked utterly at home, as if they had always lived there, as if they had never been exiled to a small frozen island far away from their family. It's nice to have Mark home for a few days, Helen said. She said. Do you think we could trust him to hold down the Institute for a few hours? I was thinking I could book a spa day for the 2 of us. No, Helen said. Probably not. But let's do it anyway. It was wonderful to see how settled in Helen and Aline were, but it was also all extremely unfair, Livy felt. Everyone else got to come home.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Mark Helen. Even Ty would come home someday, but she would never truly be home again. A shudder of envy and despair and longing went through her, and as if she had any material effect on the world at all, the pile of dishes beside the sink suddenly toppled over, sending shards and bits of food all over the counter and floor. "What was that?" Aileen said, standing up. Helen groaned. "A tremor, I think. You know, welcome to California." Livy fled the kitchen, up to Drew's room, where her sister sat on her bed, watching one of her horror movies on the Institute's battered television. "Hey," Livy said, "you like scary movies so much, well, here I am, the real deal. Boo!" She got right into Drew's face, being as loud as she could. "Here I am. Can you see me? Drew, why can't you see me? I'm right here."
But Drew went on watching her stupid movie, and Livy felt herself shrinking, growing smaller and smaller, until she could have slipped right into the still, black calm of her sister's pupil, as if it were a pool of water, and lodged herself there. She could be safe there, a secret from everyone, even Drew. And then Ty wouldn't have to worry about her anymore. He would be safe too. Safe from what, Livy? She asked herself. The screen of the television went dark then, and the witchlight sconces over Drew's bed flickered and went out. What the hell? Drew said, and got up. She went over to the wall and touched the sconce. The room filled with light again. There was a knock on the door, and when Drew opened it, Helen and Aileen were there. Helen said, "Did you feel anything just now?" "We were in the kitchen, and then a bunch of dishes fell," Aileen said eagerly. "Helen says it might have been an earthquake, my first one." "No," Drew said, "I don't think so. But the TV went off a second ago, so maybe." In the doorway behind Helen and Aileen, Mark appeared. Helen said, "Did you feel it too?" "Feel what?" Mark said. "A tiny earthquake," Aileen said, grinning. "No," Mark said. "No, but Magnus just got a message from Jem. He says Tessa's in labor, so he's gone to them." "Of course," Helen said dryly, "because Magnus is exactly the person I want to keep me company when I'm about to give birth." "I bet he gives amazing baby presents, though," Aileen said. "And to be fair, I think that he feels he should have been there when Tessa and Will had their children, considering. Where are Julian and Emma right now? We should let them know." "Paris," Helen said. "They like it so much there they keep extending their stay. Or do you think Magnus has let them know too?" Magnus! Livy realized that she had entirely forgotten why she had come. She had information for him. Well, in one moment she was in Drew's room, ignored and forgotten by a good number of the people she had loved most in the whole world. In the next, all the doors of the Los Angeles Institute flung themselves open, and all the windows of the Institute shattered outward. And Livy did not even notice, because she was suddenly beneath a full moon, above a black pond carpeted in lily pads, fat velvet pads of the softest gray in the moonlight. Frogs, invisible in the shadows, were singing. She knew, without knowing how she knew this, that she was now in the countryside, somewhere outside London. This was Cirenworth Hall, the estate where Jem and Tessa lived with Kit Herondale. Julian had visited there and described it in a letter to Ty. There were horses and cows and apple trees. Tessa had an herb garden, and there was a glass conservatory that Jem had converted into a kind of music studio. How nice life was for the living. Jem, too, had gone away from the world for whole lifetimes and been allowed to return. Oh, why couldn't Livy do the same? Why was she the only one who could not return and take up her life again? It must be very late at night here, or else very early in the morning. But as with the Institute, lights were blazing in all the windows of the house. She drifted toward it, and then was inside. She was in another kitchen, this one very different from the cheery contemporary kitchen of the Institute. The walls were white plaster, hung with bundles of herbs and copper pots. Enormous beams, dark with age, ran across the whitewashed ceiling. Sitting at a long, scarred oaken table was Kit, playing solitaire and sipping from a mug. It might have been tea, but Livy suspected from the face that he made as he sipped that it was something alcoholic instead. "Boo!" she said, and Kit fumbled the mug, spilling liquid all down his pants. "Livy?" he said. "That's right," she said, pleased. "You can see me. It gets really, really boring being invisible to everyone." "What are you doing here?" Kit said. "Then, is he okay, Ty?" "What?" Livy said. "No, he's fine. I'm looking for Magnus, actually. There's something that I need to ask him, or tell him. I think I'm supposed to tell him something." "Are you okay?" Kit said. "What, aside from being dead?" Livy said. "Just, you seem a little off," Kit said. "Or something." "Yeah, well, dead," Livy said. "But other than that, Magnus is in the old conservatory with Jem and Tessa. Tessa's in labor, but they seem like it's not a big deal or anything. They're just sitting around and talking about stuff. But, it was kind of freaking me out. She's going to have a baby, which is cool. But I thought I should give them some space." "Okay, thanks," Livy said. "Great to see you, Kit. Sorry I scared you." "Sort of." And then she was in the conservatory, which had been completely outfitted for a musician. There was a grand piano in one corner, and various instruments hanging on a beautiful wooden cabinet. Jem was playing a cello, his long hands drawing the bow across the strings as if he were coaxing out those low, beautiful belling notes. Tessa was pacing, slowly, along a glass wall, one hand on her great belly and the other on her back. Magnus was nowhere to be seen. Livy wasn't really thinking about Magnus, though, not anymore. All of her attention was focused on Tessa, on the hand that rested on the pregnant belly. She could not take her eyes away. There was a voice in Livy's head, way below the song that Jem was playing, below the sounds of the living hearts that beat in the conservatory. Jem, Tessa, and the unborn baby. She almost recognized the voice. It belonged to someone who had once been very dear to her. "Livy," it was saying, "something's wrong. I think that something's wrong." Livy did her best to ignore the voice. She thought, "If I make myself very small, I bet that I could do the thing I am thinking of. I could make myself so very small that I could slip into that baby. I wouldn't take up much room at all. A baby is hardly a person at all, really. If I took the place of whoever the baby is going to be, if I wanted a do-over, it wouldn't hurt Tessa and Jem at all. They would be good parents to me, and I would be a good daughter. I was good when I was alive. I could be good again. And it isn't fair. I shouldn't have died. I ought to get another chance. Why shouldn't I have another chance?" She drew closer to Tessa. Tessa groaned. "What is it?" Jem said, putting down his bow. "Is it my rank, terrible playing? Magnus may have magically transformed this space to be hospitable to instruments, but I am still an amateur when it comes to the cello." His face changed. "Or is it time? Shall we go back to the house?" Tessa shook her head. "Not yet," she said, "but drawing nearer. Keep playing. It helps me." "Magnus will be back soon with the herbs you wanted," Jem said. "There's still time," Tessa said. "There's still time, too, if you don't want to be the one to deliver this baby. Magnus could fetch someone." "What, and miss my chance at the big time?" Jem said. "I'd like to think that all my years as a silent brother weren't totally pointless." Livy was shrinking, shrinking, shrinking down almost to nothingness. All the darkness outside the glass walls of the conservatory was pressing in, as if they were all submerged beneath Dimmet Tarn, but she could still escape.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. She could be a living girl again. Jem got up and went over to Tessa. He knelt down in front of her and laid his head against her belly. "Hello there, Wilhelmina Yikyang K. Carstairs. Little Mina. You are welcome, little Mina, my heart. We are waiting for you in joy and hope and love." Tessa rested her hand on Jem's head. "I think she heard you," she said. "I think she's hurrying now." "Livy," said the other voice, the one that Livy didn't want to hear right now, the one that tugged at her as if it were a leash. "Livy, what are you doing? Something's wrong, Livy." And oh, the voice was right. Livy came back to herself. What had she been thinking of doing? She had been going to... And as she realized what she had been about to do, all the walls of the conservatory exploded outward into the night in a great cloud of glass shards.
Jem and Tessa both cried out, crouching down. And then Magnus was there, in green silk pajamas beautifully embroidered with Pokémon. "What in the world?" he said, bending over to help Jem and Tessa up. "I don't know," Jem said wildly. "Demons? A sonic boom?" Magnus looked around the conservatory. A strange expression came over his face when he saw Livy. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to, Magnus." Looking hard at her, Magnus said to Jem and Tessa, "Not a demon, I think. There's nothing dangerous here now. Come on, let's get you back to the house. I have your herbs, Tessa. Kit's brewing you a nice cup of tea." "Oh, good," Tessa said faintly. "The intervals between contractions are getting shorter. I thought there would be more time." "Are you sure we shouldn't be more concerned about whatever broke all the windows?" "Everyone always thinks they'll have more time," Magnus said. He was still looking right at Livy as he said it. "And no, I don't think you have to be concerned at all. I would never let anything happen to you. Think of it as part of the christening. You know that when they christen a ship, they break a bottle of champagne against the forward bow. Your baby just gets the deluxe version. Imagine her voyage. Her life, I predict, will be full of wonders." "Come on," Jem said. "Let's get inside the house. Magnus, will you bring my cello?" He took down his violin from the cabinet, and with his other hand he took Tessa's arm and began to walk her toward the house, over the dark ground strewn with broken glass. Magnus said, "Oh, Livy." "I almost," she said. "I know," he said, "but you didn't. Go find Kit and stay with him. I'll come to you in a little while to fetch Tessa's tonic." Kit seemed relieved, actually, to have company, even if company was only a ghost. "What happened out there?" he said. "What happened to the conservatory?" "I think that was me," Livy said. "I didn't mean to, though." "Is this the kind of thing that you've been getting up to at the Scolomans?" Kit said. "Is that why you came to find Magnus?" "No," Livy said. "I haven't done anything like this. Well, not until today. I think I smashed some plates at the Los Angeles Institute, and I made the lights go out in Drew's room while she was watching a scary movie." "Nice," Kit said. "So, like, basic poltergeist stuff?" "I didn't mean to do any of it," Livy said. "It just sort of happened. I'm sorry I wrecked the conservatory." "Maybe you could try not to do anything like that again," Kit said. "Sure," Livy said. "Of course. I don't want to do anything like that again." There was a glint off something Kit wore on a chain around his neck. "Oh," Livy said, looking closer. "It was a heron made of silver." "It belonged to my mother," Kit said. "Jem and Tessa gave it to me a while ago. I found it again this morning. I'd forgotten about it." "It's so pretty," Livy said. Kit said, "I'd give it to you if I could. She used it to summon Jem and Tessa to her side when she was attacked. In the end, it didn't save her. So I guess I have a grudge against it." Livy said, "I'm sorry." "Why?" Kit said. "You didn't kill them. Anyway, everything's okay." He was looking at his hands very intently, as if he thought there might be something wrong with them. "What?" Livy said. "Yes, everything's fine." "Oh, you mean Ty?" Kit didn't say anything, but he nodded. He looked as if he wished he hadn't asked at all, and also as if he were listening with all of his being. It was ridiculous, Livy thought. You could tell how much he missed Ty, as much as Ty missed him. She didn't understand boys at all. Why couldn't they just say what they felt? Why did they have to be so stupid? "He's okay," Livy said. "He's doing well at the Scolomans. He has a Carpathian lynx in his room. He doesn't really have any friends, though. He misses you, but he won't talk about it. But other than that, he's fine." As she said it, though, she realized that she wasn't sure at all that Ty was fine. The strand that bound her to Ty, that filament of magic, felt wrong somehow, as if it were slackening. She could feel Ty reaching for her, but weakly. "Livy?" Kit said. "Oh, no," she said. "No, I think I have to go back. I think I shouldn't be here." Now Kit looked truly alarmed. "What's wrong?" he said. "Ty," she said, "it's hurting him that I'm here. Tell Magnus I'm sorry, but I have to go. Tell him to come find me about Idris." "About Idris?" Kit said. "Never mind, I'll tell him. Go." And Livy went. She must have been back at the Scholomance in the space of a breath, although, to be fair, since she didn't breathe anymore, she was only guessing that was how long it took. She was in Ty's room, but Ty wasn't there. Only Irene, looking accusingly at her from the door, which she appeared to be attempting to chew open. "Sorry," Livy said, and then felt ridiculous. This time she let her awareness of Ty, where he was, pull her toward him. Yet that was not where she found herself. She found herself instead hovering once more over Dimmitt Tarn. "No," she said, and, feeling as if she were fighting her way to him through some impenetrable and gloomy dark chasm, she came at last to her brother. He was lying in a bed in the infirmary, looking very pale. Katerina Loss was by his side, and a boy that Livy recognized from Ty's classes, Anoush. "He just collapsed," Anoush was saying. "I don't think so," Katerina Loss said. "I don't know." Ty opened his eyes. "Livy," he said, so softly that her name was barely a sound at all. "What did he say?" Anoush asked. "Livy," Katerina said, laying her hand on Ty's head. "His sister, the one who was slain by Annabel Blackthorn." "Oh," Anoush said. "Oh, how sad." Katerina Loss said, "His color is improving a little, I think. Are you good friends?" Not really," Anoush said. "I don't know who his friends are, if he has friends. I mean, he seems like a good guy, smart, super focused, but he kind of keeps to himself." "I'm going to keep him in the infirmary overnight," Katerina Loss said. "But if it occurs to you to come back to visit him, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Everyone needs friends." "Yeah, sure," Anoush said. "I'll come back later, see if he needs anything." Katerina Loss poured a glass of water for Ty and helped him sit up to take a drink. "You fainted," she said, in a neutral voice. "Sometimes new students take their course of study too seriously and forget about things like getting enough sleep or eating." "I don't forget things like that," Ty said. "I have a schedule so that I don't forget." "You came to me the other day about the lynx," Katerina Loss said. "How is she doing? I see there are scratches on your arm." "She's great," Ty said. "She eats everything I bring her, and she's drinking fine, too. How long have I been here? I should go make sure that she's okay." "You've only been here a little while," Katerina Loss said. "When Anoush comes back, you can tell him to look after her for tonight. I think he'd be happy to do that. Do you think you could eat something?" Ty nodded, and Katerina Loss said, "I'll see what delights the kitchen can supply. Stay in bed. I'll be right back." When she was gone, "Ty," Livy said. Ty frowned at her. He said, "I could feel you getting farther and farther away. It hurt, Livy."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. And you were getting stranger and stranger. The farther away you got, I could feel you. But you didn't feel like you anymore. You felt, Livy said, "I know. I felt it too. It was scary, Ty. Eyes was scary. You're going to have to write that down in your notebook. I don't think it's good when I'm away too long. I think the farther away from you that I get, the more dangerous it is for both of us. The longer I stayed away, the more I forgot things, like who I was, like you, why I should come back." Ty said, "But you did come back." "I came back," Livy said, "almost too late, but I'm here now, and just in time. Irene is gnawing her way through your door." She grinned at Ty reassuringly, and Ty smiled back. Then his eyes closed again. "Ty," she said. "I'm fine," he said, "just really tired. Going to sleep for a little while, Livy. Will you stay with me while I fall asleep?" "Sure," she said. "Of course I will."
He was asleep when Katarina Loss returned with a tray of food, and still asleep when Magnus Bane came through the door several hours later, in a puffy scarlet down parka trimmed in black fake fur that came all the way down to his ankles. He looked as if he had been mostly swallowed by a very fat eiderdown dragon. Katarina Loss was with him. "A girl," she said. "I've been knitting a blanket for her, but it isn't done yet. Wilhelmina Yichang K. Carstairs. That's quite a big name for a very small baby." "Mina, for short," Magnus said. "Oh, she's lovely, Katarina. She has Jem's fingers, a musician's fingers, and Tess's chin. So, how's our patient?" "He'll be fine," Katarina Loss said. "Then, though what was wrong with him in the first place isn't quite apparent to me, he seems perfectly healthy. I'm due to teach a class. Will you still be here in an hour or so?" "I'll be here, or somewhere close at hand," Magnus said. "Come and find me when you're done." When Katarina Loss was gone, Magnus said to Livy, "Well, there is apparently something that you must say to me, and then there is something that I must say to you." Livy said, "I know. I think I know what you must say to me. But first, let me tell you about Idris." And she told him everything she had heard Zara and Manuel say. "We knew that sooner or later they planned to attack us," Magnus said at last. "But now that we know they are spying on us, we will have to find out how. And perhaps if it is possible for them, then it is also possible for us to spy on Idris. But I don't think we can risk you doing it again." "No," Livy said, "because every time I get too far away from Ty, things start to go wrong. I start to change. I get stronger, I think. I can do things, like I did with the conservatory. I broke dishes, too, and I think I almost hurt Tessa's baby somehow. And Ty, it's bad for him, too, when we're apart. That's why he ended up in the infirmary, because I was gone too long." "Yes," Magnus said, "smart girl." "If I had stayed away longer," Livy said, "would he have died?" "I don't know," Magnus said. "But the magic he tried to use to bring you back from the dead was dark magic, Livy, necromancy, a spell from the black volume of the dead, and a failed spell at that. When the spell failed, the thing that kept you here, that bound you, was Ty, your twin. That's not normal for ghosts. Most of them are bound to an object, things like a ring or a key or a house. But you're bound to a person. It makes sense that you need to stay close to Ty now, and that he has to stay close to you. I think that when you are away from him for too long, you become less yourself, more powerful, less human, more a hungry ghost, something dangerous to the living. When I was in the conservatory," Livy said, forcing the words out, "I felt as if I could swap places with Tessa's baby, that I could be alive again if I were willing to take her baby's life, her baby's place." Magnus said, "Necromancy is a very dark art. Yes, perhaps you could have, or perhaps you might have killed the baby or Tessa and ended up with nothing at all. Magic can have a high price, Livy." "I don't want to hurt anybody," Livy said. "That's what Annabelle did. I don't want to be like Annabelle, Magnus. I don't. But I don't want to be dead either. It isn't fair." "No," Magnus said, "it isn't fair. But life isn't fair. And you died bravely, Livy." "Stupidly," Livy said. "I died stupidly." "Bravely," Magnus said, "though I admit that sometimes I wish Shadowhunters were a little less brave and used their heads a little more." Livy sniffed. "Well," she said, "Ty is good at that, using his head." "Ty is exceptional," Magnus said. "I expect great things from him, and from you too, Livy. Because if you do not do great things, then I fear you may do terrible things. The two of you have remarkable potential." "Me?" she said, "but I'm dead." "Nevertheless," Magnus said, he reached into his pocket and said, "And I have a present for you. Well, it's from Kit, too. It's for you and Ty." He held out a silver chain from which hung the figure of a bird. A heron, Livy realized. "You're bound to tie," Magnus said, "but it's a necromantical bond. I was poking around for something to use that might work to bear a little of the weight that bond must be on you and Ty, and Kit asked what I was doing. He gave me this, and I have altered it a little, given it some potency. If Ty wears it, it should shield him a little from any side effects of being bound to the dead, and it should sustain you a little. It should ease some of the strangeness of being in the living world. You can touch it. And, too, should you or he feel in need of help, you can use it to call on me, or Ty can. Once it belonged to Kit's mother. It was given to her by Jem, so that when she was in danger, she could summon him. Now it will serve you and your brother." Livy stretched out a finger, stroked the silver heron. "Oh," she said, I can feel it." Magnus said, "Yes. Well, good." "Like one of Ty's fidget toys," Livy said, "like Julian's lighter." She was running her fingers along the chain now. "Is the baby okay? Mina?" "Yes," Magnus said, "she's fine. Everyone is fine." The conservatory, on the other hand. Livy thought suddenly of Dimmitt Tarn. She said, "You've been here before, to the Charlemants?" "Yes," Magnus said, "many times over the years." "Have you ever been to Dimmitt Tarn?" Livy said. "Yes," Magnus said, "a most unimpressive body of water. You must find it a sad change from the Pacific Ocean." "Yeah, well, there are stories that it's supernatural in some way," Livy said, "but nobody knows how. Ty and I were trying to see if we could find out anything about it." Magnus said, "Let me see. There were stories about it, but I never paid much attention to them. What was it?" He sat in silence for a minute, and Livy sat companionably with him. Ty stirred, as if he were dreaming, in a way that made Livy think that he would wake up soon. "Yes," Magnus said, "of course. The story was this, that if you went to Dimmitt Tarn and looked into the water for long enough, you would see something of your future. That was the enchantment placed on it by some warlock or other. Funnily enough, I believe he was from Devon, actually. Dimmitt is a Welsh word. Why? Did you go there, Livy? Did you see something there?" "No," Livy said at last. She tried to think of what it had been like, sinking into that vast, dark nothingness. "I didn't see anything. It was nothing at all." "I see," Magnus said, in a tone that suggested he saw everything she wasn't saying. "But let us say that there was someone who happened to look into dismal Dimmitt Tarn, and let's say they saw something they didn't like, something that suggested a future they didn't want. And let's say that this someone came and talked to me. Do you know what I would tell them?" "What?" Livy said. Magnus said, "I would tell them this, that the future isn't fixed. If we see a path in front of us that we would not choose, then we can choose another path, another future. Dimmitt Tarn, be very. Would you agree with that, Livy?" He stared hard at Livy, and Livy stared right back.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. She couldn't think of anything to say at all, but finally she set her mouth and nodded. From the bed, Ty said, "Livy!" His eyes opened and found her, and he said, "Livy!" again. This time he didn't sound despairing. He hadn't noticed yet that Magnus was there at all. A terrible wailing came from the doorway as Ty spoke. It was Irene, her whiskery jaws stretched open and all of her fur standing on end. Livy would not have thought that such a tiny animal could have produced such a large noise. Still wailing, Irene leaped onto the bed and butted Ty in the chin. The noise she was making changed to smaller, angry, inquiring trills, like a hot tea kettle who had a lot of questions but suspected she wasn't going to like any of the answers. "What on earth is that?" Magnus said. "This is Irene," Ty said. "She's a Carpathian lynx." "Of course," said Magnus, "a Carpathian lynx. How silly of me." His eyes met Livy's. "A boy, a Carpathian lynx, and a ghost. Truly I expect great things from you and your brother, Livy. Here, Ty, this is for you."
He dropped the Herondale necklace into Ty's palm. Livy will explain its purpose. Suffice it to say that if you need me for any reason at all, you can use it to summon me. Livy's been telling me about Idris, about what she overheard. But I have been up all night long, and I need some strong tea. I'm going to go find Ragnar Fell and make him find me some strong tea. He made as grand an exit as anyone can make when they are wearing an oversized downcoat. And as he exited, Anoush entered, his arms bloody with scratches. Anoush gazed after Magnus in astonishment. "That was Magnus Bane," he said to Ty. "Was he here to see you?" "Yes, he's our friend," Ty said. Anoush said, "I knew that you know him, but I didn't realize you had a just dropping by the Shalomans to see you type of relationship. Sorry about that animal. I went to your room to see if I could bring you back a book or some clothes or something, and she got away from me. She's so pretty, but she's so mean." "Her name is Irene," Ty said, looking fondly at the lynx curled up beside him. Anoush said, "Again, rhymes with mean. Do you want me to go get some scraps from the kitchen for her?" When Anoush was gone, Livy told Ty everything that had happened while she had been in Los Angeles and in the conservatory in England. Ty said, "I'm so sorry, Livy." "For what?" she said. "For doing this to you," he said. "Oh, Ty," she said, "I would have done it for you. It isn't a thing that should be done, but I would have done it anyway. And so we would be in just the same mess we're in now. Besides, I think I'm getting the hang of this ghost thing." Ty nodded. He turned the necklace over and over in his hand, then held it out, dangling the heron over the bed so that the sunlight caught the silver, and Irene batted it with her paw. Livy thought of Kit sitting at the table in the kitchen, so carefully not asking her anything about Ty. She reached over and caught the chain in her hand, gently untangled it from Irene's sharp claws. Holding the necklace still, Livy said, "This belonged to Kit. You'll have to write him, to say thank you. You'll write him and give the letter to Magnus to take back when he goes." "Okay," Ty said at last, "but he won't write back." "Then you'll keep on writing until he does," Livy said. "Necromancy is bad. We're all agreed on that. But postcards are pretty harmless. You know, something scenic on the front." Dimmitt Tarn flashed in front of her, that black nothingness. "Wish you were here," that kind of thing. She held the chain tighter, rubbed the small links between her fingers. Maybe that was her future, black nothingness. But right now she had Ty. She could choose the path that led away from Dimmitt Tarn for as long as she could. She had an anchor. She would hold on as tightly as she could. Forever Fallen, New York. 2013, Jem Carstairs and Kit Herondale came through the portal together, from the black midnight velvet of the English woods into the orange-starred deep blue of a New York street in the evening. Kit eyed the silver stream of honking cars with the same expression he'd worn since Jem suggested going, a mixture of excitement and nerves. "They didn't, exactly welcome me at the L.A. Shadow Market the last few times I went," Kit said. "You're sure this will be okay?" "I am," Jem assured him. The yellow and red lights of cars played over the intricate scrollwork and arched windows of the abandoned theater. The Shadow Market on Canal Street was much like he remembered it from a decade ago and more, though Jem himself was so different. To a mundane, steel shutters and boards covered the entrance. To Jem and Kit they were silver and wood beads, a curtain that chimed a song as they passed through. A warlock woman paused when she saw them. "Hello, Hypatia," said Jem. "I think you know Kit?" "I know that 2 Shadowhunters make even more trouble than 1, said Hypatia. She rolled her starry eyes and passed on, but a werewolf Jem knew from the Paris Shadow Market stopped and chatted with them for a moment. He said it was a pleasure to meet Kit and always a pleasure to see Jem. Congratulations, by the way, he added. Jem glowed. Thank you. Jem had been surprised to find that he was welcome in most shadow markets now. He had been to many over the years, and quite a few of the vendors and attendants were immortal. People remembered him, and after a time they had stopped fearing him. He hadn't even realized it, but he had become a familiar sight, his visits marking a market night as lucky. He was the only silent brother most of them had ever seen. The first time he'd gone to a shadow market once he was no longer a silent brother, hand in hand with a warlock woman, seemed to confirm the shadow market people's opinion that he was close to being one of their own. You see, Jem murmured, no problem. Kit's shoulders were relaxing, and his blue eyes beginning to shine with a familiar wicked gleam. He pointed out several interesting features of the market that Jem was already aware of. A market boy showing off, and Jem smiled and encouraged him to keep talking. They do it with magic mirrors, Kit whispered in Jem's ear when they stopped to see two mermaids doing tricks in a tank. The mermaid glared at Kit, and Kit laughed. They stopped at a stall to buy candied moonflowers, since Kit had a fiendish sweet tooth. "I know you," said the fairy vendor. "Aren't you Johnny Rook's boy?" Kit's smile died a swift death. "Not any more." "Whose are you now?" "Nobody's," Kit answered quietly. The fairy vendor blinked, a second eyelid sliding in sideways and making the blink rather impressive. Jem reached out to touch Kit's shoulder, but Kit was already moving on, browsing the sweets as if he found them deeply fascinating. Jem cleared his throat. "I hear there is a special stall run by warlocks and faeries, offering potions and illusions. My friend Shade told me of it." She nodded understanding, and leaned down to whisper in his ear. The stall devoted to the fairy and warlock joint venture was a carved wooden caravan parked in an antechamber of the Canal Street building. The caravan was painted bright blue, and adorned with paintings that moved. As Jem and Kit approached, birds took flight from several gilded cages and soared free over the bright blue painted sky. The fairy woman had mushrooms growing in her hair, and ribbons looped around them. She seemed very young and enthusiastic about selling Jem the medicine he asked for. Jem lifted the porcelain lid to examine its contents carefully and apologized for doing so. She waved this off. "Perfectly understandable, considering what it's for. Lovely to meet you properly at last. Any friend of Shade's, such a distinguished gentleman. Perhaps it's the Irish in me, but I do love a fellow in green." Kit became overwhelmed by a fit of coughing. Jem smiled discreetly and patted him on the back. "Also," the fairy said in a rush,
smooth, authoritative, and stable. I saw you once, about 8 years ago, when you were still... I only got one glimpse, but you seemed so hauntingly sad, and so hauntingly attractive." "Thank you," said Jem. "I'm very happy now." "Your cough seems to be getting worse, Kit. Do you need medicine as well?" Kit straightened up. "Nope, I'm good. Come on, brother hauntingly attractive. There's no need to mention this to Tessa." "And yet," said Kit, "I'm gonna." "Congratulations!" the fairy woman yelled after Jem. All of his knowledge as a silent brother told him the potion was harmless and would do its work. Jem offered another smile over his shoulder to the woman and let Kit pull him toward the row of stalls in the next room across the way. The market was growing more crowded, so crowded that all the fairies who could take wing were flying overhead. One was being pursued by a werewolf, who was yelling that the fairy had unfairly snatched the last hat in her size. The fleeing fairy's winged shadow darkened a golden head and broad shoulders that struck Jem as familiar. "Isn't that Jace? I think that's—" Jem began, turning to Kit. Then he saw Kit's face was white. Kit was staring over at a tall boy with dark hair and headphones, browsing through a stall and running his fingers through the dried herbs. Jem laid his hand on Kit's shoulder.
Kit seemed oblivious, rooted to the spot, until the boy turned around and had blue eyes and a crooked nose, and was not Ty Blackthorn. "I have what we came for," Jem said. He spoke with his usual and carefully cultivated calm. "Shall we go, or do you want to look around? We can do whatever you want." Kit's jaw was still set. Jem knew that look. Herondales were always flames, he thought. They loved and suffered as if they would burn away with the sheer force of their own fire. "Let's go home," Kit mumbled. In spite of his slight disappointment, Jem found himself smiling. It was the first time Kit had called their house that. The man, who had never had the chance to be Jace Herondale, and who was no longer Jace at all, was starting to think that coming here had been a bad idea. The Seelie Queen had been the one to insist he should have a new name when he made his way to Fairy wanting protection for Ash and help with his plans. The Queen had answered all his questions about Clary, but her help hadn't come free. Royalty tended to make demands. "I'm accustomed to the other Jace," she said with a regal sneer, "though I admit not overly fond. What else can we call you?" Jonathan, he'd thought first, and flinched at even the thought of that name, which had surprised him. He hadn't done much flinching in Thule. Janus, he'd told the Queen, the god with two faces, the god of endings and beginnings and passages between strange doorways. "The god?" the Queen repeated. "My father gave me a classical education," Janus told her, "to go with my classical good looks." That had made the Queen laugh. "I see. Some things do not change, no matter the world." She saw nothing. Nobody in this world could know what he had been forced to become. It was in Fairy that Janus had heard of the fairy and warlock stall and the magic it could do, and he hadn't been able to resist. He knew Shadowhunters were not welcome at shadow markets. Had thought that if he wore a hood and cloak, the risk would be minimal. Unfortunately, several people were looking at him as if they recognized him. Well, let them think that the Jace of this world made a regular practice of haunting the shadow market. He had nothing invested in protecting that Jace's reputation. Janus turned. A werewolf slammed into him and cursed. "Hey, Shadowhunter, watch where you're going." Janus had his hand on his dagger when another werewolf came by and slapped the first werewolf upside the head. "Do you know who you're talking to?" he demanded. "That's Jace Herondale, the head of the Institute." The werewolf paled. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Please forgive him. He's from a horrible desert wasteland and he doesn't know what's going on," said the other werewolf. "I'm from Ohio." "That's what I said." The two werewolves gazed at Janus in apologetic misery. Janus was very confused, but he slowly let go of the hilt of his dagger. This pair might be more useful alive. "So sorry," the second werewolf stressed. Janus cleared his throat. "It's fine." "He's also the consul's Arabati," said the werewolf. "You know, Anna Lightwood." Janus felt something twist deep in his gut. The sensation surprised him. He was used to feeling nothing at all. He held the thought of Alec being consul in front of his mental eye, like a peculiar stone he was studying. He'd heard from the Queen that in this new, strange world, everything is different, and everyone is alive. But when he had imagined those he'd known once alive again, he'd imagined them unchanged. Alec as consul. He couldn't imagine it. "I'm actually here on a secret mission," he said. "I'd appreciate it if you kept quiet about seeing me." "I thought so," said the second werewolf. "Cloak, hood, secret mission," I said to myself. Janus's smile became less real and far more easy. "I can tell you're perceptive. Perhaps in the future, if I needed your help—" "Anything we can do," the werewolves rushed to assure him. "Absolutely anything." Janus kept smiling. Oh, good. It was good to make allies, especially those who were stupid and eager to please. Janus headed to what he had come for, the bright blue caravan where he had been assured that fairies and warlocks together could produce impenetrable glamours.
In Thule, there was no more warlock magic. There were no more warlocks at all. But there were demons crawling everywhere across the surface of that world, thick as flies on spoiled meat. And Sebastian could make the demons create illusions. Very occasionally, when Janus had pleased Sebastian, he would give him such a gift. Only sometimes, and it was never enough. A fairy with mushrooms in her hair let him into the caravan. She seemed young, and she quailed when his eyes fell on her, but he paid the price she and the warlock demanded. It was exorbitant. He would have paid more. The inside of the caravan was a wooden shell that had a jewel hidden within. The fairies had not been wrong when they said the combined magic could produce an extraordinary result. She was the most convincing illusion he had ever seen. She was small, always so small. Her hair fell in red loops and swirls around her face and her shoulders. He had wanted to follow every loop with his finger, work out the precise shape of each curl, as he'd wanted to trace connections between every golden freckle. He'd wanted to know her completely. "Clary," he said. Her name sounded foreign in his mouth. He hadn't said it often, even in Thule, where whatever he felt had been buried under layers and layers of a weight like cement. "Come here," he said. He was surprised by the roughness in his own voice. His hands were shaking. It felt like a distant, even despicable weakness. She moved toward him. He caught her by the wrists and pulled her roughly against his chest. Holding her was a mistake. That was where the illusion began to collapse. He could feel her trembling, and Clary would not have done that. Clary was the bravest person he knew. The illusions were never convincing enough. No illusion could love you back. No illusion would ever look at him the way Clary had once looked at him. And though he didn't know why he needed that, he did. He had needed it before, and the severing of his bond with Sebastian had made it 1,000 times worse. Clary, Clary, Clary. He fooled himself for another moment, pressing his lips against her forehead, then her cheek, then burying his face in the cloud of her bright hair. "Oh, my darling," he murmured, reaching for his knife as her eyes widened in realization and fear. "My darling. Why did you have to die?" Kit ran up the stone steps to his room, slamming the door behind him as soon as they returned to Sirensworth Hall. Jem thought it might be best to give him privacy for a little while. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. He was still slightly worried as he climbed the steps himself, following the sound of a song echoing off the slate walls. Black for hunting through the night, for death and mourning the colors white, gold for a bride in her wedding gown, and red to call enchantment down. Saffron lights the victory march, green will mend our broken hearts, silver for the demon towers, and bronze to summon wicked powers. It was a variation on an ancient Shadowhunter song. Jem could not have guessed how old. His father had sung it to him when he was a child. When he pushed open the door, the world narrowed down for a moment to a single room, and that room was full of soft light. There was a cluster of shining witch lights arranged in the old-fashioned iron grate, and pearlescent rays caught in Tessa's brown curls as she bent over the cradle, rocking it gently. The cradle had been carved more than 100 years ago, from an oak felled in these woods. Jem had seen it made, with careful hands and patient love. The cradle rocked just as smoothly now as it had then. Plaintive grizzling drifted from the cradle, and Jem leaned over to see its occupant. She lay on soft white bedding, piles on piles of fleeciness, so it seemed she slept on a cloud. Her shock of hair was very black against the sheets, and her small face was screwed up in outraged distress. Wilhelmina Yi-Chang K. Carstairs. For their lost Will, the first and only possible name. And Wild Rose, because all those who Jem loved best grew in beautiful rebellion.
He'd wanted a Chinese name for his darling, and wanted to commemorate lost Rosemary, who had trusted Jem and Tessa with what was infinitely precious to her, and was now infinitely precious to him. Rosemary had trusted him with Kit. Rosemary was the herb meant for remembrance, and Zachariah meant remember. The longer Jem lived, the more surely he believed that life was a wheel, coming full circle, and bringing you to those you were meant to love. She had an imposing name, their little one, and it might have been longer had they included Gray, but Tessa said that warlocks chose their own name, if she chose to be a warlock. Mina might choose to be a Shadowhunter. She might be anything she pleased. She was everything already. Jem was often lost in admiring her, but he did not let himself do so for long tonight. Instead, he lifted her in his arms. Her hands flew out like startled starfish and came to rest, the smallest, tenderest weights, against his collarbone. Mina's dark eyes popped open all the way, and she went quiet. "Oh, I see how it is," Jem's wife whispered, laughing softly. "Daddy's girl." "She knows I brought her something from the market," said Jem, and gently rubbed the fairy salve on Mina's soft pink gums. Mina wriggled and fussed as he did so, kicking her legs as if she were swimming in a race. But when Jem was finished, the salve seemed to do its work quickly. Then she settled, her small face bewildered but happy, as if Jem had performed some peculiar and marvelous feat. Tessa said it was early for a baby to start teething. Mina was remarkable and advanced in all sorts of ways, Jem considered proudly. "Chen Jin," Jem murmured to her, "you are more like your mother every day." She was very like Tessa. Whenever he pointed this out, Tessa and Kit seemed skeptical. "I mean, she's a baby, so she mostly looks like a kind of screwed-up turnip," said Kit. "In a good way." "But if she looks like anyone," Kit had shrugged. Tessa had the same expression on her face now as Kit had worn then. "Still no," Tessa informed him. "She looks just like you." Jem lifted Mina up and toward the witchlights, one hand cupped protectively around the fragile curve of her head. Happiness came easily to Mina. She crowed with delight, witchlight radiant around her ruffled cap of black hair and her round waving arms, and he was dazzled and overwhelmed by the sheer immensity of his good fortune. "But she's so beautiful," Jem said helplessly. "And where might she get that from?" "I love you forever, James Carstairs," said Tessa, leaning her dear head against his shoulder. "But you are a fool." Jem drew Mina back in and held her close, and she nuzzled her dimpled cheek against his, burbling to him joyfully. From the day she was born, Mina had gurgled at ceilings and walls and into the tiny caves of her cupped hands. Her gurgling grew higher-pitched and more excited when she was in Tessa's or Jem's arms, trying to attract their attention. She talked in her sleep as her mother did. She was always talking, and Jem was always listening, and soon he would understand every word. Their daughter was so like Tessa. Jem knew what he knew. Jonas zipped his jacket up to hide the blood as he passed a fairy stall. He'd decided he'd risked his luck long enough, and he should make his way home. "Yo, Jason," called a black-haired vampire girl in a blue mini-dress. She was looking at him expectantly, but from what she'd called him, she couldn't know him that well. "Actually, it's Jace," said Janice casually, still moving for the exits. He didn't understand what he'd said wrong, but he understood it had been something. Instant alarm flashed across her face, and she darted away through the crowd, making it out of the market. But even a vampire wasn't faster than Janice. Nobody was. He cornered her in an alleyway, backhanding her when she fought, pinning her thrashing limbs. He got his dagger to her throat, but she didn't stop struggling. "You're not Jace," said the vampire girl. "What are you? Eidolon? Shapeshifter? Herondale cosplayer?" She squinted at him. He was going to have to break her neck, he realized. Tedious. Vampires were hard to kill, but he was still stronger than they were. "I am Jace Herondale," he told her. It was a relief to say it to someone, even someone who was going to die. "A stronger, better Jace Herondale than you have in this world. Not that you'll understand a word I say." He reached for her throat, but she was staring at him with a look of realization. "You're from Thule," she said. "Alec told me about this freaky other world where Clary died and everything was screwed literally to hell. And Jace was bound to Sebastian Morgenstern. You're that Jace." She glared up at him defiantly, and something about her face rang a dull, funereal bell. "I know who you are, too," Janice said slowly. "You're Lily Chen. In my world, Sebastian killed you." "He did?" Lily looked outraged. "To hell with that guy," irony intended. "You're the girl Raphael Santiago started a war for." Lily abruptly and entirely ceased fighting. It was startling enough that Janice almost let go, but his father had trained him to be remorseless. "What?" Her voice trembled. "Raphael?" "When Sebastian was taking over," Janice said slowly, lost to memory, "to the time when Clary fell and the world broke, the warlocks were gone. The faeries were with us. Sebastian asked the vampires and the werewolves to join him. Most of the vampires left were rounded up by Raphael Santiago, the head of the New York vampire clan, and Sebastian was in talks with him. Raphael was not pleased by what had happened to the warlocks, but he said he was the practical type. He wanted protection for his vampires. We thought we might be able to come to an arrangement. Only Sebastian found out you were sending secret information to a werewolf girl. He asked if you wanted to spend time with him, and you said you did." Janice was surprised he even remembered that time. He'd been blind with pain back then, before Sebastian made him stop thinking of Clary so often. Sebastian had said he was pathetic and useless and feeling, so he'd made it stop. "I wish I could resist killer parties," said Lily, "but I can't. This is a fully plausible scenario." Her voice was almost absent-minded. Her eyes were searching Janice's face. "Sebastian killed you and showed Raphael what was left. Raphael said you were stupid, and it served you right. 6 hours later he led every vampire he could, and some of the werewolves, out of the talks. He set the building on fire as he went."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I had to pull Sebastian out from the burning rubble. Next we heard Raphael was with Livia Blackthorn and the Resistance. "He's alive?" Lily's voice was sharp. "In your stupid, messed-up world, Raphael's alive?" The words burst out of her mouth. "Take me to him." Even though Janice had been expecting it, the words were shocking, so shocking that the truth fell from his own mouth without him meaning to say it. There isn't any hope for that world. Even the sun has been blotted out. His head ached as soon as he spoke. The pain felt like Sebastian being displeased with him, even now. "Then bring him here," said Lily. "Please, go back and bring him here." Her hands were no longer shoving at him, but clinging to him, almost pleading. "If I did," Janice ground out, "what would you do for me?" He saw her mind working behind her watchful black eyes. She wasn't stupid, this vampire girl. "Depends," she snapped. "What are you going to ask me for?" "Let's be clear," Janice said. "You'd do anything for this." The vampire girl's sharp face softened. She liked Jace, Janice realized. She trusted him. Some part of her still thought Janice was her friend. She was underestimating him, not on guard as she should be. She didn't really think he would hurt her. "I guess so," she said. "I guess I would." She leaned back against the alley wall. "Would it help if I told you that you were still hot?" "Probably not," Janice said. "Don't repeat that to the other Jace," said Lily. "He shouldn't be encouraged."
You know, I think some people might find you more hot, little less of a pretty boy, little more rugged thing going on. It's a trade-off. Most things are, Janus agreed. I'm not hitting on you, by the way. I'm just making observations here. Janus shrugged. Wouldn't do any good if you were. Still a one-woman man, huh? Still, Janus said very quietly. Lily was gazing at him as if she was sorry for him, as if she could know how he felt. He wanted to put out her eyes, to stop her looking at him like that, but she might be useful. Let's make a bargain, Janus suggested. You do me one favor when the time comes, without asking questions, and I will do what I can to bring Raphael to your world. It isn't going to be easy, and it will take time. You don't tell anyone you've seen me. If you do, I can always send a message back to Thule telling them to kill Raphael. She winced. Do we have a deal? Janus said. There was a long silence. Janus could still hear the songs and bells of the shadow market flowing on, past this dark alley with the undead. Then Lily said, "We have a deal." He let Lily leave, and followed her quietly. He saw her take out her phone, as if she might call somebody and warn them, but she didn't. She put her phone back in her pocket. It was almost funny. Janus knew no way back into that other world, but it didn't matter. If this girl was smart, or if she wanted to be good, because she was wild and clawing and frantic to believe him. Hope made everybody a fool. To make people obey, all you had to do was first make sure they were desperate. Janus should know that well enough. He'd been desperate for years. Don't repeat that to the other Jace, Lily had said, as if Janus was planning to have any conversations with the other Jace, the one from this world, the one who'd gotten lucky. Janus didn't need to talk to him. Janus would learn everything he had to know about this world so he could pass himself off as the other Jace. Then he would kill this world's version of himself and take his place, beside Clary. It was near dawn when Mina woke crying. Tessa stirred, but Jem dropped a kiss on her bare shoulder and murmured, "I'll go, love." Tessa had suffered pains that Jem could not, bringing Mina into the world. His wife would never lose sleep with the baby while Jem was in the house. That was Jem's privilege. Jem crept up to Mina's room, quiet so as not to wake Kit and to let Tessa go back to sleep. When he reached her room, though, he saw Kit was awake. Kit was already in the baby's room, with Mina in his arms. "Hey," Kit said to the baby, speaking seriously as if to a teammate. "Come on, do me a solid, will you, men? You've been waking them up all week. I bet they're tired." Mina's small face was tear-stained, but she had clearly forgotten her tears before they were dry. She was smiling a gummy smile, apparently enchanted by this new experience. "Jem always talks about how advanced you are, so how about advancing to the part where you sleep through the night?" Kit said. "I wonder if having a mom who's an immortal warlock means that you've been maturing faster than other babies." Mina had no response for this. Kit didn't hold Mina often, though he would bend over the cradle or someone else's arms and awkwardly offer her attention when he came into a room where she was. He did give her his forefinger to hold frequently, and now that Mina could focus better, she would hold her hands out imperiously when Kit came near. Jem was sure she knew Min-Min was Kit's name for her, and Kit was the boy who held her hand. Now she was bundled inelegantly in Kit's arms, the long white woolen blanket Katerina Loss had knitted for her trailing. Kit tripped over it as he walked the floor and stumbled. Jem tensed to lunge across the room and catch them, but Kit caught himself against the wall, though he let out a curse as he did so, and promptly looked horrified and belatedly tried to cover one of Mina's ears. "Please don't tell Jem and Tessa I said that word in front of you," Kit exclaimed. Mina, who clearly thought Kit was playing a game with her, gave him another sleepy smile that split her small face, then yawned like a kitten. Kit bit his lip and hummed a broken line of a song to her, several times over. Soon she was drooling against Kit's t-shirt, which had a design on it that Kit had informed Jem meant superheroes. Kit patted her on the back. "There we go," Kit murmured, sounding proud of himself. "It's our secret." Jem watched Kit and Mina for a little while longer, then crept back to his room, letting Kit return to his own bed, believing he'd helped Jem and Tessa to rest. Janus kept thinking of that word, consul, and Alec, and he decided he should survey the situation for himself. He couldn't pass himself off as Alex Parabatai if he didn't know about Alec's life. His father had always said that knowledge was power to be used in battle. It was too dangerous to go to the Institute and risk someone seeing him, but Janus remembered where Magnus's loft had been. He concealed himself and watched the door until Alec emerged. It was one of the sunny spring days in New York that was better than summer, the sky full of clear light and soft breezes. Alec was where Alec had always wanted to be, walking easily by Magnus's side. There were 2 children with them. One had very dark, short, crisply curling hair, and even though he was too young to bear marks, there was still a suggestion of grace about him that said Shadowhunter. His small fingers were curled securely within one of Magnus's ringed hands. Magnus's other hand was tucked, with Alec's, in the pocket of Alec's ratty, unzipped hoodie. The other kid was glamored to look like a mundane, but Janus saw beneath it to blue skin and horns. The warlock boy was up on Alec's shoulders, laughing and kicking his feet against Alec's chest. It took Janus a moment to realize the strangest thing. Alec's chest and shoulders were broader than they had been in his world. Alec had died when he was still a boy, always a little afraid to be in love. Consul, thought Janus, you must be so proud. Janus followed as they made their way to the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, where the cherry trees were blooming. Alec and Magnus seemed to be taking these kids to the Cherry Blossom Festival. The kids were excited. The pink clusters of flowers formed a soft avenue around them, a pink marble arch come alive, petals falling like bright confetti into their hair. The little boy on Alec's shoulders caught the petals in his hands. The trees provided plenty of cover so that Janus would not be seen.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. There were taiko drummers under a bandstand and people dancing in the grass. Alec set the warlock child down, and he immediately ran into the crowd of dancers and began to strike dramatic poses. Magnus went and danced with the little kid, though Magnus dancing did not involve any falling on his butt. The Shadowhunter boy copied Alec, leaning against a tree with his arms folded in the same way Alec's were, until Magnus beckoned and said, "Rafe," and the boy's small, surly face lit up and he ran to him. Then he held Magnus' hands and let Magnus pirouette him about, his shoes lighting up as he twirled in the dust. Alec watched them for a while, fondly, then wandered away to buy ice creams. A couple of downworlder teens, a young werewolf girl and a fairy boy, were waiting in the line, and watched him come with nervous delight. "It's our consul," said the werewolf girl. "He's not technically ours," said the fairy boy. "He belongs to the Shadowhunters who aren't jerks. Maya is your leader and King Kieran is mine. I can have a consul as well as a pack leader if I want," muttered the werewolf. "He's coming right over. What do we say?" "I cannot lie, Michelle," said the fairy. "You know this. You have to pretend to be cool for both of us." Alec nodded to them, a little strained with strangers still, but trying to be friendly in a way the Alec Janus had known might not have. Alec smiled crookedly into their silence and offered, "Hey, here for the festival?" The fairy boy gasped out, "Yes!" "Me too," said Alec. "Family outing. Those are my kids over there, with my husband. Over there. That's my husband." Alec said "my husband" so proudly, as if the word was a new and dearly prized acquisition, with the shine still on it, something he wanted to show everybody.
My boyfriend, Clary had called Janus, a few times, and it had made him so happy to finally be hers, to think she might be proud he was hers. He'd been embarrassed to show how happy he was. He remembered the emotions now, and they prickled like pins and needles, like dead limbs starved of blood finally beginning to wake up. And like pins and needles, they hurt. "Oh, congratulations, Michelle," the werewolf said to Alec, looking as if she might cry. "Your husband, that's so nice." The boy nodded vigorously. Thanks," said Alec. "Nice to meet you. Enjoy the festival." He went back to his family, where the kids hailed the ice creams with great joy. Alec slid his arms around Magnus, and they danced a little together. Alec slightly clumsy in a dance as he never was in battle, but smiling, with his eyes shut and his cheek laid against Magnus. The young couple wandered off with their ice creams, which were decorated with rose petals, and which the fairy seemed to enjoy more than his girlfriend, chattering excitedly about the amazing experience they had just had. Janus watched them, and when they wandered off among the trees for privacy, he let them see him. "You're Jace Herondale?" breathed the werewolf girl, obviously thrilled. "Jace Herondale and Alec Lightwood! This is literally the best day of my life! I can't wait to tell Mom!" "Actually," said Janus, "I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anybody. You two are about the same age my friends and I were when we saved the world. I think I can trust you two. I think you could do great things. I'd love your help." They looked at each other with awkward, surprised enthusiasm. "Help with what?" said the werewolf. Janus told them. It seemed to go well at first. Their eyes were shining. They wanted so badly to be heroes. He'd wanted to be one himself once. The werewolf girl, who seemed to know more of Alec and Jace in this world, was nodding eagerly. The fairy boy nodded less and said very little. Janus wasn't certain of him. After he was done talking and pretended to leave, Janus swung around and quietly followed them. He could feel his soundless runes sparking against his skin, a novel sensation after so long. "I don't care who he is," said the fairy boy. "I don't trust him. I'm going to tell the king." Well, win some, lose some. The important thing was knowing when to cut your losses. Janus cut their throats and buried the two young lovers side by side under the green leaves of the springtime trees. He made sure to close their eyes and clasp the girl's hand safe in the boy's before he smoothed the soil over them, so they were sleeping peacefully together. He gave them the death he would have wanted for himself. Mina woke early in the morning. This time Jem got to her first, before Kit or Tessa had a chance to stir. Mina smiled with surprised delight when she saw Jem's face over the side of the crib, as if she'd worried that this time he wouldn't come. "There is never any need to worry, Mina mine," said Jem. "Silly melon." He dressed her in the red romper with a blue rabbit on the front that Magnus had sent them, then put her in his front pack. Mina cooed excitedly as he did so. She loved an outing. They walked together through the woods to the village. The village was very small, and there was a great bakery they often patronized. The two ladies who ran the bakery were very welcoming. "Oh, look," he heard one of the ladies whisper to the other, quietly enough so he wouldn't have heard them if he did not still have Shadowhunter hearing. "He brought the baby again." Jem bought pain au chocolat for Kit because he liked it, and apple and raisin pastries for Tessa. "My wife doesn't like chocolate," he explained, but Kit does." "Right, your wife's." "Nephew?" The woman's tone was friendly as well as curious. "Nephew, cousin," Jem shrugged, "same family. We were very glad when he agreed to come live with us." The woman winked. "My little sister says he's a total beast." Jem didn't think that was a very nice thing to say about Kit. "You guys seem like such a happy couple," the woman continued, which was nice. "Have you been together long?" "We've only been married a few years," said Jem, "but we had a very long engagement." He accepted the paper bag of pastries with a smile and waved Mina's dimpled hand at them. "Say bye to the kind ladies." "So cute," he heard the woman whisper as the door of the bakery closed behind them. "I'm dying."
Hear that, Mina mine? Jem murmured. They think you're cute. They're right, of course. Mina waved at the trees in loose, uncoordinated movements, like a tiny queen accepting tribute. He took the long way through the woods, past the thatched pub where they had afternoon tea sometimes, and across the bridge so Mina could babble to the brook. Through the shifting green leaves and radiant splashes of sunlight, Jem saw the slate roof and uneven white plaster of the small manor house that was their home. This house, nestled on the edge of Dartmoor, had been in the Carstairs family for a long time. Jem's uncle, Elias Carstairs, had owned it once and lived there with his family. Out of concern for Kit, Jem and Tessa had enlisted Magnus to put up wards around the house that prevented those with ill intentions from crossing onto the property. At the side of the house, blue-shuttered French doors hung open, showing a white-painted kitchen splashed with sunlight. Jem's family was having breakfast at a massive farmer's table. Tessa was in a white robe, and Kit was still in his superhero pajamas, and they hailed the coming of pastries with acclaim. Mina and I journeyed far, and have returned bearing love and baked goods. My adventurous Mina, said Tessa, kissing Mina's silky hair, then tipping up her face for Jem's kiss. Are you ready to defeat evil vampires using your knowledge of technology and the train timetables, like in Dracula? Saw that movie, said Kit. Read that book, Tessa shot back. I have no idea what you two are talking about, Jem said on cue. But Mina was much admired in town. Tessa raised an eyebrow. Is sure she was. But one of the lady's sisters was unkind about Kit. Don't make friends with her, Kit. She called you a beast. Kit beamed. Really? Did someone really say that? Who said that? Oh, is that good? Asked Jem.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I have been working out, said Kit happily to himself. I didn't know that was good either, Tessa confided to Jem. Language changes so often through the years, it's hard to keep track of, especially slang. It's fascinating, but sometimes I liked the earlier meanings of the words best. Yeah, well, men has to know how people speak in this day and age, Kit said sternly. Mina cooed and reached out her hands to him, and Kit surrendered his forefinger to her grasp. He continued to eat pain au chocolat with his free hand. You want the other kids to think you're cool, right, men? He asked her as she burbled agreement. You're lucky I'm here. Tessa swooped on Kit from behind, ruffling his golden hair with the hand not holding her pastry, on her way to get Jem coffee from the stove. We're all lucky you're here, she told him. Kit bowed his head, but not before Jem saw his face flush, pleased and shy. Once he buried the kids, Jonas went back and found that Magnus and Alec had wandered in the opposite direction, farther afield from the music. Alec and the kids were playing soccer with a fluorescent pink ball. Alec, being Alec, was half playing, half patiently teaching them. Jonas remembered when they were kids, how whenever he or Isabel wasn't as good as Alec was, Alec would practice with them endlessly until they were better than Alec was himself. Every time he would do that. Jonas had forgotten until now. The Shadowhunter boy was good at soccer when he was concentrating, but he was constantly abandoning the game and zigzagging back to Magnus, hovering by his side like an adoring bumblebee. Jonas envisioned what Magnus had become in his world, the pitiful thing his body had been. It was odd to see Magnus whole and well, sitting under a cherry blossom tree. He was wearing buckled purple boots, skinny jeans, and a tank top that had "Babe with the Power" scrawled on it in pixie dust. He was leaning against the tree, Cat's eyes slitted lazily, but he smiled whenever the Shadowhunter boy returned to him. And after the 5th time he made a small gesture, and the falling cherry blossoms began to circle around the boy's head, winding intricate patterns like bracelets around his arms, brushing against his plump cheeks and making him giggle. The warlock boy was very intense about soccer, short legs pumping furiously over the grass. Eventually he seemed to become concerned Alec might win, and he picked up the ball and ran away with it, back to Magnus and the other kid. "I won," announced the warlock boy. "I always win."
Magnus kissed the boy on the cheek and laughed, and the sound of his laugh made a smile light on Alec's face as he jogged up to them. Jonas had forgotten how much more Alec had begun to smile once Magnus was in his life. "I heard you lost your soccer game," teased Magnus. "I heard the consul is a big loser." Alec shrugged. "No kiss for me, I guess." He was flirting, Jonas realized. Alec hadn't lived long enough to learn how to do that, not in the confident way he was now. "Oh, there just might be," said Magnus. The Shadowhunter kid was still playing with the floating blossoms. The warlock kid put his ball on the ground and trotted after it as it glided gently away. Alec leaned down, taking Magnus's pixie dust shirt in both hands to pull Magnus up toward him. Magnus' spiky head tipped back, and one of Alec's arms went around Magnus' waist. Jonas remembered another world. Alec had still been clinging to what Magnus had become, at the very last. Those strong, scarred archer's hands, always swift to protect and defend, held him fast. Even in death, there seemed no way to break Alec's grip. Jonas hadn't had the chance to take Clary in his arms one last time, as Alec had with Magnus. Jonas understood the choice his parabatai had made, the only choice he could have made, with evil on his threshold and all he loved in ruins. When Jonas and Sebastian found them lying together in the rubble, Sebastian had been furious. He had wanted to capture Alec alive. Alec knew secrets about the resistance, about small pockets of hidden free humans. Information Sebastian craved, and that Alec had died to hide. With a howl, Sebastian had kicked at Alec's body. The desolate lack where the parabatai bond had been screamed. It was one of the few times Jonas was able to think, kill him. Now, in the sunlight of the park, the undergrowth crackled. Jonas spun around to face the enemy, cursing himself for being distracted, for being sentimental, as Sebastian and Valentine always said he was. "What are you doing, Uncle Jace?" asked the warlock boy, clutching his ball and clearly pleased at making a much greater discovery. His round face was smiling and curious. Jonas went still. "Are you playing hide-and-seek?" the boy continued. Slowly, Jonas's hand moved toward his dagger. He whispered, "Yes." The boy darted into the bushes and put his arms around Jonas' leg. Jonas's hand tightened on his knife. "I love you, Uncle Jace," the boy whispered, with a conspiratorial grin, and Jonas shuddered. "Don't be sad. I won't tell where you're hiding." Jonas drew his knife. Warlocks were not safe to be around. It would be a quick, clean kill, and better for Alec in the end. "Max!" Alec shouted. He didn't sound concerned now, but if there was no response, he would be. Max, thought Jonas, long ago, the youngest Lightwood. In this world, Magnus was alive, so Alec was alive. Alec was the consul, and they had children. Alec had named his son for that lost Max. Jonas let go of his knife. He let go of the boy. His hands were shaking too much to hold on to either. Little Max darted out of the bushes with his arms outstretched, making a zooming sound as if he were an airplane, and ran back to his family. When they went home from the park, Max was still holding on to his ball, trotting at Magnus's side as Magnus sang a soft Spanish lullaby, while the Shadowhunter boy slept, drooling on Alec's shoulder. Jonas did not follow them out of the park. He stayed by the gates and watched them go. The words of Jonas's parabatai oath echoed in his head. "Where thou diest, will I die, and there will I be buried." He had not kept his oath, but he'd wanted to. Death would have been welcome. Death would have meant being with Clary. Long ago in the other world, when Sebastian was sleeping, Jonas had gone back for Alec, but the bodies had vanished. Jonas hoped now that they had not been eaten by the roving, starving demons. He hoped Mirais had burned Alec and Magnus both. He wished that a kind wind had carried their ashes away and let them stay together. When they first moved into Sirenworth Hall, the house in England that they intended to be their family's home, Jem and Tessa had noticed how often Kit's eyes fell on the valuables they had decorated the house with. One evening they collected up everything they could think of and placed all their most prized possessions in Kit's room, lining them up on tables and windowsills. When Kit went into his room next, he stayed in there for some time and was absolutely quiet. Eventually, Jem and Tessa tapped on his door. At his assenting mumble, they pushed open the door and looked inside. They found Kit standing in the middle of the room. He hadn't touched anything. "What does all this mean?" Kit asked. "Do you think I'd take them, and do you want me to?" He sounded lost. His blue eyes fell on Tessa's first editions, on Jem's Stradivarius violin, as though they were signposts and he was trying to find his way in a terribly strange land. Jem said, "We want you to stay, and to know that the choice is entirely yours. And we wanted to show you something. We want you to know there is nothing in this house more precious to us than you." Kit had stayed. The home the Seelie Queen had given them stood on a hollow hill near bone-white sea cliffs, 100 leagues from either Seelie or unseelie court, and far from any prying eye that might spy the Queen's long-lost and long-sought-for son. Within the house, the walls flickered with shadows,
smooth, authoritative, and stable. As Janice came through the doorway into the dark, the shadows trembled in the wind that crept in with him. Ash was draped over a sofa, long legs stretched out, dressed in the fairy clothes the Queen had provided. Black silk, green velvet, nothing but the finest for her boy. Ash hadn't aged much since they had come from Thule. He still looked 16, which was the age Janice believed him to be. He was holding up a piece of paper to the light, studying it intently. When he heard the door close, Ash turned his head. The white-gold gossamer fine hair he had inherited from his father, falling around his curved fairy ears, and hastily tucked the blood-stained piece of paper away into his pocket. "What's that?" Janice asked. "Nothing important," said Ash with a slow blink of his grass-green eyes. "You're back." "Do you think I would have had eyes that color?" Sebastian had said once, late at night when he was in one of his most melancholy moods, "if our father had not done what he did and made me what I am?" Janice had not been able to reply. He couldn't imagine Sebastian, or his flat shark's eyes, dead as the sun and black as the eternal night in their world, as anything other than they were. When he looked in Ash's eyes, green as springtime, green as new beginning, he thought of someone else entirely. It was hard to keep secrets from Sebastian. He always took them away. But Janice had kept that one. "It's good to be back," Janice told Ash slowly. He didn't like it much in Fairy, but Ash was here. He'd needed a secure place for Ash. Ash was going to change everything. Ash was the key. Nothing bad could happen to him. Janice knew Ash wanted him to like it here more than he did. When they came here, Ash had asked the Queen, his mother, for a piano. Now the piano stood near the doors, sleek and shining darkly, reflected by all the mirrors. Janice tried not to look at it. "You said you used to play once," Ash offered when the piano came. Ash seemed disappointed when Janice said he no longer remembered how. Janice had imagined Ash would be happy and safe, back with his mother. But the Queen said Ash couldn't stay at court. "I lost a daughter who will never return," she'd told them, thorns in her voice. "I lost a son who returned past hope. I will never risk him again. He must be kept secret and secure." So Ash lived in this isolated house, this cliff-top palace, and Janice lived here with him, for now. Janice didn't like the idea of abandoning Ash to live in the New York Institute, but that was where Clary was. "Wherever you are is where I want to be." Janice needed water to wash away the bitter taste in his mouth. He went to get it, and Ash followed him. Ash's step was fairy soft and Shadowhunter trained, entirely noiseless, like having a pale shadow.
When Ash first came to Thule, Sebastian had been pleased. Sebastian had always liked the idea of blood-binding someone to him. He'd seen it as a sign that he was doing everything right, that another world had delivered an heir to him, since in Thule the Seelie Queen had died before she had ever given birth. It pleased Sebastian's vanity that Ash resembled him. Sebastian had thought that finally here was what he had always wanted, someone like him. Sebastian embraced Ash and allowed Janice to do the same. For a while Sebastian played with Ash, tried to teach him, but Sebastian grew tired of his toys quickly and broke them. Sebastian had not been patient with Ash for some time before the end. Once Sebastian had been training Ash, and Ash had made a mistake. Sebastian had gone for Ash with a whip. Sebastian's face was startled and offended when Janice moved between them and caught the lash between his hands. The whip split Janice's palms open, and blood dappled the ground. "Why not whip him? Father did it to me." Sebastian's voice was the whip now. "And I'm strong. He didn't do it to you, and you were weak until I got my hands on you. I should do the best thing for my boy, shouldn't I?" Janice was already convinced. He should drop the whip and let Sebastian hurt Ash. But his words were racing ahead of his thoughts, as if he couldn't control them. "Of course. It's just that there are so many things for you to do. Training a boy should be the general's work, not the ruler's. You are higher than this. You know I want only to serve you and never to fail you. Let me train him, and if he isn't satisfactory, then the lash can be his guide." He could feel Sebastian was bored with training anyway. After a moment, Sebastian cast whip and boy aside and strode off. Ash watched Sebastian walk away. "Hell of a father," Ash murmured. "Don't talk like that," Janice ordered. Ash's face changed when he transferred his gaze from Sebastian to Janice, lingering on Janice's bloody hands. When Ash's eyes were not so hard and guarded, he reminded Janice of Clary. It made him think of how Clary had once looked at Simon, or at Luke, before Clary and Luke died, and Simon disappeared. When Sebastian came for Clary's mother, Luke had tried to stand in Sebastian's way. "I will do as you tell me," Ash offered suddenly, "since you're going to be my teacher. You'll see, I'll make you proud." After that, Janice trained Ash, but Janice should never have stepped in. Sebastian noted how many hours Janice spent with Ash and decided he wanted to see results from all this training. Sebastian kept a pit of demons under the floor of Cytopomp, his favorite nightclub. It made for a nice showpiece and a convenient method of disposing of those disloyal to the star. Sebastian ordered that Ash be given a sword and dropped into it. Ash did not protest or struggle. He let Janice lead him forward to the very edge of the pit. Then he stepped out into the empty air and fell. A dark wave of demons closed over him. Sebastian and Janice both leaned forward, Janice sick with a pain he did not understand, and Sebastian smiling like a guardian angel. They watched as Ash's head broke through the wave of demons, a swimmer fighting his way to the surface in a dark sea. He rose, and rose, and rose again. He soared into the air, black wings spreading from his back. "Ah," Sebastian sounded delighted. "So it has come to pass." "What is it?" Janice had demanded. "What's happening to him?" "He is becoming more," said Sebastian. "The Unseelie King worked magic upon him, and he has the blood of Lilith in him. Those are the wings of an angel, one of the fallen sort. They were always in his blood, but Thule has drawn them out of him." Sebastian was applauding, laughing as Ash spun and flew low, slashing with his silver sword, slicing through the necks of a dozen demons at once. Ichor splashed the walls of the pit. Janice's hands itched. He had beaten Sebastian once, long ago, when he was someone else. "We were both trained by Valentine. But I tried harder, because I loved my father and I wanted to please him so badly. Then there was Robert and Maurice and Isabel and always Alec. Every one of them teaching me whatever they knew, so I could protect myself. Because they loved me. I was better than Sebastian. I was better. He'd trained with Clary, too, a few times. He'd meant to teach her everything he knew, so she could always protect herself. So they could fight together. Ash was as fearless and determined as she was. Janice could teach him everything, so Ash would always be safe. He did not know why, but it was important that Ash always be safe. When Janice watched Ash fight, he thought that when Ash was grown, he might beat Sebastian too. He crushed the treacherous idea down, but he couldn't help smiling a small smile down at Ash. Ash's lip curled back from his teeth. It was his father's sneer, his father's scorn, aimed at Sebastian himself. Then his green eyes passed with total withering indifference over Sebastian, and caught on Janice. Ash smiled up at him. Janice went cold. So did Sebastian's voice. "My father," he mused. "My sister." "Please," Janice begged. He couldn't talk about Clary. "No, please." Sebastian never did have any mercy. My father, my sister, my son, they were all mine.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. And yet they all wanted you more. Valentine's sweet boy, Clary's golden prince, Ash's guardian angel. Nobody else ever dared speak Clary's name aloud. "You might as well know," Sebastian said. "Nothing you feel for Ash is real. The Unseelie King gifted him with many gifts. The wings are but an outward expression of that. He also has the power to command perfect love and perfect loyalty. You have no choice but to want to protect him." Janice froze. His heart beat slowly, thickly in his chest. It never occurred to him to doubt Sebastian. He had seen the way Annabel was with Ash, how she would have laid down on broken glass so he could walk on her. This was why. This was why. Nothing Janice felt for Ash was real. Sebastian ordered the pit be closed. Ash flew up, straight and dark as an arrow, and knelt at the pit's edge, his sword gleaming. His wings beat softly in the still air of Thule. "Are you angry, Jace?" Sebastian said, "that I told you the truth?" Janice had shaken his head. "No, I exist to serve you." It was true. Sebastian was stronger. Whatever Janice had done once, Sebastian had beaten him in the end. "Yes," Sebastian sounded thoughtful, "you're mine, and so is the world. But the world's hollow these days, isn't it? The world had been hollow since Clary died. Janice had never expected to find meaning again. He thought of that later, when he bound Ash's wounds, and when they trained. If Ash had power over him, Janice thought, he didn't use it. He never ordered Janice to do anything he didn't want to do. Ash listened to him. He was careful. He didn't defy Sebastian. He kept training. Ash was very good, but it didn't please Sebastian any longer. Sometimes Janice caught Sebastian looking at Ash in a way Janice recognized. There was an edge and steel to that look, as if it were a dissecting knife. One day, when Sebastian was sleeping, it was a little easier to do certain things when Sebastian was sleeping. Janice took Ash outside and talked about traveling, about going somewhere, about not upsetting his father. Janice tried to explain, tried to work out how he could possibly explain. He couldn't say, "He wants to hurt you, and I don't." That would be impossible. Janice and Sebastian only wanted the same things. Janice ended up on his knees in the ashes, trying to choke out the words. Ash did what his father had never done,
and went on his knees too. He'd put his arms around Janice. "Come with me," he said. "I can't," Janice gasped through waves of agony. "You know I can't." He screamed then. It felt right, doing what Sebastian wanted. It was right. He didn't know how to do anything else, and when he tried, it went wrong. It hurt too much. He kept screaming. "Don't," Ash said. "Don't." "Do you understand what I am trying to tell you?" Janice asked, his voice blurred. His head rang with pain, and his mouth was full of blood from biting his tongue, but he was used to blood. "Yes," Ash had whispered. "I understand. You can stop." The next time Ash and Sebastian were together, Ash pretended indifference as usual, but Janice caught a covert look in those green eyes, as cold as any in Sebastian's. Ash hates Sebastian now, Janice realized, and he knew that he'd made everything worse. He'd known Ash was doomed, but Sebastian had died instead, and now Janice and Ash were in another world. It had not been easy to get here, but it was worth it. Everything could be different here. Janice finished his glass of water and tried to breathe, and glanced over to where Ash stood. Ash was watching him, and Janice swept the pale hair off Ash's brow. He tried to be gentle. It always made him feel steadier, in this world and the other, to look at Ash. Sebastian's son, with Clary's green eyes. The only thing besides Sebastian Janice was allowed to love. Ash, who was beloved and still not safe. Ash, who was all Janice had, for now. "There's blood on your hands," Ash murmured. Janice shrugged. "That's nothing new." He sat at the carven oak table, where the last acorn that had ever fallen from the dead tree was set in the table's center. He laid his weary head in his arms. Once Sebastian had told Janice that Sebastian was always burning, but it was better when he had Janice, when they were burning together. Now Sebastian was dead, and Janice was still burning. Ash laid a cool hand on Janice's shoulder. "I thought you would get better here," Ash said, his voice low. "But you're not, are you?" Janice lifted his head, for Ash's sake. "I will be," he promised. "Soon." "Oh yes, I'd almost forgotten," Ash remarked, withdrawing. "When you go away and leave me." Janice looked at him in surprise. "Why would I leave you?" "Because you only love me because you have to," said Ash. "It's the spell. Perfect loyalty. Did you think I didn't know?" Ash's eyes were green ice. They didn't look anything like Clary's then. Janice went back to Magnus's, hardly knowing why he did so. He was aware it would be madness to go near the Institute, but surely this was safe. He wore all black, like the Shadowhunter he used to be. He stood concealed by the shadow of a wall near Magnus's loft, waiting for someone he knew to come out, but instead he saw light and movement behind the windows. Perhaps they were staying in this evening. It was a foggy, misty night, after all. Then a voice coming from the other direction said, "I'll kill you, Jace Herondale." The last time Janice had seen Simon in his world, Simon had said something similar. Simon's face had been moon-pale and 16 years old, always 16 years old. He'd looked like a lost child, but in that world so many were lost children. Now Simon was walking down a street in New York. He was taller and older, his skin tanned and ruined, and he was carrying groceries. Simon wasn't a vampire, Janice realized. He was a Shadowhunter. What had happened in this world? "Yeah," Simon said, his voice amused. Yeah. Keep bragging. It's what you're best at. Prepare to be decimated. You are not as good at video games as you think." He shifted his brown paper shopping bag to the crook of his elbow, his phone pressed between shoulder and ear. "Yes, I got the cupcakes," he added. "And you're doing your job, right?
Keep all the Lightwoods out of the kitchen. You can't let them touch anything." There was a pause. "Isabel is the love of my life, but her 7-layer dip is like the 9 circles of hell," said Simon. "Don't tell her I said that. Are you telling her I said that literally while you are on the phone with me? You are so dead." Simon hung up and dropped his phone in the pocket of his jeans, shaking his head. Then he let himself in through the door. He seemed to have a key. Janice sidled around to the fire escape and clambered up to the 2nd floor. Kneeling, he peered in through the window. Through the rain-wet glass, he saw someone dancing, laughing, long black hair swirling around her shoulders. After a dazed moment, Janice realized who it was. Isabel, alive. Isabel striking poses and laughing. Alec went to the window and gave her a hug, one-armed, as she showered the squirming child tucked under Alec's other arm with kisses. Janice had been with Valentine, and then with Sebastian, longer than he had been with these, his family. Sometimes it had seemed like a sentimental dream, more of your weakness, Jace, that he'd ever had the Lightwoods at all. Alec, Isabel, Max, Marius, Robert, his family. But what had he done to Maurice? What he'd had to do, Janice reminded himself, clenching his hand around his sword hilt. The best thing, the right thing. He couldn't be weak. There was brightness at the edge of Janice's vision, as there often was, taunting and tormenting, never coalescing into anything real. Except, this time, it did. So many times since Clary died, Janice had swung around thinking he would see her, hoping desperately for a ghost, for a whisper, for anything, but this endless darkness without her. He had to stop wishing for her, stop hoping for her, stop searching for her. He had to burn his heart out until there was nothing left but ash. No matter where he looked, she was never there.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Until now, he understood why Isabel had been striking poses. Clary was drawing her. She had wedged herself into a window seat opposite Isabel, her sketchbook balanced between them, her profile outlined against the glass. This time she did not fade away or go wrong. This time she was real. She died in his world when she was a girl, but here she was a woman. She had scars from runes on her arms. Her skin was a little darker, and her freckles a little lighter, and her eyes were the color of the grass that no longer grew in Thule. Her hair was twisted up into a bun at the back of her head, a few fiery tendrils escaping. She glowed like a light. She was everything. Wherever you are is where I want to be. He was dizzy with the yearning to hold her, overwhelmed by the urge. Why not, he thought for a reckless moment, though he knew he was not allowed to be reckless. He had been once. He could see himself doing it, going to her, going to them, telling Clary everything and resting at last, with his head on her knee. Then he came into the room, and the world went black and red with furious despair. He was all in black, as Janice was, but he was smiling, looking around easily, casually, with an absolute air of belonging. Alec smiled at him. Isabel leaned over and poked him in the side with a painted fingernail. And Clary, his Clary, she lifted her beautiful face up to his and gave him a kiss. He was there, the Jace from this world, and Janice hated him. Janice wanted to kill him, and he could do it. Why should he have everything when Janice had nothing? He should have been the one to remain in this dimension, not Jace. The rain hit the windows and blurred those within from his sight. He strained to see a glimpse of Clary's bright hair, and could not. She was lost to him again. He was bitterly tired of her being lost. He couldn't breathe with the pain of it. He clambered down the fire escape and stumbled to the nearest alley, where it was dark, where he would be hidden, where he could scream out all the agony in his soul. He tried, but as in a nightmare, no sound came out.
Janice wanted to remember Clary's face at the window, but he could not see hers without seeing Jace's. That smooth young face, the bright head held arrogantly high, the clear golden eyes that had never seen his Parabatai dead, the hands that had never killed Maurice and countless others. That face had never known a world blackened and ruined after the loss of Clary. That was the boy who fought on the side of the angels, all grown up. Valentine's sweet boy. Clary's golden prince. Janice understood the wretched, murderous jealousy in Sebastian's voice now. The jealousy of all you could never be. Janice could never be that boy again, or the man he had become. His shuddering breaths sounded almost like sobs, but he stopped breathing when he heard her voice. Clary's. As if she was standing only a few feet away. "How can all the vampires be drunk?" said Clary. "No, I mean, I understand how, Maya. I just don't know why anybody thought that would be a good idea." There was a pause. Janice crept to the mouth of the alleyway. It still seemed impossible to believe, but she was there. Clary was standing outside, a phone pressed between her shoulder and her ear as she paced back and forth, a slim, vivid shape against the darkness. She was fighting her way into a coat and trying to keep hold of an umbrella. In doing so, her stele fell to the sidewalk, unnoticed, rolling until it came to a stop against a trash can. "Well, I assumed we both blamed Elliot," Clary said. "Say no more. Simon, the former downworlder, and his trusty Parabatai are on their way to keep the peace." Clary half turned toward him. Streetlights made the raindrops caught in her hair glimmer like a radiant veil. This was another world. There were still angels here. Janice crept from the alleyway, picking up her stele. "Who invited a stripper called Fairy Buns?" Clary demanded into the phone. She stepped closer to him. His hand tightened on the stele. He knew that to approach her in his current state was madness, but she was so close. "I don't even know what to say about the stripper." "Bye, Maya," said Clary, shaking her head as she ended the call. Janice took a few steps and was beside her, just outside the pool of the streetlights. "Hey," Clary said, still distracted by her phone. "I thought you were staying behind." She wasn't looking up at him. He swallowed and held out the stele. "I chased after you," he said, his voice sounding strange to his own ears. "You left this inside. You should have it with you." "Oh," Clary said, taking it from him and slipping it into her coat. "Thanks, I thought it was in my pocket." She lifted the umbrella so it sheltered him too, and leaned slightly against him. No more fantasies, no more dreams. He knew then that none of the illusions he'd tried to fool himself with had ever even come close. Every detail had been wrong. Everything in the world had been wrong, and everything about himself. He'd been crawling across the scorching sand of the desert where her dead body lay for years, but now there was a shimmering oasis before him. She was here. She was alive again. She was with him, and he would have suffered through every long day of every hopeless year again to touch her for a moment more. Clary was warm and breathing. She was staying that way, no matter what he had to do or who he had to kill to keep her safe, to keep her with him. She leaned against him with perfect trust. A rain-bright curl brushed against Janice's shoulder, and he felt blessed, saved, though he'd failed to save her. It could all be different here. The vampire and werewolf meet and greet has descended into total chaos, Clary reported, her voice indescribably sweet in his ears. But Simon and I will get things under control. You go have a good time. He wanted her to go on talking, to let him hold her and drink up every word. But she was waiting for him to say something. He had to say something. He knew he was being stiff and strange, and he knew from the tension in her body that she could tell something was not right. But he had no idea how to fix it, how to relax, how to be the person he once was. His voice cracked. I missed you." She had to believe him. He had never meant any words so much. "Aw," said Clary, her cheek against his shoulder.
Nobody but me would ever believe you're as sweet as you are." His whisper was hoarse. "Nobody but you would ever believe I'm sweet at all." She laughed. He'd made her laugh. It had been so many silent years since he last heard that sound. "This shouldn't take long. I told Maya that Simon and I would drop in and maybe escort a couple of the worst offenders back to the Hotel du Mort. Normally Lily would keep a handle on things, but Maya says Lily's really drunk too. I'll come with you." Janice breathed in the scent of her hair. "I'll keep you safe." "No need," Clary told him. She began to draw away. Janice held on, crushing her against him. He would not let her leave him. Not again. She lifted her head. He glimpsed her beautiful face in a flash of moonlight, followed by shadow, saw her eyes narrow. "What's wrong with you, Jace? You're acting really weird." "No, no. You believe it's me. You know it's me. You know I'm the one who really belongs with you." The words stuttered through Janice's mind. He wanted to quiet the unease in her voice. He wanted her to lean against him again. Her touch made the world right. There was the sound of a van's wheels squealing to a stop on the street outside. "That's Simon," Clary said. "Don't worry, I'll come back soon." "You will come back, but not to me." He let her go. It took all his strength. She smiled when he did, clearly puzzled by the way he was acting. She knows, he thought in terror. But then he had his reward. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him on his starving mouth.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. The memory of 1,000 years ago came to him, kissing Clary in an alley full of rain, the feel of her wet skin, the scent of her sweat and perfume, and the taste of her mouth. Her arms were around him. Her body was curvier now, fuller, and the roundness of her hips under his hands, and the feel of her breasts through her jacket, overwhelmed his reeling senses, making him dizzy. He could scarcely breathe, but he would rather have her than air. The kiss painted every shadow gold. She drew away, and now the expression on her face was more confused than ever. She pressed her fingers to her lips. Her eyes searched his face, even as his heart beat unevenly in his chest. He stepped back, into the deeper shadows. She was starting to guess, he thought. "I love you," he told her, "so much. Someday you'll know how much." "Jace," she said, and then Simon honked the horn of the van. Clary exhaled, her breath condensing to mist. "Go have fun. You've been working too hard," she said, smiled a swift, uncertain smile, and dashed away to Simon's van. Giannis crumpled as the van peeled away, falling to his knees on the drenched and dirty cement. He kissed the ground where Clary had stood. He huddled there, face pressed against the stone, shuddering on his knees. He wouldn't be able to kill Jace easily and take his place by Clary's side. They would all know. He knew none of their jokes, the way they interacted. He had barely been able to fool Clary for a few stolen moments in the dark. Even now she suspected him, and later on she might ask Jace why he'd been acting so strange. Giannis couldn't bear to think of it. He could never fool them all in the light. Not yet. He did not realize for some time that he was soaked to the skin, shaking with cold and rage. He hated them all. He hated Alec and Isabel and Magnus and Simon. He hated and loved Clary in equal measure, and it was like poison in his throat. For all these years he had been tortured, and they had not noticed or cared or missed him. He would show them what that darkness could be like, one day. The woods and the gardens were full of memories, but so was their home. Jem and Tessa had put up pictures on the stone walls, black and white photographs carefully preserved. Of Will, of James and Lucy, who were Mina's half-brother and half-sister, separated by more than a century. Someday they could point out each face to Mina, and tell her their names and that they would have loved her. Memories were like love, wound and cure, both at once. That night they were all together in the nursery, reading Mina her bedtime story. Mina was in Tessa's lap, gumming avidly at the edge of her rubber book. Tessa finished the story and looked down at Kit, who was lying on the carpet, propped up on his elbows. "I transformed into your mother once," Tessa told him in a low voice. "I know you never knew her." Kit stiffened, but tried to pass it off casually, as he did most things. "Yeah, I'm still absorbing the fact that I'm literally Rosemary's baby," he remarked. "Read that book," Tessa said with a faint smile. "Saw that movie," returned Kit. "I have no idea what you two are talking about," said Jem, as he usually did when they played Read That Book, Saw That Movie. Later, Tessa would give him the book, or Kit would cue up the movie on his laptop. "I don't want to hurt you," Tessa said. "I know I can't replace her or make up for the loss of her, but I wanted to tell you that your mother, the lost Herondale, the descendant of the first heir, she loved you. She never wanted to leave you. She spent her life running because she thought that was the best way to protect you. She'd always been running. It was the only way she knew. But the happiest time for her was the time when she returned to your father, and they lived together in hiding for a few years, and she had you. I don't get memories as clearly as I once did, but I can remember being her, remember holding you when you were as small as my Mina is now. I know the song she used to sing to you." Kit scrambled up now. He sat at Tessa's feet with his head bowed as she began to sing. Jem reached for his violin. He played a tune of love and loss, of searching and finding, a melody that ran like a river beneath the bridge of his wife's voice, the melody he loved best in all the world. "I gave my love a story that had no end. I gave my love a baby with no crying." She sang the song of Rosemary Herondale, and Jem thought of how impossibly lucky he had been. It could all have been darkness for him, and silence forever, until he lost hope even for what came after death. If there had been no Tessa, if he had lost her too, if she had not been immortal, but then she would not have been who she was. That might have been part of what drew him to her first, when he was a dying boy a century and more ago, and she was the loveliest girl he'd ever seen. A girl who had traveled to him across the sea, impossible and magical and beautiful beyond stories or music. A girl who would live forever. At last he was no longer doomed, and she was still so lovely. Jem played a song for Will, for all those he loved on the farthest shore, and for his wife and his baby and the boy who was safe in his keeping, here together in this warm small room at home. One day they might be parted, but they could remember this moment and this melody. "The story that I love you," Tessa sang. "It has no end." Jem believed her. Giannis visited the Seelie Queen before he went back to Ash. "You knew my plans had no chance of succeeding," he said to her, his voice flat. "You knew that I could not pretend to be that arrogant fool." "He has the arrogance of luck and being loved," said the Queen. "But would you really want all of them to love you and believe you were him? Or would you rather be loved as your own self?" "You know what I would want," he said. Her smile was the curve of a cat's tail. "And you can have it. Let us make new plans." The Queen had always wanted him to stay in the House of Mirrors by the sea. He realized that now. She wanted him to be Ash's guardian, Ash's guard who nobody could pass. Giannis could do that. He wanted to do that. He would help her to her heart's desire if she would give him his. They talked for a long time. The queen seemed pleased by the idea that they had someone in New York who would do Jonas a favor. She said she could slip Lily a forgetting potion until the time came for Jonas to collect his favor. The queen suggested several more ideas, and then said that Ash was waiting. The queen was right. This time, Jonas did not catch Ash by surprise. Ash met him as Jonas made his way up the winding road to home. Ash had been out flying. Jonas watched as Ash landed, alighting in the long grass of the cliff by the sea. His black wings folded down against his narrow back and broadening shoulders, and there was a bright expectation on Ash's face that was almost like hope. Ash had looked at his father, Sebastian, that way long ago, but it hadn't lasted. He looked at his mother, the queen, that way, but the brightness was beginning to fade now, as Ash learned how different his mother was from his childish memories and yearnings. Ash only had Jonas, but Jonas would not fail him as his parents had. "You're back. I was watching out for you," said Ash. "How did you know I was coming?" Jonas asked. "I didn't. I just sometimes look out to see if you might come. That's all." Ash shrugged, but Jonas didn't think his shrug was as indifferent as Ash made it seem. "I saw Clary," Jonas said quietly. "She'll be with us, one day, I thought." Ash looked puzzled. "I thought you were going to live with her in the New York Institute." "Plans change," said Jonas. "What's the new plan?" Ash said. "Will you stay?" "My last hope," Jonas wanted to say. "I will always love you and never leave you. I knew this world must be better than ours because you come from this one." "What if I did?" Jonas asked Ash. "What would you say if I said I would stay with you and train you?" Ash kicked at a pebble.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "I would say that I didn't understand why." He said, "I know you don't have real feelings for me. You want to stay and protect me because the dark artifices make it so. You have to love me and be loyal to me. But distance makes that feeling fade. I know my mother actually loves me, in her way, because she still missed me when I was gone. But I thought that once you started traveling to the human world so often, I didn't know that," said Janus, thinking back to Sebastian's long-ago words about Ash's power to inspire love. "That distance makes it fade." "It does," Ash said. "So, if you want to go now—" "I don't," said Janus, a swell of warmth, like a small tide, lifting his heart. "I never felt any differently about you in the mundane world than I do when you're right next to me. You're mine." Ash smiled. "Who else's?" "The Queen's son, and Sebastian's. Lilith's blood, and Valentine's, and Clary's. He was well named," Sebastian had said once. "He was born to rule over a land turned to ash." Janus had seen what Sebastian had done to a world. Time to see what Ash did to this one. When Janus's plans were complete, when the world became chaos and death, Janus and Ash could both belong. This was a second chance. When the darkness came, Janus could protect Clary. He could keep his family safe. Everybody he loved, starting with Ash. "If I teach you to be a Shadowhunter, if I teach you to bear runes, it will hurt." "That's okay," Ash replied. "The old Unseelie King hurt me. My father hurt me. I'm used to it." "I don't want to hurt you," murmured Janus. "I know," said Ash. "That's why it's okay." Valentine had taught Janus through discipline that sometimes seemed harsh, and it had been right to teach Janus that way. But Ash was different. He was strong and smart and quick, and he would learn fast. Janus would never have to kill Ash or stand by and watch him be killed. Sebastian was dead, and Janus still breathed. Sebastian was dead, and Janus and Ash were free. Ash hesitated. "What did you see out there, in the mundane world?" His voice was fascinated and almost yearning. Ash had been a captive most of his life, a winged thing in a golden cage. Even now he could not go far from their home. There were too many dangers for the son of the queen,
And Ash had such a bright future ahead of him. So bright it was like the sun, impossible to contemplate. Janus shouldn't have left Ash alone, but he'd make it up to him. Janus would do better than tell Ash hollow words. Ash must be defended. If he had to, Janus would deal with anyone who posed a threat to Ash or his plans for Ash. This new Unseelie king might be a problem. Far worse, there were rumors about a danger the queen would not speak of, but that Janus had heard about nonetheless. The descendant of someone called the First Heir. Whoever it was, if they dared threaten Ash, if anyone ever dared threaten Ash again, Janus would hunt them down and present Ash with their heads. The blue waves crashed against the stones, miles down from the cliff at their feet. It made Janus recall a poem about the ocean in fairyland. For whatsoever from one place doth fall, is with the tide unto and other brought. For there is nothing lost that may be found if sought. It's a beautiful world out there, Janus answered. I was thinking I'd wrap a bow around it and give it to you. Soon Janus would have Clary, and Ash would have the world. They only had to wait. Ash smiled. Behind his green eyes, a predator lurked, like a tiger half obscured by leaves. I'd like that, he said. Tessa was putting Mina down for her nap. Jem lay in the long grass beneath the oak tree, with his cat curled against his chest, almost napping himself. Church pressed his flat, fuzzy face on the place where he could feel Jem's heartbeat. Jem could feel the cat's purr reverberating through his chest, as if his heart and the cat's contentment were combining to form the same song. It took us a long, long time to be happy, said Jem, but here we are. I think it was worth it, don't you? Church purred agreement. They were waiting, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, for Kit to stop feinting and parrying, fighting intently with nothing but air, and notice they were there. Oh, hey, Jem, said Kit at last, lowering his broadsword and wiping the sweat from his brow with one sun-tanned forearm. Hey, bad cat. He's a sweet cat, really, said Jem. You have to learn how he likes to be petted. I know how he likes to be petted, said Kit, by you and no one else. That cat is waiting for the chance to literally pee in my Cheerios. He pointed the sword accusingly at Church. I'm watching you. Church seemed unimpressed. They'd cleared a training ground for Kit at the bottom of the garden. It had been the first request he made, hesitantly and with many assurances that it was fine if it wasn't convenient, and Tessa had used magic, and Jem a scythe, to clear a space at once. Kit trained there every day. I saw you running laps at dawn, Jem observed. Wow, that's a horrible thing to say about anybody. Kit shrugged uncomfortably, as if trying to shift the weight of a burden. I'm not very naturally gifted at this Shadowhunter thing. The Blackthoughter people, they were born in institutes, raised to it. But mostly my dad taught me card tricks. I don't think demons will be impressed by my card tricks, though they are pretty excellent. You don't have to be a Shadowhunter, said Jem. I'm not one. But I was. It was what I wanted once. I know what it looks like when you want something so much it almost breaks you. To fight, to be Parabatai with will, to kill demons and protect the innocent, to live the kind of life his parents would be proud of when he saw them again. And the thought that carried Jem through the worst nights as he grew to manhood, to find love like his parents' love, transforming and sanctifying. He had to last until love came. Love had been worth the wait. If you're asking whether I'm working out my emotional pain through a punishing physical regimen, said Kit, my answer is obviously a manly yes. But I was hoping time would speed up when I did, and a rock soundtrack would start up, and I would get buff via a montage like in the movies. All the superhero movies and that one boxing movie have lied to me. You're getting better, said Jem. Kit grimaced. I still get winded easily. When I learned to fight, I was dying from slow poison, said Jem. And I was, yes, still faster than you. Kit laughed. His eyes were Herondale eyes, but his laugh was all his own, mischievous and a little innocent despite that. "Train with me," said Kit. Jem smiled. "What?" Kit asked anxiously. "Do you not want to?" "I said that to somebody once," said Jem, "a long time ago. He did train with me, and now I'll train you." Kit hesitated, then said, "Will?" and Jem nodded. "Do you—" Kit bit his lip. "Do you still think about him a lot?" "I loved him better than I love myself," said Jem. "I still do. I think about him every day." Kit blinked quickly. There was pain behind his eyes, the hidden kind, the sort Will had carried along with his secrets for so many years. Jem did not know its exact meaning or shape, but he could guess. "Whoever you have loved, and however you loved them," said Jem, "anyone you loved would be lucky." Kit was staring at the ground again, at the dust of the training ground. "We are dust and shadows," Will used to say. "Yeah, well, that's a minority opinion," Kit mumbled. Then he lifted his chin, blue eyes defiant, throwing a challenge at pain. "Tessa says my mom loved me, but I never knew her. She didn't know me. My dad knew me, and he didn't care. Don't say he didn't. But he loved my mom, apparently. So it wasn't that he couldn't love anyone. It was that he couldn't love me. And nobody else has either. I wasn't enough. To stop, I wasn't enough. I've never been enough, not for anyone. And I'm trying, but I don't know if I ever will be." Jem didn't know exactly what had happened at the Los Angeles Institute, where he and Tessa had left Kit believing he would be safe.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. It was clear Kit had been badly hurt, there with Emma and the Blackthorns. Jem believed the Blackthorns all had good and open hearts, but they had suffered great losses while Kit was with them, and sometimes when people were wounded, they hurt others. They were all very young, and Kit had not been with them long. Jem did know enough to see Johnny Rook must have done something truly wrong, if he'd had all Kit's life to show him that he was loved and never convinced him. "I loved my parents," said Jem, "and they loved me." Kit blinked. Good for you. I had a happy childhood with them in Shanghai, the kind of childhood you should have had, the kind of childhood everyone should have. Then they were tortured and murdered in front of me, and I was tortured too, and the Shadowhunters told me I would die. I knew I would die. I could feel the poison coursing in my veins. And I remember lying curled in a cabin at the bottom of a boat on my way to England, feeling utterly small, hollow, and hopeless and miserable. I thought I might die that way, that I couldn't bear the torture of loving and losing someone, not ever again. But then there was Will, and I loved him, and he loved me. If your father's heart was too little and wretched to love someone else after losing your mother, then I pity him, but I know it was his fault, none of yours. The wind went sighing through the leaves, but it was only a soft sigh. Summer was coming, and winter would not be for a while yet. Kit laid his sword down and walked over to the tree where Jem was sitting. He came and sat in the grass in front of Jem, as he'd sat at Tessa's feet while she told him about his mother. "All this being the descendant of the first heir stuff," said Kit, "I don't know what to do about it, but I know I have to be ready. I think about evil faeries and Herondales and my dad, and I don't know how to be anything but a big mess." Jem did not know what would come either, but he was sure of one thing. Kit would not run when danger called. Kit would stand and fight. The search for the lost Herondale, Jem refusing the greater demon Bealius' temptations, Jem being turned away and then called back by Rosemary Herondale, had all led to this. Rosemary's child was Jem's now. It was Jem's job to teach Kit how to fight as well as he could. "Think of the people you love," said Jem, and Kit startled. "It doesn't matter if they didn't love you back, or if they did. You keep them here." Jem reached out and laid his hand against Kit's chest, felt it beating too swiftly beneath his palm.
Do you want to keep them somewhere small and mean, with the walls closing in? Kit shook his head silently, lips pressed tight together. No, Jem said softly, you won't. You choose to be yourself, your best self. You can be descended from gods and monsters. You can take the light they left you and be a lamp shining out all their light made new. You can battle the darkness. You can choose always to fight and hope. That is what it means to have a great heart. Don't be afraid of being yourself. But, Kit fumbled for words, I know that you and Tessa took me in because of Will, and I'm grateful. I want to— His shoulders shook, and Jem reached out, putting his arms around Kit. He felt Kit's muscles lock, almost straining away, then felt the moment when Kit chose to lean in and lay his head down on Jem's shoulder. No, Jem told him fiercely. Don't be grateful. Where there is love, Kit, he murmured into the wild gold of his hair, there is no need for gratitude, and I love you. Kit shook and nodded once. Okay, he whispered. Jem felt tears drop hot into the curve of his neck. He held Kit safe in his arms until his tears were dry and they could both pretend he had not wept. He held Kit until Church growled jealously and tried to squirm in between them. Dumb cat, Kit muttered. Church hissed and swiped at him. Jem gave Church a disappointed look, then stood and offered Kit a hand. Come inside where it's warm, Jem said. Tomorrow we'll start you on weights, so you can learn the right balance to strike with that sword. For now, I can hear Tessa and Mina. Let's go be with our family. The doors were already standing invitingly open. As they came closer, Jem could see Tessa, in a gown the same gray as her eyes, gray as the river under the bridge where she had met him year after year after year. She was laughing. I couldn't get Mina to sleep, she called. She thinks you might go on an adventure without her. Kit said, not today. He went in ahead of Jem, and Mina wriggled in her mother's arms, eagerly reaching out towards them. Jem smiled at the sight of his daughter, and paused long enough to think, Will, my Will, you would be so proud. Jem went inside to his wife and his baby and his boy, to his long-awaited home. Above the low slate roof, sunset had dyed the clouds a color darker than gold. This evening, the whole sky was bronze, as though to summon wicked powers.